Moreover, nowadays, as in the modern days, as agriculture has become more mechanized, we do not see much ritual practices associated or related with this agricultural process throughout, which is not in the case of the traditional societies. So, in this regard, I would like to talk about the traditional agrarian rituals as practiced by the Galos. So, yeah, so why it is important to study these traditional rituals or even document them. So, the whole aim of my talk I have summarized in this few points that the aim of my research is to identify the traditional farming rituals of the Galos and to descriptively analyze the rationale behind the what is the rationale behind the practice of these rituals in farming. Why do certain rituals are practiced before certain activity, like before plant pre-plantation or after plantation, before sowing, after sowing, or before harvesting, after harvesting? So what are the rituals and what is the rationale behind doing this? And and also to describe how rituals are used as techniques for interacting with and influencing the spirits or the supernatural beings, and how to seek their help in activities related to agriculture, and also how it indicates some major sociological functions at individual as well as community level, and also to understand or to determine the factors that made these rituals persistence amidst the prevalence of the mechanized agriculture. We used lots of modern methods for agriculture. So what is the significance, what still holds important, why do people still uh, perform some of the rituals? So, this knowledge of the significance of the rituals associated with these agricultural activities is also very vital in understanding other aspects of Galo culture. So, I have been talking about Galo. So, just also to give you an idea about the region. So, the red shaded part is Arunachal, the region that I'm talking about. So, um, and here is in the slide, you can see this is the terrace cultivation. Terrace cultivation is also the most prominent or the most commonly practiced is the jhum cultivation or shifting cultivation, Sweden cultivation, or it is known as jhum in India. And then you have this kind of uh, terrace cultivation where the mountain is made into terraces. And here, this is the wet cultivation, you know. S- so wet cultivation and wait just a minute. Yes. So in the first slide is that of the Sweden cultivation or jhum or shifting cultivation I was talking about. So here it is very, very important. We are dealing with two aspects, two elements. One is landscape and the other is ritual, isn't it? And this interaction, that is the landscape and and this landscape, the human relationship with nature, it is reflected in the form of rituals. So this concept of landscape is very crucial in agrarian society. Rituals are not just some random actions, isn't it? So there are some beliefs or values behind doing something. So here we see that there are social, economic, and cultural meaning associated with these rituals. These religious traditions have shaped agricultural practices all over the world. Traditional food production in the region was perceived and understood in cultural and spiritual terms. So, with insights from their indigenous religious beliefs, the people developed agriculture technologies which is capable of ensuring food production which is enough for the whole community. Now, and here we see that rituals are not only used as techniques for interacting with and influencing the spirits, or the supernatural beings uh, associated with agricultural activities or activities that is related to agriculture, but it also indicates, as I have already said, some major sociological functions at the individual as well as the community level. And this knowledge of the significance of the rituals that is associated with the agriculture activities is also very vital in understanding the whole understanding other aspects of the Galo culture. We cannot isolate any one segment. This all forms a complete, to understand the complete Galo culture. So in this context, it is also important to understand what is Galo belief system. So um, the Galos have Galo is a tribe, or it's an indigenous community among many other indigenous communities that we find in Arunachal. So these Galos, they live in very close proximity with nature, and this prolonged association or interaction with the ecology and the environment for over so many centuries have helped them to develop a way of life which is more coherent and compatible with nature. So and also they believe in the existence of a number of spirits or sylvan deities who are associated with forest. So they have a spirit for the forest. They have spirit that lives in the big trees. uh, there are spirits who are in charge of the rivers, streams, agricultural fields. So agricultural fields also have spirits. So it's very important for them to keep these spirits, uh, you know, um, happy. Uh, so as I said, so these spirits, the spirits of the high mountains, other natural elements, these the spirits can be both benevolent as well as malevolent in nature. So the benevolent spirits are propitiated to seek their blessings and protection, whereas the malevolent spirits are mainly propitiated to pacify them, not to make them angry, because once they get angry, they might cause some misfortune. Okay, so and the ritual, and their belief system is called Doni Poloism. Doni Poloism is that is the belief in the sun and the moon, and also in all these spirits around them. So I'll go to the another slide. Okay, so here you see that it's so here you can see in the slide the shifting cultivation. It is a system of cropping practice which represents the indigenous form of agriculture, which is being the most commonly and customarily accepted and practiced by the Galo in this region. So and then there are many rites and rituals right from beginning of the sowing to the storage of the grains. Okay, so these different phases of the agricultural activity is associated with different forms of rituals. So here, okay, so here in the first slide you can see a patch of land, the big trees so have been fell down. So it is very interesting that, so even for selection of the site, it starts from the selection of the site. Selection of the site is also very important for the gallows, because they do, before selecting a piece of land to start their agricultural process, they do a lot of um, seeking omen, with the help of the shaman, to make sure that that piece of land is okay to start with. And once they so this the whole process is also very systematic. The big, before clearing the um, patch of land, big trees are big trees of certain species. It's also very interesting. So that also shows that the gallows have knowledge about the kind of the species of the species of the trees. So certain species of the trees which they believe is the dwelling place of these spirits, they do not touch. They do not cut it down. If very necessary, they offer some kind of ritual. It could be a fowl or some eggs. These are given to the spirits, and then uh, these um, these trees are either cut, or if it is another species of tree which is locally known as hurek, which is considered to be the dwelling place of another evil spirit. So usually what they do is that it is left uncut, they just trim the leaves. So this is very interesting. So it's also the element of respect comes, that we are entering into the kingdom of the plants and animals and the spirit world. So we have to be very careful in our interaction with them. We should not enrage. We should be dutiful, and then we should do our duties, our activities sincerely, and we should make sure that we do not make them these spirits angry, because um, um, they are capable of bringing misfortune. And then when after the all the fallen trees get dried, it's time to set fire. So it's also very interesting that the galus also believe that the fire also has a spirit. Okay, so they have to burn this patch of land. So they all, before setting the fire, they what they do is they say prayer to the spirit of the fire, saying that, yes, I want you, uh, that means the spirit, to fire the my field, but please do not go beyond the marked area. you know so it's requesting the fire not to go beyond the marked area, means what is needed to burn and destroy the nearby forest. So this is kind of a very gentle request which is made to the spirit of the fire. So it is very interesting that the attitude, the whole attitude. And you see that then before the rain starts, uh, the rituals, there's like planting is um, before sowing the seed, which is done before the arrival of the rainy season. So you can see with the sowing, in the second slide you can see ladies digging with these are like wooden sticks. So the kind of tools used by them is also very basic, but it is sufficient enough.
Madam, your
To
slide
carry.
not moving, sir. Madam, your slide.
Okay, is it moving now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
now okay, right.
Yeah. So here you can see that this slide is like, in this slide you can see along with the rice, maize is also grown, corn. And this you can see the settlement nearby to get an idea, the how far, sometimes it can be very far. And so sorry. So throughout the whole process, there's rituals, prayers, and other form of ceremonies are performed to hasten the growth of the rice, to ward off the evil spirits from the field, also to ensure good harvest. So the observance of these rituals follow the agricultural cycle. And one thing to be mentioned is there, dreams also play a very important role in the life of the gallows. So all these favorable signs, they keep looking for these favorable signs. They must also be reinforced by favorable dreams. Otherwise, suppose they have to set fire, they fix a date, but if they have, a bad dream, so they will try to delay it by a day or something, or maybe they will consult a shaman. So so that, because it means, so if the bad dream means that probably the spirits of the field have not made up their mind to, whether they should leave now, leave the place. So let me go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is just one another slide. This is again the agricultural field. This is mostly zooming and zoom cultivation, and you can see that there is a small hut. This is the hut where they take rest in the afternoon, or they leave their things in this hut in the morning, and then after doing work in the field, they come and again they rest in the evening. So see here you can see. So okay, so this is the how the women in the village, so it's like the whole, you can see a number of ladies, so they help each other. And then this is the kind of tools that they use, which are very very basic. And then this is the time where she's this is like a weeding, this is a process of weeding. So one very important, and now um, so the planting is done now also. When the plant grows, so what they do is like they have this ritual which is mopin, which is, I think now it is celebrated as a festival. Okay, from, I think it's from a family domestic ritual, it has become a community festival, mopin festival. So here it's very interesting. Like instead of idols, they have these bamboo altars. So different god is represented by these altars. So you can see, here with some headgear, with belt, so the spirits are represented through these bamboo altars. And then this one, see, this is a line of some bamboo altars, but these are actually representing different, like, associated spirits. There are many associated deities along with the mopin. So these are the associated. In Hinduism also we talk about a pantheon of gods together, right? So like that, this is the a group of spirits together, they always come together. So you need to perform ritual. If you perform ritual, you need to include them also. Then, and these rituals, if this is a community ritual, okay, so here you see all the community, the people come together, they sit and they make these rituals. So that's also another expertise. So how these rituals, how these um, okay, so let me go to the next slide. Yeah, so here you see again the whole village community, the whole village people sit together, and they make these bamboo altars. So these are the raw materials. You can see these are again identification, again knowledge of the ecology is very important. Some kind of fern, some kind of certain kind of leaves, which has, so which are very crucial in making of these altars. So they the local people, the native people, they know the each and every, the names of each and every ferns or plants that they use, and also the significance and why certain plant is only used to make these rituals, because there are myths and legends, folk tales associated with it. So this is a very interesting, this is the village, they call it, it's a hall, it's a community house. It is every house, sorry, every village has a community hall or community house which is used for this kind of community related activities. So here you see all the village elders have come and they are making these altars part by part. So that's, splitting of a small bamboo. So how the bamboo in the second first slide, you see that, how a small raw bamboos as splitting, bamboo is being splitted. And in the second slide you see how the shavings are made with a small, with is with the help of a use of a small local made knife. And then these are not installed yet. So these different parts of the bamboo altars, they are made and these are ready, so they have left it outside. So see, so these are, the small parts, how the small parts are made and they are assembled together. So some of, so yeah, so some, these, this part is very, these are considered very sacred. So you see that this is installed inside the house. So this is a agricultural ritual, but this is very sacred. So one part of it is installed inside the house to, so that the spirit that that controls the house, so the her blessings remains inside the house. So these are the different parts of this. And then this is again another part of the altar. So now you see the sacrifices, because you have to seek blessings. So in return, you need to offer something to the spirit. So you can see here small chicks have been offered, and here the chickens are being offered, and these are attached um, to these bamboo altars. You can see here on top also two chickens, and you can see when these animals or these fowls are sacrificed, the blood is smeared on these bamboo altars. It is this kind of symbolic act of feeding them, feeding the spirits. So this is during Mopin festival. So Mopin is one of the biggest festival, one of the biggest ritual. So it is a very big ritual. So here the sacrifice should also be big. So this is Mithun, which is scientific name is Bos frontalis. So big Mithun is sacrificed at the altar. So, and you can see at the back the shaman and his co-shaman, or the priest, because the shaman always needs an assistant. So they continuously they chant, they invoke the spirits to come, give their blessings, and to accept their sacrifice. So here you see that the branta, the mithun is being sacrificed, and you can see the baskets are there. So these are the community people come and collect, the blessings. So these are the blessings. This how the, with the bamboo shavings, the baskets are also decorated, because these are ritual baskets. So these are women, they all are dressed in white and with black stripes, and then they wear these beads, very expensive beads, which is like these are heirloom items, which is, passed through generations from the mother to the eldest daughter, and from, that's how it goes. And you see on the faces, people have smeared white rice paste. So rice paste, it's like holy, in holy people use uh, colors, but here in this Mopin festival, they put color, this rice paste on each other's face. And just to give you an idea, it's a huge community thing now. Earlier it used to be it used to be a village ritual, but now it has become a big festival, where the whole tribe come, the people from the same community, same clan, same tribe come together, and now they celebrate it with much joy and merriment. So these are again some other kind of, different kind of ritual altars. And after the ritual is performed, this is how it looks, the altars are left. And it's also very important, because it's not only performance of the rituals, but also bringing. So this, you can see, these are the young boys, who are helping in cooking. So when the elder people are sitting and making these ritual altars, the young boy comes and joins, and they start cooking. And you can see that that lady who is sitting there is also a very well known shaman, and she
The
is
slide is
not
not
only,
moving.
huh,
The slide is not moving.
is it, wait,
Yes.
is it moving now?
Now it's silent.
Sorry, so it's not
Yes.
moving means this was, did it this have you seen this worked? No.
Yeah, no, no. Yes,
Oh,
yes. So again, no problem.
okay, so I'll,
That
sorry, sorry.
bamboo altar.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So I'll start from here. Okay, I'll just show the slide. So these are the different parts of the altars, and then how it goes like this. Some of it's are kept inside the house, and these are the sacrificial foals, chickens, which are sacrificed. This is the mithun, which is sacrificed to the Mopin deity, and how the mithun is being sacrificed, and the people come to get the blessings. These are the ritual baskets. These are the, get people participating. So it's, I was telling, it's a huge festival where, the whole community participates. And then this is again one of the altars. So like, in how we have murtis, right? We where we worship the murti. So that's just, but here these are the murtis for them. Like, this is biodegradable. So they make with their own hands. They attributes we have. If you keep go very much into detail, you can see all these different aspects also. So that's a completely different field of research. So this is how it is, it's left now. Now, and I was talking about this ritual. When they are going to have a ritual, this is also a place where the younger generation, they come and they meet. Otherwise, the younger generation are so busy in their own world. The older generation, they are busy with their own own work. But this is the time when the young and the old people come to come at the same spot. So you see, so they're the old people, the older generation, they are sitting, and this is on spot, to make these bamboo altars. This is also an intangible cultural heritage. This is also a skill of the community, which is not being passed to the younger generation, because with older generation, they only know how to make these altars. So this is the time when the younger generation come and they learn how the seniors are making it. They ask them, and they will help them, that this is how you should make it. So, and there's also uh, a time when all the community, they come to see. These are much a little bit, not really old generation. So you can see also some young people sitting there trying to learn how to make these. Okay, so this is another very important ritual which is associated with agriculture, and uh, this ritual is performed to help the crops from insects. Okay, because the Galos also believe that the pests or insects are the pets of the evil spirits. So if the evil spirits, if they get angry with you, they will send all these insects to destroy your crops. So in order to avoid that, they perform this ritual. So here you can see the offering is egg. If you can see the bamboo altars down, you can see the egg shells. Okay, so here lots of so this again, I said this spirit, these different bamboo altars represent different spirits. Okay, so then you can see how in the lower slide, that the blood of this piglet is being smeared. So that is, kind of feeding the spirits. And this is the shaman. The next slide. This is the shaman. Um, uh, and his assistant, they are invoking. So now, through their chanting, they are speaking to the spirits, saying that now whatever you wanted, we have given it to you. Now you bless us abundantly, for good harvest. Let our crops not be destroyed by the insects or by the wild animals or anything. May there be health and prosperity. So this kind of, and this is again another ritual. So, for an outsider, this practice may not make sense, but for a Galo farmer, there is more to it than merely following all these steps. This is a way of dealing with the spirits, and the Galos believe that it is better to observe the rituals dutifully in a proper sequence than to anger the spirit and then follow a different set of rituals for propitiating the spirits. So for a common person like, for me also, it might look same. It's some bamboo altars, images, but no. But for each ritual, the bamboo altars will have different. They will look different. They will look. There will be minute differences. Okay, so and this is very interesting. This is again another ritual which is known as Jadmod. The name of the ritual is Jadmod, and here you can see that this. I think even here in the previous slides, you see that these altars are installed in front of the house. Okay, and these altars are installed in front of the in the middle of the village, because this is a community festival. It's a sort of ritual to protect the crops from the attack of the insects. So, and this is another ritual which is actually performed in the agricultural field. So this is the hut. If you see the hut, this is the hut where people take rest. So this is a line of, you can see the line of spirits who will um, protect the crops from birds. It could be birds. It could be, any other misfortune. So so it's very interesting that this close association between rituals and socio-economic activities in human society was is it was drawn to attention by Malinowski.
Right.
Malinowski has
Rewa.
already
Govt.
Malinowski has worked on it, and then
Hmm?
he has already spoke about this close, association between the rituals and the socio-economic activities. Why, our socio-economic activities are governed by rituals. So, and then, so as and I have already talked about the kind of different kind of animals that that. So, okay, and this is this is what happens, after months, after the ritual is performed, and then it stays in the same place, and because these are biodegradable, it rots. So this is how, this is a very very old bamboo altars.
सबका join की इनका.
Okay, and these are some more where you can see these looks different. Again, these again belong to some other ritual. So this is one of the very very important shaman of the Galo community. So and at the time of harvesting, like this, I have just focused because there are many many rituals. So especially for this talk, I have looked into two rituals. One is the Mopin festival, with the ritual which has been upgraded to a festival, but still Mopin is now, it has become a community festival, with many, you can say, many many modern elements. You can see some in this festival. There are also like fashion shows are also arranged, on all these big singers and dancers are invited, for all these cultural events. But apart from this, this is still practiced in a very uh, um, traditional way in villages. So, and they believe that the goddess Mopin comes through river. So after the ceremony gets over, I think this sorry the ritual is it the ritual is extended over 4 days, continuously for 4 days. The bow, or continuously for 4 days, the priest or the shaman keeps chanting. So it's a very very hectic, and a very very crucial, very very important ritual. And it is said that not every shaman can be a Mopin shaman. you know to be a Mopin shaman, you have to become, really expert in that. Not every priest can become, a Mopin shaman, Mopin priest. So like that, again, harvesting is, again, there are like set of series of rituals. So what it's very interesting that at the time of harvesting, we see that harvesting is also done in a way, because it might you if we really don't pay attention, we might lose certain very important uh, nuances. Like, when harvesting is done, there is a way of doing the harvesting, as I have shown you in the earlier slides, that the resting place is there, right? The small hut is there. So when they start harvesting starts from the corner, from the far end of the agricultural field, and it moves towards the small hut. So it is also very significant, it's a symbolic meaning that I am bringing prosperity to, close to me. They don't go, like, it's not like that they start from the small hut and they go away. They don't move away, but they come closer. And also, uh, at the time of the harvesting, what they do is that, the corner, at the four corners, or the extreme corners of this of the agricultural field, the rice stalks are tied.
Clear.
you know
Move the slide. Slide is not moving.
no, I'm not moving slides now. The slides are almost over. I'm just describing. Okay, so here also the rice stalks are tied in knots, so that, the spirits of the rice do not wander out of the field. Because they also believe that there are spirits in the rice stalks, in the live stalks. So in the absence, if the in the evening, when the farmer is going back home, the evil spirit should not enter the field, or take away the spirit of the rice. So they tie this note. It is also very, very symbolic. Okay, so it prevents the evil spirit from stealing the rice grain. So now, it's okay, the time also I need to. Okay, so the selection of the seed is storing of the grains. Everything has, so much meaning embedded in it. So, and looking at from this cultural context, the Galo rituals may be described as overthrust of emotional constructs which underlie the manifest behavior of the people. In short, we can say that the Galo rituals and the basic beliefs surrounding them not only draw together all the separate strands of traditional practices and lore, but it also provide the outline upon which the people themselves may acquire a clear picture of the way in which these activities blend with the local concepts, and an example of the manner in which the practiced rites strengthen the cultural values of simple rural living. Okay, so as I said, this is not just performance of rituals. It you can we cannot describe it to this reciprocal relations of give and take. Okay, I'm giving you this offering, you please give me this, you take this offering and give me that. Because somewhere the galos in their belief system, there is inherent in this relationship. They have, in the farmers, that it is their duty, it is their obligation. Because nowhere we see, where the problem of exploitation starts only when human feel that we are the center of the, when we place human beings in the center of everything. Being there, we dominate and destroy the habitats of the animals, the plants. So over exploitation. But here in the Galo belief system, where, as I said, when they even go to the forest, they ask the small children not to make noise. Don't make noise when you enter the forest, because you will, for them the simple explanation is you will make the spirits angry. But the value behind is that you are entering into the kingdom of the plants, animals, and birds. So it is their home, do not disturb them. That is what, they mean to say. So the performance of rituals likewise also provides him with a verbal outlet, because somewhere they believe that only my hard work is not going to work. So somewhere, uh, so it I also need the blessings of the spirits who are around me. And also it is also, you can say, a verbal outlet of his anxiety from the fear of environment, of this environmental spirits which control his economic life. So so we can say that these rituals in Galo society all function both as a psychological as well as cultural mechanism. Psychological, some, because it's also a, you can also say, na, it's also like how it works with insurance company. You have to make sure that you give your due in order to avoid any possible mishappenings, or any accidents. So and at the same time it also function as a psychological as well as cultural mechanism which reinforce individual and group life, how we have seen, for these ceremonies, for this even agricultural activities, so many village people, they come together, they help each other. So this is also reinforce individual and group life, a community life. It strengthens the bond between the community. It unifies solid relationship in the community and integrate the customs and traditions of the people. So how this is also, this is, so there are so many, on many levels, you can see the interaction. It is also, a person how he or she willingly gives oneself to okay to uh, nature, the accepts the power of nature. Okay, this is, I can do this much, but I also need the blessings of the spirit of the trees, spirit of the mountains, spirit of the hills to help me in this. Okay, and also in a community and also in an individual life, it also unifies the bond in the community life. So, okay, so through this small presentation, it's a very, very huge topic because there are lots and lots of rituals associated, but I just try to work on just two. So, so that's all. My
Yeah.
presentation
Nice,
is over.
Thank
nice,
you
nice.
very much, Dr. Binagandhi. It is very interesting. Uh, your topic is traditional agrarian rituals of the
Yeah, yeah,
Galos community in Arunachal Pradesh, in
Yes.
the northeast part of India. Right?
Okay, I can
yeah,
see
yeah.
yeah, some questions maybe.
Yeah. Then all over the world, every community who engage in agriculture, they have their own rituals, beliefs, and all these things. Even in Sri Lanka, the community that I belong, then we have some special rituals for practicing agriculture field and the agricultural work. It is very interesting. Then I have two little questions. May I ask?
Sure, 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 madam.
Yeah, the one thing is there any exchange, the sharing with other communities? The I mean this kind of rituals, they also have in this country.
Yes, yes. Every community, every tribe, every ethnic community, they have different forms of rituals, but they all have.
And but no, I am asking, is there any sharing the that borrow from other communities and
You mean
the
the rituals?
yeah, the some part of that, some ideas and some activities of these rituals. The
No,
only
no.
no.
As far as I know, maybe they share, maybe because they are, because the concept is same. Like Doni Poloism, there are, I think, four communities who follow Doni Poloism. I think it's not an ism. I don't know how they made it into ism
Mhm,
now, like established religion, but it is the belief system of the where we do not have scriptures. Like we do not.
mhm,
It's very interesting that their belief system is in their habit.
mhm, mhm.
It's not in book somewhere, a book is
Yes.
considered holy and it's written there, you read that in your follow. It's not there. It's actually, it is, and we learn it through the generation. Like suppose if I go to the field with my grandmother, so I want to take so many things, then my grandmother will say, whatever you need, take it that much, leave the rest.
Mhm,
Next week we will come back and gather again. So these kind of, it's not written anyway, it's not written law, but it's people how understand it. Like you don't make noise when you go to forest. And nowadays you don't urinate when it's very strictly avoided, when you cannot just urinate in the forest anywhere, because there are spirits around. Some creeks, some corners, some hills, because they all belong to somebody else, and he might not like you doing that without their permission. It might be insulting for them. So don't do it. Be very careful. So
It, yeah,
yeah,
I think it says keep it as it. No,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, the don't that the destroy it or the no disturb to it.
So
No,
with my problem with agriculture nowadays, it has become so mechanized with all, they are bringing all these but like maximum profit they want,
mhm.
and in doing that we are destroying nature.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
How they related to the natural things and the
yeah.
nature and try to save it. No,
Yes, yes.
compared to the modern world. Thank you very much. It is very,
I
very
think
interesting.
there are some questions maybe.
Yes, yes.
uh,
Yeah.
My question
Professor,
is Zoom is still practiced or it is abolished? Zoom cultivation, number
it is
one.
still practiced among, see now, with time we see people are more into, people have ventured into other occupations, but even in villages people still do that, and they practice, they try to do, they favor jhum more because you get firewood. And then
So,
apart from rice you can also grow many different kinds of vegetables. Yeah. And
this,
it's also very interesting that these rice are local varieties of rice, which we don't get in
yeah,
the
yeah,
cucumber, brinjal, beans that people use in their field. These are all local varieties. The seeds are people keep seeds and they use it for the next year.
Mm.
Not all these hybrid seeds.
Oh. But oh, this tribe is found in some restricted area throughout Arunachal. I
They
visited.
are they
Mm.
are yeah they are inhabiting in certain districts. You find them.
That is what I am saying. Mm.
Yeah, in 3 4
Yeah, yeah,
districts they are. You will mainly
yeah.
find them. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, please, Shreyani madam, please conclude the session. Now,
Okay.
next session time.
Okay, thank you very much. And for
Thank you.
questions and yeah, the presenter also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Beena Gandhi Devri madam, Deputy Director Research, SARC Cultural Center, Colombo, given a nice talk on Arunachal. Uh, thank you. And Dr. M. Sriyani Gunaratne, Senior Lecturer, Department of History, University of Peradania, preside the session. Thank you, both of you.
Yes. And
Thank you.
thank you, Mishra ji. And I would like to have the details of Madam Shriyani because I'm here so I can meet her.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
a candy. Then I can come to Colombo to
Sure,
see
sure.
you.
uh, I'm sharing you his
Yeah,
her
and
phone,
then
contact number, madam.
Yeah, I'll get it from you, sir.
Yes.
And thank you to the audience also.
thank you.
Thank you all of you. Now, next session, our chairperson, Professor Shaukat Mahmood Sahab, visiting professor, University of Lahore, Pakistan, and eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Balwinder Singh ji, former head, Guru Nanak, Guru Ram Das School of Planning, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab. Welcome, sir. Professor Shaukat Sahab, Professor Balwinder Singh Sahab. Welcome, uh, both of you. And एक्चुअली ये सेकंड सेशन है जो 21 को 22
22nd.
हुआ था और 22 को हुआ था और चूंकि उस समय पर प्रेजेंटेशन शो नहीं हो पाया था तो ये एक शॉर्ट सेशन में प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ कुछ बातें को बताने के लिए ये सेकंड सेशन दूसरी बार किया गया है ये सेशन. यस सर.
Can I start, Professor Mishra? Can I start?
हाँ, यस सर, यस सर.
Okay. Okay, ji. Okay, ji, thank you very much, Professor Mishra, and welcome to everybody whoever is joining over this very esteemed meeting on conservation policies. I also welcome Professor Dr. Balwinder Singh, who is our main speaker today. But before we start giving his presentation and speak to us, I think it's my humble duty and also my very honored or privileged duty to introduce him to you all. Professor Dr. Balwinder Singh retired as a professor on 31st December 2016 after serving for more than 31 years at the Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar, which is indeed a very, very long service to the cause of education. He has experience of field assistant planner and town and city planning department, government of Uttar Pradesh. For a long time, he served this department also. He remained head of the Guru Nanak Ramdas School of Planning, Guru Nanak University, for 2 terms, that is in 1999 and 2002. He has done PhD on the walled city of Amritsar, spatial patterns, lifestyle and heritage conservation. And that is a remarkable contribution toward the preservation of our heritage. His master's thesis of conservation was on urban conservation study of Amritsar, submitted in Center for the Conservation Studies, Institute of Advanced Archaeological Studies, University of York, United Kingdom. He has a master's in city and regional planning, master of sociology, and fellow Institute of Town Planners in India, which is otherwise known as FITP India. He has supervised many subjects on the walled city of Amritsar and other historical cities, namely Kapurthala, Faridkot, Jammu, etc., etc. Conservation strategies for historic gardens of Punjab. He has done a lot of work on the historic gardens of Punjab also, and obviously that includes a lot of history of the town planning and the landscape architecture of the Mughals as well. He is an INTEC scholar, member Society for Accident Aid and Traffic Health. He is also a member of Heritage Advisory Committee, Shimla. He is also a member of peer review committee of Thab Journal, published from Lahore, Pakistan. He is also a member of Review Committee General of Religion and Health from Germany. Expert member Research Degree Board of Physical Planning, School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi. He is also a member of the core committee of experts for implementation of various activities of Indian Heritage Cities Network Foundation, that is known as IHCNF, created by UNESCO in 2006, and core technical group committee of Punjab, and also appointed member national expert panel of IHCNF as well as advisor IHCNF Punjab member. He is also a member of city level mission directorate for Amritsar. What a remarkable CV that he has. He has received 18 awards, including Best Teacher Award from Indian Society for Technical Education. Congratulations, Dr. Saab, wonderful contribution. Best Paper Award for Indian Building Congress, State Award from Chief Minister of Punjab on 15th of August 2015, and the latest on 15th of August 2017. He has traveled to more than 20 countries in connection with the presenting papers. 25 papers were presented in this process in the international conferences and in national conferences. More than 40 papers he presented within India. That once again a great contribution as a scholar. He has also visited Getty Museum in USA and also museum in Rome and exposed to the system of managing such museum efficiently and effectively for the tourists and visitors. He has supervised 34 Master of Technical Urban and Planning thesis, 21 B.Tech thesis, and more than three PhD theses. Once again, a great contribution to the scholarship. He has completed 8 research and consultancy projects, including documentation of artwork with special reference to floral designs in Harmandir Sahib. He also drafted the building bylaws for the facade project in the walled city of Amritsar. Presently working as an architectural conservation expert in UNESCO's joint project. The project is the integrated site management planning and capacity development for sustainable tourism development of selected 6 sites in Punjab, Pakistan, with University of Art and Culture, Lahore, and the Italian Institute. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Balwinder Singh. I'm so proud and I'm so honored to read your biodata and curriculum vitae. And it will be honor for all of us who have joined this meeting today to listen to your talk and learn more about the conservation and our history. Over to you, Professor Balwinder Singh.
Thank you very much. I am continuing from the 12th slide. Professor Mishra, please, 12th slide, because I don't want to waste time on the previous 11th slide, which I have already spoken on that day. Yes. Yes, that's all. Now, these I left. Actually, I discussed this slide also because, like the doctor diagnoses a patient, and accordingly he suggests any medicine. So similarly, we have to diagnose building, and only then we can suggest that what medicine is required. Medicine can be preservation, medicine can be restoration, medicine can be repointing. So these are different medicines. So next, please. Yeah, I was in Turin and I found that, sometimes the roof is damaged and the ceiling of that roof is damaged in one of the buildings, and the frescoes were decaying. So what they did next, please, they removed those frescoes with this technique, and again the base was strengthened, and then they again fixed the frescoes on the same ceiling. Next, please. This is another method of cleansing. Like this is a concrete building in Amritsar, and the person was deputed. There are many methods of cleansing. We can use plain water, we can use brush, hard brush, we can use chemicals, we can use, this is being used jute. And you can see, I will just narrate that the life importance of the life of a person who is working as a laborer, for cleansing the building. He is cleansing the fourth floor of the building from inside. Next, please. You just see that this fellow who was cleansing, now he is taking some rest, and four persons are there to for his safety, because they are holding this ladder, and he was hanging himself inside for cleansing the building. So by chance, if one of them is negligible, so that fellow can lose his life. Now next, please. This is cleansing in Torino. I was going for the conference in the morning. I used to go to walk to the conference site, and they were cleansing with high pressure water the concrete bridge, and the I saw the whole safety they have provided to the person who was cleansing, completely covered. Next, please. Yeah, this is rest. When scaffolding is very important in for high-rise buildings, and this is a building where you can see the scaffolding has been. All this is scaffolding. And next, please. This is our library building. You can see the value of human being. This is scaffolding. And if life is not very precious for countries like ours. Next, please. So identification of heritage raises certain questions. How to identify this heritage? Who will do the job? Do we have technical expertise for doing this job? Do we have legislative support? From where to get the financial support? These questions are very important if we want to go for conservation of our heritage. Next, please. Now, I've been to Pakistan about 10, 12 times, and I've seen the various cities, but I'm more concentrating on Lahore. Amritsar and Lahore, these are two twin towns, very important cities of Sikh Raj. Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Sikh ruler who ruled from 1802 to 1849. He died in 1839, and the Britishers never dared to enter in Punjab during his uh, lifetime. They came only after his death, with cheating and other politics. Next, please. Yeah, these are two important cities. They're very close. Amritsar and Lahore. It is only from my home in Amritsar, 23 kilometers border, and then 23 kilometers Lahore. Next, you can see walled city of Lahore, walled city of Amritsar, and walled city of Lahore. Next, please. So Shere Punjab Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he was, this is in Lahore Museum, the fort where his statue is placed, and this is in Amritsar, his statue is placed near Golden Temple recently. Next. So this is that river, this is that river, Satluj, and on this side was Sikh Raj, and the other side was Britishers. So Akal Sahai Sarkar-e Khalsa, this was the symbol of his Raj. It is this flag is still there. I have clicked this myself while going there. It is near Chandigarh. Next, please. Now, Amritsar and Lahore, they are very much closely related. Professor Shaukat will agree with me, because he is very much from Lahore. So, wall and gates broken, dilapidated. Some are having original shape. Mixed land use, both, mixed land use all the time active. It's very useful. Life is there. Snatching and all these acting cannot happen over there. Katras lively, then Mohallas intimate, Kuchas we feeling, spiritual, yes, both are spiritual. Streets narrow zigzag, bazaars full of life. Scale pedestrian and human. But now people don't have habit of walking, so they have scooters and have entered in all these streets. Next, please. Language very sweet, whether it is Urdu or whether it is Punjabi. Lifestyle very simple. Hospitality great. You go to Lahore. I have been to Lahore many times, and I have a friend, Naeem Tahir. He is great actor and he's great personality of Pakistan administration. He was there, and they took me to near recently, in 2018. They took me to Haveli, newly restored area near the fort. Beautiful, food street. So I still remember the food which they treated me, served me excellent. Hospitality is excellent in both sides. Eating habits not so good. So they also are taking lot of lassi with milk and with butter and malai and getting the problem of heart. Same is the case over here. Faith in God, remarkable. Cleanliness, not much care. In the walled city, whether it is Amritsar or it is Lahore, it is not much clean, but New Lahore is beautiful. Similarly, New Amritsar is beautiful. Encroachments everywhere. Change of land use, too much. Violations extensive. So the area of Amritsar, walled city is 340 hectares and Lahore is 256 hectares. Next. This is Amritsar. Well, initial, this was the period of Ranjit Singh. This is Ramba Garden. This is Govindgarh Fort, and this is Walled City. Next. This is, I just want to briefly explain that these blue lines are indicating the bazaars. There used to be 24 bazaars, specialized markets. Each were having, like, if you go to Guru Bazaar, it is gold market. You go to Chude Wala Bazaar, you will find bangles everywhere. Papada Wala Bazaar. So, very specialized. And ground floor was commercial, upper floor was residential. So all the time you will find life is there. And these are the water bodies, religious rovers. And actually, yeah, next, okay. So this is the landmark, around which the city dwelt, Golden Temple. Next, from other angle. Next, at the festive occasion, two occasions are very important: Guru Ramdas' birthday and Diwali. Next, please. Yes, the Britishers, they constructed clock tower. They left their imprints everywhere. Even in Pakistan, Lahore, you will find their imprints. So there is a very good book by Saida Vandal and Parvez Vandal, Lahore, Raj and Pairam Singh. If you can get that book, beautifully written, and you will see that how they were smart and they wanted to impose their architecture elements in the cities. So they constructed this clock tower just near the golden entrance of the Golden Temple. And even Lord Curzon, when came, he showed this player, and ultimately it was demolished. It is like this now. Next, please. So these are the various artworks in the Golden Temple itself. This is, frescoes. Fresco was used to be done wet lime, and the amount of lime which was wet, only that will be covered. It may take 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Time is not important for them, because if it's dry, you can't draw frescoes on that. So these are the frescoes. This is the tukdi work where ceiling of the main Harmandir Sahib. This is another Gach work part. Prayer is written, and these are the patterns on the roof of the main shrine. Beautiful, work done. Next. So there's a great plaza created in front of Harmandir Sahib. I am very much critical about this. If those who wanted to know about this, I have 40 minutes recording by New York Radio 84. I am very much critical about this because they have the spirit of place has been lost. Because when people used to come to this place, they will narrow the lanes and then they will enter inside very beautiful open golden temple spiritual place. But now it has become a recreation like place. I am very much critical about this. This is against the basic principles of conservation. Next, please. This is another historic temple, Durgyana Mandir. So we must respect all religions. So this is also very famous temple of 1920s. Same design, water body and like of that golden temple. Next, please. St. Paul's Church. Britishers have left, but their churches are still there. Now, this is very interesting. There is a cemetery where I visited near it is not very far away from my home, about 5-6 kilometers, a very crowded area. And I saw this, somebody's, cemetery, and I was shocked. It was completely, in a very neglected state. So I tried to write to the British Council also that let us preserve this whole area. It might be about 1 or 2 acres with so many cemeteries. Next, please. This is mosque in Haljar, well attended by the community. You can see the children are studying here, sitting. Next. Land use patterns and nomenclature of streets. This was part of my PhD. Next. What is the problem in old historic towns? Same, whether it is Amritsar or Lahore, commercial area, invasion of commercial forces. So all residential are being converted into commercial, and the intangible heritage we are losing. And disaster management, there is completely lack of disaster management. So I think I have suggested to the administration also that we should stop freeze land use control, especially in the vicinity of the Golden Temple area. Next, please. Another very interesting finding, nomenclature of streets. All these streets were having different names on the caste, profession, nature, etc. Next, please. Street patterns in the walled city. Next, please. So these are different: rectangular street pattern, raised street pattern. Next. Irregular street pattern, combined street pattern. So these are different street patterns which are available in the walled city. These have their own benefits. And the old city, now the trend is changing. Marriage place used to take place within the streets, like some marriage is taking place. I clicked all these photographs. Next, please. Social interaction. Even today, you will find people are playing cards in the old city. Next. And sitting on the thadas of the houses. This is intangible heritage, which is not you will find in the modern flat system. And people are becoming, little bit away from each other. Charles Hutton Cooley gave the concept of we feeling, which is now you can't see in these areas. Next, please. Plan showing the location of wells is another important. I was wherever I went, I was comparing my city with that city. I was in Venice and I saw surprising open space. And Helen Meller was professor of Nottingham University. She might have visited some old city and narrow lanes. Immediately you'll find open space. So she termed it as surprising open space. So there are so many surprising open spaces and wells. The source of water was well in the walled city of Amritsar. And in 1905, Britishers dug 40 wells outside the walled city, and the supply of water supply started from those wells. But now we have got water tube wells, but still there are many wells, and people are throwing. Sometimes people started throwing garbage near those wells. So people are very smart. They have put photo of some Bhagwan, Krishna Maharaj, like that. So people stop throwing garbage. So point is that we must protect these wells. They can show the history of the city. Next. Yeah, this is very important well. Bhai Veer Singh was the great poet of Punjab. This was his house, which was completely changed. But this well is from where he used to get water. You can see the small bricks is yet there. So I am trying to get it preserved. from the local administration. Next, please. Yeah, this is very important place, Jallianwala Bagh. You know, before 1980, this was the entry from where Michael O'Dwyer took his army and killed, massacred many people. And before 1988, this was the entry. With red color, it was written Jallianwala Bagh, which was symbolic of blood. But in after 1988, they removed that entry. Next. Now they have done this. So, you know, I told that on that day, some foreigner visited India, and before leaving, he said every time is four observations, three observations. Every time is tea time. Everybody is doctor, and India is a big Latin. So I added the fourth. Everybody is expert. So everybody is expert. So they use small bricks and they deface the entry of the garden. Next. Now they have completely disturbed this area. Next, just see. This is the old. They have defaced this one. This is the old. This is the narrow entry. Next, this has become a recreation place. I don't get that feeling. You know, when you go there, you feel that what happened, how people were killed without any cause of their, without any fault of theirs. And but now you find people are taking selfies, singing, dancing, as if it is not a that you don't. We have lost the spirit of that place. Next, and you can see at that narrow entry they place these statues. Why these statues? They are not required. And you can see somebody is relaxing. So this is not a relaxing place. Next. So this, you know, there was bungas. Bungas were centers of rest houses. So there were 84 bungas all around the Harmandir Sahib, because all the Sikh rulers, different rulers, they used to come to Golden Temple on those two occasions, and they can stay in their house. So this bunga Gyani San Singh was very important person in Ranjit Singh's Darbar, and I have to took they demolished it in 1995, and it's beautiful. Next. And you can see this is Bazaar Mai Seva, and this is Akhada. There used to be Akhadas also, centers of learning, Chitta Akhada. And I please go back. Last slide, please. Last slide. Last, yes. So, please don't go. I will say next only, then go. So you can see this is the Chitta Akhada, and they demolished, and they didn't go to see the archaeology of that area, that what was beneath, and instead next they created open space. Amjad Bakumul in his book Introduction to Islamic Architecture said that we should not leave such places as open spaces or green parks. So you can see this is the same akhada, and recently they have completely destroyed this also. Next, please. You can see this. So next, this is Ramgarhia Bunge. You know, when Maharaja Ranjit Singh was before Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Sikh missiles were there. So this was the very strong, you know, those who went and put the flag in the Lal Killa of Delhi also, just as in Ramgarhia. This was his memory. Next. Yeah, these are those watchtowers. From there, they can see the Mughals are coming, attacking the city. So they constructed. There were so many bungas, but only these two bunga. This bunga was Ramgarhia bunga. This is Ramgarhia bunga, and these were two towers so that they can watch while enemy is coming, and so that they can be ready. Next. Akhadas were centers of learning, as I mentioned. There were 12 akhadas, and this is Akhada Balanand. I will prove that why I am saying that these were centers of learning. Next. Yeah, you can see the fresco inside. So they were centers of learning. This is the only proof which is vanishing. Next. Next, please. Yeah, this is the army of Ranjit Singh. Again, this fresco is in the same akhada. Next, please. This is Town Hall School of 1856. So very historic school, but you know, for creating parking for the tourist Golden Temple, they have demolished this and created a very rusty, building. Next. This is, I didn't like this. I wrote a lot against this, but I couldn't. But now they have camouflaged it. Next. Yeah, they have camouflaged like this. So this is actually parking for Golden Temple. Next. This is the Heritage Street. Now at least tourists can walk. There is no fear of any rickshaw or scooter coming behind. It is completely pedestrianized, Heritage Street. Next. They have, there was another project, facade project, where all the names written properly, and the government has done all this work all over. This is leading to Golden Temple, and this is going towards. This is all walled city. Next, this is that project. This is from here. Parking was here. This is Ranjit Singh statue. This is Dharam Singh Market, and this is Jallianwala Bagh somewhere here, and this is Golden Temple. Next. Yeah, Hal Bazaar, main bazaar, like in the Lahore bazaars. So these type of structures, they are being replaced like this. Next. We don't have any concept of listed buildings yet in this city. Next, please. Yeah, I'm just showing that this is old buildings in the walled city. This is also walled city. Next. Dilapidated historic building. Next. Town hall. This was the Britishers created this town hall, and it was in a very bad condition. Next, you can just see this was a police station, but now it has been restored in a very nice way, and it has been converted into partition museum. Next, partition museum, that is partition of 1947, when millions people died and suffered due to the both sides. Both sufferers were from Punjab, whether it is Pakistan Punjab or whether it is Indian Punjab. Next, please. So this is beautiful now. Now it has become a food street. No vehicle is allowed here now. Latest picture I have not put here. Next, please. Yeah, gates. Lahore were having 13 gates. Amritsar was also having 13 gates. This is the western side where Britishers demolished and created their own architecture style. Next. And one of our commissioner, corporation came, he colored that gate to this color. So I was shocked to see this, and then called him, why have you colored this? He said, I liked it. I said, you colored Khasa College building also if you like it. It is not like that. We have to follow certain guidelines, and only then we should go for that. We should not change the color texture of any building. Next, please. But in our system, rule number 1, your boss is always right. Rule number 2, if he's wrong, see rule number 1. So we have to change this attitude. Yes. Yeah, this is beautiful. Shalamar Bagh, Lahore. Similarly, on the same pattern, this was the garden of Rambagh in Amritsar. Maharaj Ranjit Singh didn't name any place on his name. He was always giving name of gurus. Guru Ramdas was the 4th guru who founded the city of Amritsar, and he named Rambagh on that name. It is still beautiful garden. No doubt that certain changes have been made, but still it has got that sanctity. This building is there. This Jodi Rambagh is there. These burjis, 4 burjis are there. This is also there. This is recently restored. We tried our best to get it restored. We wrote in newspapers. I wrote to the ministers, and ultimately it has recently, last year, it was restored. Next, please. This was the, Britishers, this was original garden, you can see. This inside. But Britishers extended it towards Mall Road, towards Malviya Road. They destroyed the originality of this garden and created few clubs inside it. Next. And some of our professionals, so-called architects who are not having any knowledge about conservation, so they created this wall all around that garden, whereas it was never required. Actually, the Britishers were very smart. They were having 2 feet wall of stones and then railing so that one can see the garden inside. But this was the wall created by our architects who considered themselves to be very intelligent architects. Like Bernard Friedan said, architect must surrender his imagination in conservation. Next. So this is the that building in Rambagh Garden, which was in a very poor condition, and archaeological department Punjab level, Department of Culture and Museum Archaeology, they did this is how to mix lime with machine, and they restored this in a very nice way. Next, you will see. Yeah, this is the building which they have restored now. Next, this is Govindgarh Fort, an artist's view. There was a lake, big lake also once upon a time, but no, you don't find any lake now. Next, this is the entry gate of that. There are three gates, three bridges. So security was there so that Ranjit Singh was and Britishers were having, they never fought. Sometimes I feel that Maharaj Ranjit Singh should have took challenge and fought with them, and ultimately Punjab आज भी आजाद ही होना सीगा शायद. Anyway, next please. This is that fort inside the palace of Maharaj Ranjit Singh. Next, it has been restored. This is the way how to mix the lime. This was restored in a very technical way. Lime and that surti, how to mix and then how to use that. Next please. This is the beautiful building, Khalsa College building, and the designed by Pai Ram Singh, who was fourth principal, National College of Arts, now known as, earlier it was New School of Arts. And I love this building. Actually, I have complete presentation of on each and every photo which I am showing you here. So I'm not showing many photographs of Khalsa College, just showing you this one photograph. So I love this building. Next. Yeah, this is the DC office, old DC office, and they have constructed new building. No harmony with the traditions. Next. Yeah, when Maharaj Singh, Maharaj Singh Raj completed 1849, Britishers entered in Punjab. And I found these bricks from a building, Tehsil building, which was constructed in 1856. And I found this symbol of Khanda. Khanda is symbol of purity. So, impact of Sikh Raj was so much that somebody, who was having honor of Big Lin, he put instead of putting his name, people write B.S., PBT. So he just put Khanda. You can see the impact of Sikh Raj on the minds of the people immediately, even after the finish of that Raj. Next, please. This is my collection, small collection I have in my home. This is very interesting. This one piece is so many pieces are made with that perforated sheet, jali. And this is interesting. You can Sham Singh Atari. Another soldier of Ranjit Singh's army was there, Sham Singh Atari. So his house, I brought this. So from inside you can see, but from outside you can't see. Next, please. Lahore. Next. Darbar Shahi Killa. When I visited this place, I was feeling proud that our Sikh Raj was once very popular. There was no death sentence during Ranjit Singh's Raj, and maximum Muslims were in his Raj. Hindus, Muslims, French army was French soldiers were there. Next, please. Next. These are the patterns restored, very nicely restored in the fort. Next. These steps, just see small bits, so they are using. This shows the patience and the craftsman skills of the persons. Next, please. These needs restoration. Yeah, again in the, I was shocked to see this is the, Pakistan Archaeology Department's Institute of Archaeology. So in the fort, when I saw this additional building, I was shocked why they have done like this. And completely different. They should have used the same techniques, at least within the fort itself, if they are using. And secondly, in all historic buildings, the enemies are pigeons and plants. So this is a plant which has grown on this building. Nobody is bothering. Regular inspection is required. Next, but now in the fort area, Aga Khan Foundation is doing excellent work. I remember in 2018 when I visited, I was impressed by the Aga Khan Foundation. To see the work they are doing in the fort area. So this is the fifth Guru Arjan Sahib. He was tortured by Jahangir, This was their place, and Maharaj Ranjit Singh can see this place from his fort. But no, they have the management Waqf board. They are also responsible for damaging the environment of that areas. So they have created this RCC structures all around. I think we should not go for this type of development. But I don't know. Everywhere there we are expanding and expanding without by disturbing the original character of that area. Next, please. This is a very important place. Guru Sahib this was Ravi has changed its course now. Ravi used to flow from near the fort. So Guruji were sent after torture. He was thrown in this river. But even the even the Gurdwara people don't know about the relevance of this place. So I clicked photographs and I put in my book. My book is Splendid Artworks in Historic Six Shrines of India and Pakistan Conservation Perspective, where I have shown that we must give respect to this place as this is a very sacred place. Next, please. This is the fate of frescoes in that Gurdwara. Next, please. Dera Sahib Gurdwara. This is Wazir Khan Masjid, Wazir Khan in the walled city. Beautiful work done over there. Next. And in the world, you can see same thing is happening in walled city Amritsar as well as in the walled city of Lahore. Next. This is that mosque inside the mosque, very well visited by the people, and still it is maintained. Next, decorative ornamentation work. Next, door you can see. Still we find such doors in the walled city, both the walled cities. Next, please. Yeah, this is again that minaret of Wazir Khan's mosque. Next, just see, very poor condition. So they need, I think both the countries should go for concept of listed building. We have our legislation based on England, and England has got uh, conservation areas and listed buildings act. So we can have all the same act and we can go for enforcement. Sometimes we feel that we have got number of legislation, but unfortunately enforcement is very poor. This is the one of the major reason I feel. Next, please. Bazaars in Lahore, same like Amritsar. Next, please. Next, next, next. So I visited Shalamar Bagh. And they said you have to pay ticket. I said I am not a foreigner. I never feel like foreigner. Whenever I go to Pakistan, I feel my parents were from Gujranwala. So they said no, you are a foreigner. I said okay. I paid for ticket and then I entered inside. Next, and I was shocked to see just this is restored and just see this is restored and this is not, and maintenance is required. Again, it is World Heritage Site. When I saw this attitude of the authorities, I wrote to the World Heritage Committee also and send the photographs so that they can, go and instruct them that otherwise, once you don't go for proper maintenance, that building can be delisted. Next, please. The Lincoln Market. This was very well restored by my friend Sajad Kosar, who was in my course in England. Next. General Post Office. Next. Now you will find good condition building of, although they are of British period, but they are very well maintained. Next, please. Next, please. Town Hall. Next. Quickly, National College of Arts by Ram Singh's. I am thankful to Professor Saida and Pervez Vandal because I had taken these photographs from their presentation. They're a very good friend of mine. I must acknowledge them. Next, please. Next, Punjab University. Next. 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 Next, Atkinson College. This is all contribution of Ram Singh. Next. Next. Government College building. I don't know why they have put red color on the low. This red color, I don't like this. This is again, this is not harmony with the traditional. Next, please. Next, next, next. So I just wanted to show this Mall Road because in Amritsar, when I see Mall Road completely destroyed, we have destroyed. We have changed the land use and commercial activities have entered there, but Lahore Mall Road is still intact. Next, this is Guru Nanak Sahib spent last 17 years, last of his 17 years of age, in Kartarpur Sahib. And I remember I went there and clicked the documentation of the whole shrine. And next, but with this, I know they have done from their side they have done excellent. But to me, it seems we have essence lost of that area. We should not play with like that, the simplicity of Guru Nanak completely lost here. Next, please. Yeah, this is the students, faculty of UMT Lahore, and this is Delhi Gate. And next, please, well preserved. So, conclusions: use of latest technology is required. Natural pigments and traditional materials are required. Documentation center is very necessary. Traditional craftspersons must be honored. Involvement of stakeholders is very important. Now, I will show you some slides with the help of depicting these things which I am saying in the conclusion. Next, please. So this is in France. Professor Agil, he has designed a software. You can put that software in your click the photographs of frescoes and then put in the your computer and measure each and every detail. Next, Getty conservation. Next. Yeah, this is the machine, like in Golden Temple, they have put air conditioners which are harmful for the frescoes. So this is humidity control device. You put this is designed by Getty Conservation Institute, and you can put this device, it will suck humidity and coolness will be there, and the frescoes will not be destroyed. Next, not be damaged. Next. This is fair, ACs in one of the 6 shrines. Next, please. Next. These are techniques with which you can see measure all the details of frescoes, colors. Next, next, next. Yeah, these are the flowers, natural pigments from flowers, from stones. They make colors in Getty Institute. Next, Professor Mike Brackle. These are the various colors. Next, dyes. Next, natural dyes. So they have documentation center also. So we must have documentation center where we can document each and everything and do properly research, and then what is damaging, what is harmful. So we can modify and update everything. Next, please. So craftsmen must be honored. So I was given chance, in Amritsar, the deputy minister said, "You do whatever you want." So Heritage Festival, these are one generation, one, two, three. They were one generation doing making nagmanis. Nagmani is the instrument which is being used in his Hindu temples, and Natsanga is the instrument which is being used in Sikh temples, Gurdwaras. Before Guru Granth Sahib, they Bigul which is used. Next, please. Just see, they were honored. They're one family, great grandfather, grandfather, father, son. So they are doing that business. So we must respect these people. You can see the happiness on their faces when they were honored. Next. So we must involve stakeholders. So under Amritsar Smart City, I tried my best to involve stakeholders for various projects. Next, please. I think that's. Thank you very much. Future is, I took this photograph long ago. Future seems to, like dark, but I am always, I say, I am hopeful. Thank you very much.
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा सर. Sir, nice to Nice to see all these slides, sir. Very good.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Sir, one question I will put.
Yes,
Uh,
please.
what about the Lahori bricks use and its history? Because Lahori bricks are very important
Yes,
as far as the architecture are concerned. Because
yes.
I have seen my childhood. So please.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, we call them Nanak Shahi bricks.
Oh,
Yeah. So we have, no, now what is happening? Now trend is different. Now
oh,
people are using those Nanak Shahi. Earlier they were just lying without, some building is demolished, they are throwing. But now
oh,
the price of that brick has increased from nothing to 18 rupees one brick. So now people
oh,
are using those bricks in the facade of their houses, which I don't support. Like in Jallianwala Bagh, they also use the same thing. So we,
Can
we should.
I interject at this point and
Yes,
do my
yes, yes,
duty of
yes,
thanking Professor Balinder Singh for delivering
yes, please.
such a nice lecture. But
Yes,
I
please.
could feel from the lecture and the slide he showed us that he had to run quickly through those slides and through his lecture because the time was short and he has plenty of material to deliver. Nevertheless, I think we have learned a lot, and particularly the points which I have noted are that the conservation process or projects which are handed over to the conservationists are not properly being done.
Hmm.
At most of the time, they are being done by quacks and
Bilkul.
mysteries, not the
Hmm.
professionals. And even if there are architects involved, we
Hmm.
must remember that every architect is not a conservationist.
Bilkul.
Conservation is a complex job and it depends on the team of workers, not just
Hmm.
one person.
Hmm.
And that point is always missing, whether it is being done in Pakistan or I think also in India. The teamwork is missing, and the architect alone thinks that he is everything, which is not correct. Also, we very often we forget that whatever we do, it should be reversible. We shouldn't destroy the actual spirit of the building or the monument. So most of in our cases, most of the time, the things are not reversible. I am also glad to see one of my friends, Dr. Rifat Dar, who is the leading researcher at the Lahore College for Women University, and she is head of department there. And lot many students are doing research under her supervision. And the best thing is she's daughter of Dr. Saifur Mandar, who was also director of the Lahore Museum for a very very long time. So I often say that great son, great daughter of a great teacher and great professional. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Glad,
Thank you, sir.
well,
Thank you.
glad to see you here. And finally, once again, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Balwinder Singh, for a very illuminating talk and very illustrative. And I think I have learned a lot from it. And also, all those who are interested in conservation and all those who are interested in history, they have learned a lot from this. The only point of which I missed was that you never referred to Nanakshay bricks during the course of your lecture. As I was just going to ask you, why did you miss that point?
I have
But
shown
then I
in
have
my
a small
collection.
question. I
In
have a
my
small
collection.
question. I have a
In
small question that the Nanakshay brick is almost the same brick which the Mughals were using.
No, no,
But
no,
why?
no,
Why
no, no,
did
no,
they?
no, no,
Where
no,
is the
no,
difference? Where is the
no.
difference? Please
There
tell
is
us.
difference.
Please
There is
tell us the
difference.
difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, I have collection of Mughal period bricks also. Their size was quite big. Sarai Amanat Khan, Sarai Amanat Khan. I studied some sarais from Lahore to Calcutta. There are sarais, and Sarai Amanat Khan falls about 30 kilometers from Amritsar. So it's the living sarai, and I went there. I took some bricks, and then I went to there is another place in Amritsar near Golden Temple, Baba Atal building, and they were demolishing that building. I found some bricks over there. So then I go into depth and found that the Mughal period bricks were quite big size. There were three sizes, but Nanak Shahi bricks are always of one size, that is small size. And one of the size of Mughal brick was the smallest size was of the same as that of Nanak Shahi brick.
I see, but I of course I know I noticed in the Shekhupura fort sometime when they are making a chajja with these bricks could be as long as 1 foot or maybe more than that for the sake of
Yes,
chajja.
yeah, Mughal period bricks were.
There's a lot of variety, no doubt. There's a lot of variety in the Mughal bricks. Thank you very much once again. And the house is open to the other participant if they have any question to ask Professor Balwinder Singh. Please join. Any questions?
Actually, the presentation was so fascinating and so interesting that we have, I mean, until the mesmerizing effects of those slides, I mean, there is no, I mean, comparison between the Amritsar and the Lahore. We have always been fallen in love with these two cities. So we are just, I mean,
Me
I'm just
too.
fascinating under the fascination of your slides. So
Thank you.
maybe a little later the question may comes, but
I,
still the presentation was very.
Madam Rifat, I have been to University of Management Technology and then another university in Archaeological Planning Department. I delivered lectures, and next time when I come, I will definitely call you.
Yes, please. I will chase you whenever I will find you in Lahore. So you just
Definitely,
you're promising that you will deliver some useful
definitely,
talk at our university. Our
definitely,
administration would be happy to welcome you.
That's right,
definitely,
I think. And
definitely.
if he is in Lahore, we can also invite him to come to the Punjab University and speak to our students as well, particularly
Three,
on the aspect
three
of history.
universities. In three universities, I've already spoken, and Professor Saida Vandal, they are very good friend of mine. So
Yeah,
they wanted me to stay with them only,
no,
and
that's very kind of them. They are very good
uh,
hosts, I think. I mean, you must have enjoyed staying with them. They both are very
definitely ਲਾਹੌਰ
scholarly people,
ਲਾਹੌਰ
both of them.
ਲਾਹੌਰ whenever I ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਬੋਲਾਂਗਾ 2 ਮਿੰਟ
सही है.
ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਬੜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਇਆ ਵਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਇਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੈਰੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਾਓ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਥਾਣੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਪ੍ਰਿਆਲੀਨ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਗੇ ਸ਼ੀ ਇਜ਼ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਆਫ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਨ ਐਸਪੀਏ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਫੋਰਨ ਰਜਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਫੋਰਨਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਆ ਤੂੰ ਹੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਉਹ ਬੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅਜੀਬ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਲੱਗੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਮੈਡਮ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਖਲੋ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਰਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਪਰਦਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਬੜਾ ਗੰਦਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਲਚਰ ਵੀ ਉਹੀ ਹੈ
सही है.
ਬਟ
I
ਆਈ ਐਵਰੀ ਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਇੰਜੋਇਡ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਅਨਾਰਕਲੀ ਬਾਜ਼ਾਰ 'ਚ ਘੁੰਮਦਾ ਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਫੋਟੋ ਖਿਚਾਣੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ ਥੋੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾਂ
नहीं पर पता नहीं तुझे महसूस किया होना है मैं महसूस करना कि इंडिया तो कोई भी आ जाए तो लोग बड़े खुश होना खुश कहोगे मिलते हैं लेकिन
ਬੜਾ
कोई
ਪਿਆਰ
सिख आ
ਕਰਦੇ
जाए
ਨੇ
लेकिन अगर
ਬੜਾ
कोई सिख आ जाए तो और ज्यादा खुश होंगे
ਬੜਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੰਨਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਬਟਾਬਾਦ ਤੱਕ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਅਲੀ ਸੀ ਐਬਟਾਬਾਦ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਇੰਜੀਨੀਅਰਿੰਗ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਘੁੰਮਦੇ ਪਏ ਇੱਕ ਲੇਡੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਮੇਰੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ आपके पास बिंदी है तो मेरी वाइफ को बिंदियां बाई चांस ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਰਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਉਹਲੇ ਕਹਿ ਲੋ ਜੀ ਬੜੇ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੋਏ ਹੋ ਬੜਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਮਹਿਮਾਨ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਵਰਡ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਹਿਮਾਨ ਹੋ ਬੜਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਰੂਹ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਵਾਂ
सही है. चलो जी बड़ा अच्छा लगा सर ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲੈਕਚਰ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਬੜਾ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਆਇਆ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੋਰ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਆਇਆ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੀ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਆਇਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਈਸਿੰਗ ਔਨ ਦਾ ਕੇਕ ਹੋਵੇ ਬੜੀ ਬੜੀ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਇਜ਼ देयर anyone else asking question anybody
questions suggestions anything suggestions are always welcome
yeah
I am very thankful to Professor Mishra because ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਪੇਨ ਲਈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੈਜੈਂਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬੜੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ I am happy
Naji Mishra sir has done a wonderful job in controlling everything and he was sitting all the time from morning to evening he was there and conducting
very
all the
dedicated
process.
person
He has
God
worked very
bless him
diligently, very diligently worked. He worked and he managed everything very well.
Very
Dr. Mishra, please kindly come with some concluding remarks. And thank you very much from my side. Thank you very much for Wilder Singh Saab. You have done a wonderful job and may Allah bless you more courage to continue with such processes and some projects in the future also.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Balwinder Singh Saab, given a nice talk in this webinar series and with a very good photograph of Amritsar and Lahore. डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर शौकत महमूद साहब, आपने हमारे इस वेबिनार में समय दिया और काफ़ी हमको अच्छा लगा कि आपने बड़े अच्छे ढंग से दोनों ही दिन हमें यहाँ पर अपना जो समय दिया है वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण था। और निश्चित रूप से हमारे जो ऑडियंस हैं, आप दोनों शख्सियत को सुन करके और आपके व्यूज़ को जो आपने दिए हैं, ये उनके लिए लाभदायक होंगे। ये हमने यहाँ पर रिकॉर्ड भी किया है, पूरा जो सेशन हुआ है वो सभी सेशंस को हमने रिकॉर्ड किया है, जिसको हम गूगल में शेयर कर रहे हैं। और यहाँ के इंस्टीट्यूट्स को भी हम दे रहे हैं, ग्रुप में भी दे रहे हैं, जहाँ से लोग हमारे ग्रुप में जो इस वेबिनार ग्रुप में जुड़े हुए हैं विभिन्न देशों के लोग, उनको भी ये मिल रहे हैं। तो ये पूरे चर्चा और इस वेबिनार का जो रिकॉर्डिंग है उसका लाभ आगे भी स्टूडेंट्स और सभी रिसर्चर्स को मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आप दोनों वरिष्ठ जनों दोनों लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे इस इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से, हमारे हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की ओर से और हमारी कंट्री की ओर से। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Ji. Thank you very much. And there's small information also. This lecture I delivered day before yesterday on the eschatology of Islamic architecture. That is already available on the YouTube. One of my students has done that and is available on YouTube. Thank you very much once again, Professor Mishra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, next very important talk, our chairperson, Professor Dr. Vasant Sindhi, Professor of Archaeology, former Vice Chancellor, Deccan PG College and Research, Deemed University, Pune, India. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Rifat Saib Dar, Director, Research Center and Design, Institute of Design and Visual Arts, Lahore College for Women, University, Lahore, Pakistan. Welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you.
I am requesting to Professor Basant Sinde, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker.
Thank you very much. Namaste to all. First, I would like to thank Dr. Mishra, because Dr. Mishra is instrumental in getting the eminent scholars from South Asia on one platform. And all of us are aware that we are talking about the shared cultural heritage. Most of the countries in South Asia, they have almost common heritage. And we have been hearing about the various facets of the South Asian maybe heritage, history, etc. So we are thankful to him. And today we have a special guest, in fact, Professor Rifat Saib Dar, and she is from, as Mishra just mentioned, that she is a director of Research Center and Design, Institute of Design and Visual Arts, Lahore College for Women University. And she will be talking on a very important topic, ancient Harappa in a state of modernity, a new appreciation for the two ancient cities of Indus Valley civilization. Friends, all of you are aware about the importance of the Harappan or the Indus civilization, and we have been researching on these for last 100 years. In fact, we have already crossed 100 years, and various facets of the Harappan culture have been brought forth. So we know, maybe their lifestyle, the type of architecture they have developed and all this. So I think we are going to get some different view, in fact, from Professor Rifat Saib Dar. I still recall, in fact, I visited Lahore in 2012, and I know Professor Dar. In fact, he has done tremendous work, and I'm happy that Rifaji is daughter of Dr. Dar. And certain, before I take maybe towards the end, maybe I'll give my comments. But let's hear, listen to Dr. Dar, please, Professor Dar.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy that I'm presenting my talk to such a splendid audience, and feeling great player as well that I have listened to all diversified topics which we have been presented through this international webinar. And I, by introduction of Professor Sindhe Sahab and Professor Dr. Shaukat Mahmood, I feel now very stressed that how I could meet the expectations of you, which has been established by my father, Dr. Dar. But I will try my best. But I must also tell all of you that I am an art historian, but being brought up among the archaeology family, I always try to bridge the gap between the fine arts and archaeology. How far I am successful, time will tell, or you people will suggest. But I am not stopping myself to talk on archaeology. But as Professor Sindesab just mentioned that studies on the archaeology of Harappa or Indus Valley civilization has been taken almost a century. So there are no stopping of topics or discussion on the archaeology of Indus Valley. This is a very, favorite topic, especially for the art historians and especially for myself, who's been into the teaching for more than 25 years. But I could not stop myself for stressing on my students to study deeply, in depth on the South Asian studies, especially the Indus Valley civilization, because I feel that how important this subject is. This is the topic, this is the subject which make us closer to the people of subcontinent. We feel proud to be the owner of this civilization. And that is why I feel myself responsible for always choose to speak whenever I get the opportunity to talk in the conferences or in the seminars, that to bring more stress to the young generation that this topic is very important to study in depth. So it also feel a great player that if I am talking, if I am presenting my this subject to you people, because I feel that we, the people living in this continent, are the true custodians and are responsible to keep the legacy of Indus Valley civilization and its cultural heritage to move on. So I must congratulate and I must acknowledge the true contribution of Mishra Sahab and his administration, that he has invited me and given me this opportunity to pay my contribution for enlivening this cultural heritage of Indus Valley civilization. And I also must say that we as the people of belong to archaeology or the art history, that we should always promote the studies of Indus Valley culture and heritage. So the young generation should also be ready to accept the responsibility that they should feel that they are the next generation who are going to be the custodians of this cultural heritage. Um, so my talk would provide you a brief view of a social theory which reveals that how and why ancient societies come to be formed into a civilization, change into a civilization, developed over the time, and then disappeared. Hence, I am trying to appreciate the ancient Harappa city as a living city as compared to Mohenjo-daro. However, the stress will be given only to the two cities, as the slide is in front of you, and you can see the vast extended region of Indus Valley civilization. Uh, how far it has been extended in the entire subcontinent, and even it has been extended outside this continent. But my focus of this talk will be only to the two cities, that is Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. And while making comparison between the two is for the question that which city among the two maintains the legacy and living culture heritage of the ancient period of this land. So the presentation aims to show the state of modernity of ancient Harappa as a living city. Main argument of this talk will be that the Harappa as ancient city is better to study in depth as compared to Mohenjo-daro. So the focus is determined. So the audience may not be confused that why the comparison is not made for the other entire civilization or other cities lying on the Indus Basin. So I continue that as we know that both cities has come from the ancient time period of the Indus Valley civilization, and the beginning of urbanization in the subcontinent is deeply associated with these two cities. Harappa takes its lead from Mohenjo-daro in multiple ways. This city is lived in different eras even before the beginning of Indus Valley civilization. Modern Harappa village is living on an ancient mound and maintains the legacy and living cultural heritage of the ancient period of this land. Therefore, Mohenjo-daro reveals no such traces of any ancient city before and after the establishment of this city. I have tried to establish my viewpoint based purely upon the archaeological findings, discoveries, scientific studies, and analysis of the total picture of the civilization. But I must apologize beforehand, because if you feel that some of my information is lacking on the pure archaeological finding base, Professor Sinde is here and other splendid audience is there. They may correct me or add more information into my studies, so I may enhance later on and may strengthen my idea. So I continue that by making comparison between Harappa and Mohenjo-daro does not mean that I want to belittle one side to the other or considering the Mohenjo-daro as less important to Harappa. But one thing I also admit, that one thing is definite, that Mohenjo-daro is a more spectacular and magnificent site than Harappa. But when judged on scientific grounds, Harappa stands out head and shoulder above the contemporary cities like Mohenjo-daro. Let's see that what is the history of the excavations done on the both sides. This slide may not be a complete, may not justify the entire the history of the excavations done on these both slides, but this is just for the comment. If we make a comparison and make an overview of the archaeological expeditions done on those both sides, Mohenjo-daro is well preserved due to the care, but due to the water level, scientific excavations have been carried out. Wherever excavations at Harappa have been carried out for a much longer time as compared to Mohenjo-daro. Due to the prolonged and regular excavations at Harappa, the site helps us to understand the complete development of Indus Valley civilization. Moreover, the continuous urban, cultural, and political activities can be noticed in Harappa, Cunningham to Mark and Noir. The detailed information can be obtained through the regular scientific excavations. Mark and Noir, although, has identified even more early period at Harappa named as Raviware, which Professor Dr. Mughal named it as a Hakra ware. I'm not going into detail what is the clash between these two nomenclatures, but these are the two terminology which was used by two great archaeologists. So for making this argument more strong, let's have a brief profile of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. In front of you is the modern city of Harappa, you can see, and the ruins of Harappa city, ancient city. Harappa as a main city forms an important landmark in the prehistory of South Asia, particularly the Indian subcontinent. Harappa helps us to understand the correct timeline of Indus Valley civilization if we refer back to the Hakra or Ravi ware. This determines its dates, which goes back even to Mohenjo-daro. When was Harappa first time established, and for how long was it inhabited when it declined? This is the argument. Beginning of prehistory in Pakistan has been identified in Harappa for the first time. I refer to the Hakra ware, dates back to 4000 BC. I refer to Code DG period 2700 BC. Mohenjo-daro is 1900 to 1750. All this historical sequence is identified at one site named as Harappa, not in Mohenjo-daro. Cunningham, Wars, Marshall, Wheeler, they have always been considered as Harappa, where pottery was found, which later identified as Code DG period pottery. First settlement at Harappa has been confirmed through scientific studies named as Hakra ware or Ravi ware in Pakistan. We use both terms, but it leads us to the idea, to the argument that Harappa dates more ancient back to the Indus Valley civilization. Let's have a look on the profile of Mohenjo-daro. Due to the high water level, we do not know for how long it was inhabited, unfortunately. After 1750, no continuity at Mohenjo-daro is visible after 2nd century AD, no further clues and no evidences yet discovered covering the time gap of 2000 years. After the decline of Kushan period, as you can see the stupa of that period, constructed on the ruins of Mohenjo-daro city, the Indus Valley once again disappeared. No more historical or archaeological evidence is visible for the presence of Indus Valley civilization. On the contrary, at Harappa, we know that there is no issue of water level. Excavations have been carried out in continuous way. The long excavations at Harappa takes a credit above Mohenjo-daro. Excavations at Harappa have been executed in a more modern and scientific way. Next. So now I go for talking about my main argument, that is that indirect confirmation is declared that Harappa city was never abandoned after the decline of Indus Valley civilization. This actually information make my idea more strong, and I have tried to collect my courage to talk on my present topic. At Harappa, if we refer to if you can see the slides, the arrows can guide you that which point I'm going to refer. I'm going to talk about the symmetry edge. Aryans, the holes of symmetry edge is actually giving you the identification of the presence of the Aryans, and the hoards of Saka period coins and sculptures of Gupta period, which unfortunately I could not find those images, have been mentioned to determine its age. So Saka Scythian period before Kushan period coins have also been mentioned. So the main purpose of this article is not to consider one site superior to other. Instead, we are here to identify variety of findings, which I have recently mentioned about the coins or about the Gupta period sculptures and about the symmetry edge. These are, I'm talking about the findings. So the identify variety of findings, both in terms of timeline and characteristic features, strengthen my this idea of my main argument, as that Harappa is a better to study in depth. So immediately after the destruction of Harappa during Indus Valley civilization, new people at Harappa settled. Presence of symmetry edge means a large number of inhabitants. So clues of beginning of prehistory in Pakistan is also give us a strengthening idea while we study the symmetry H in detail. I continue with my next slide. These are the beautiful pottery wares which I have been collected randomly, but the variety of pottery vessels giving you an idea of different timelines. So I'm not focusing on discussing on which pottery vessel belongs to which area, but these all from Hakraware to the latest modern timeline is presenting in front of you. So, but this also gives you the identification of one type of burial systems and presence of multiple religious beliefs. So the multiple religious beliefs give you an in-depth study while we studied the symmetry excavated at Harappa site. And the Harappa identifies more than one type of burial systems, and presence of multiple religious beliefs gives you this idea that the invaders, if are the reason of decline and destruction of industrial civilization, but are also the reason that the city remained a living city during the establishment. So Aryans may have their settlements nearby, which has not yet been discovered. So symmetry H gives us the hint of continuity. And what are the features of symmetry H? Let's discuss it. That types of pottery, which I have recently shown in my previous slide, the design of pottery give you a variety and diversification in religious beliefs, and other differences. This difference is not being variation is not being found in the other sites. The other symmetries of R37 and symmetry H are of totally different to each other, means two different religious beliefs, means two different civilizations. So, Dr. Rafiq Mughal, I must quote and acknowledge his contribution as a major archaeological who digged out the symmetry H alone. And other distinguished names are Mr. Halim Kader and, of course, Dr. Saifur Rahman Dar. And my this quick information has been taken from all these sources. The other slide is giving you an idea of which the religious beliefs and the variation of the pottery which has been buried, supporting the different religious activities, supporting the different inhabitants or belonging to different period, is being giving an idea through these slides. My other slide is also supporting this idea of different inhabitants of different timelines, and from different cultures and different religious beliefs. But coming back to my main argument, where I want to say that Harappa is a living city, and it has been inhabited. It has been in fashion as a living city through different timelines. If we stop talking about the prehistory, let's talk about the other modern periods. You can you can see the early Muslim period monument, not monument, it's a Nogaza Kabar. It's a grave, a grave of a noble man, which is called a 9 meter long, and is still being existing and being profoundly visited by the local people. They pay homage by visiting this Nogaza cover, and it is a very in fashion monument there still in on the ruins of the Harappa, and but it's a real significant monument, and but it belongs to the early Muslim period. The other early Muslim period, to the clues of the presence of the mosque from Mughal period, and some of the clues from the Sakasithin or Kushan or Gupta British period. All these periods are there significantly present on the moons of Harappa. In front of you is the slide of the early Mughal period mosque, and these are the other views of the Mughal period mosque. Is very closely adjacent to the Nogaza cover, which I have recently shown you. And the stretch of the old patch of Mughal period sarai called Safam Ali Sadak between Sahiwal and Chichavatni, and which passes between Harappa Museum and Mughal Sarai, is another significant clue which strengthened my idea that Harappa was a living city even during the Mughal period, during the during the British period as well. So the presence of this sarak sarai is there. I could not get a good picture of it because it is now in a very dilapidated condition. But I am sure that if I carry on this research on the same topic, I will revisit the city and we try to get a better picture of it. But the map of this Google map of of my point that the stretch of old patch of Mughal period and the Sarai and this between the Sahiwal and the Chichavatni, between Harappa Museum and the Mughal Sarai, is, I mean, the link which provides us the the view that how far it is correct, or how far it is a flexible idea to say that Harappa has this capacity of being a continuity. There was no discontinuity of this ancient city. And the Mughal Sarai used to exist just opposite to the main gate of Harappa Museum, and its remains must become extinct these days, as mentioned it. But Sarai, the other Sarais near Lahore, and which belongs to the Mughal period, and the other Sarai at Patoki, all these Sarais and their location on the road which leads to the Harappa ruins gives us this idea that there was no discontinuity of this ancient culture. This is the old police station, belongs to the British period, and also it is now turned into ruins. If we are not going to take a good care of it, or if we are not going to transfer this information to our present government, that they should take care of it, and they should take this hypothesis very seriously, that Harappa is very important city, living city, and the presence of these Mughal sarais, presence of these Nogaza Qabr, presence of these Mughal mosque on the ruins, and this old police station belongs to the British period, are the clear significance of this idea that they should also be preserved, that because these are the real clues of considering the Harappa as a living city. At Harappa alone, again, we have the evidences that the city, the main city, had the Acropolis provided with a regular fortification wall together with the third part and a sort of satellite town nearby. It was here again we learn that the industrial and cultural zone was separated from both the living and the citadel. This also give us the idea that how the pounding floors and the other machinery of like the melting furnaces and for making metal wares or jewelry, or the huge granaries, which is still being as a living fashion in our culture. So this also again repeat that it gives you an idea that how fashionable, how urban the city was then as the city is today. uh, these slides are, and the coming slides to show you are meant to give you the proof that the very unique examples of sculptures or other the other uh, the sculptures of different types, it gives you also this an idea that the city was modern in the sense that they have not introduced the living styles, the industrial links to the other cities of the Indus Valley civilization, but they were unique in their art activities. These sculptures of male torso or the dancing figure are not the common features which we usually see in the sculpture art of the Indus Valley civilization or even the Harappan culture. But these show us, and these give us an idea that how profoundly they were into the linkages with the other nations, with the other countries of that time period. This declares that how modern they were, and how good they were in managerial characteristics, that they managed to teach the people of that time the fashionable art of making sculpture, the lost wax techniques which we see in the dancing girl. This slide is meant to give us this idea that they were modern at that time, and they are the same practices being living in today as well. I have more discussion to carry on, but as the time has been given to me is very, I mean, confined. So I want to thankful to the to the Mishra Saab, and but I must say that as being myself as a visual artist, as myself as an art historian, whenever I visit Harappa city, I walk in the streets of the Harappa city. I feel myself walking in the ancient time period. Many of the cultural heritage, many of the cultural traces are still in the living situation. While my stay in the Harappa camp with Mark Canoyer, with the other archaeologists, where I have tried to learn the different techniques of making pottery, make me always throw back to the timeline, and which give me this courage to speak on it, that we are actually the people who are responsible to carry on, to tell our young generation that we are responsible to keep this legacy on. We are responsible to enliven this civilization. Otherwise, the title, which is always been given by many art historians, that Indus Valley civilization is declined. I am not into this belief. I'm into this belief that if I have this courage to talk and say that Harappa is a living city, and Harappa, with many clues which I have tried to identify, has the potential and has the significantly the clues are available that this is a living city. So if we have a more depth into, if we go into more depth to study, we may be able to say the same statement for the other cities as well. But for myself, I end up with this statement that better study is available to prove that Harappa is a living city as compared to Mohenjo-daro. With this, I am thanking you to all of you, and thank you very much. With closing this my slide. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Inaji, Rifatji. I'm extremely happy to uh, listen to you about different aspects of the Harappan civilization, Indus Valley civilization, and let me add some more things in fact to it. Firstly, we should also try to understand. We always compare Harappan civilization with the maybe Mesopotamian and the Egyptian civilization, and there we see a lot of this big monumental architecture. We don't see this this monumental architecture in fact in the Harappan region, and the general impression people have is that perhaps Harappans were not competent enough. But let me tell the audience that the Harappans were much more competent. They were considered to be the best civil engineers in the contemporary world, and if they had decided, they would have definitely created those type of monumental architecture. But they have not done that for two reasons. First, they had different administrative system, different political system. Probably the Harappans had some kind of democratic system. The Mesopotamians and Egyptians had the monarchical system, and everything that was developed in that part was on behalf of the monarchical system there. The Harappans have not done that, and the philosophy of the Harappan people was different, because the Harappans always cared for the common people. So whatever wealth they were generating from the West, particularly they were plundering the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians and generating a lot of wealth. And that wealth was used by the Harappans for building or creating those beautiful, well-planned cities. So that is a very important contribution of the Harappans. Because of that, we don't see large monumental architecture in the Harappan regions. Definitely that the architecture, or these the traditions, the basic knowledge that was developed by the Harappans, that has continued, even though there was a decline. In fact, decline is saying that that the urban phase declined maybe at some stage, but the Harappan legacy has continued, as you have mentioned correctly, that now we can see that legacy present even today. In fact, let me tell you that when I excavated the site of Rakhigadi, which is the biggest Harappan city. When I move in the village, go around the village, I get the impression that I am moving in the Harappan village, because exactly the same kind of maybe dimensions of the roads are same. The housing pattern is exactly same. Even the pottery, the material that is being used today is exactly same as the Harappans. Even the art is same. So there is a lot of legacy, a lot of continuity. There is no doubt about that. And therefore, we see, maybe some, similarity between the Harappan architecture and also the modern maybe settlements in different parts. The urbanization that has happened now, we are getting some very early dates for the beginning of the Harappan culture in the Saraswati Basin, and the dates are going back to almost 5,000, 5,500 BCE, and there is a gradual growth, from 5,500 to maybe 2,600 BC. So one can see the gradual growth, happening, eventually, and at one stage, that the development has transformed into Harappan, urban phase at some stage. So that is important. Also, we have also tried to find out, who are the Harappan people, and we have done this, DNA, research for the first time, and now it is becoming clear that the Harappans, they were indigenous people. The indigenous people have developed this, very important culture and civilization at some stage, and most of the South Asian people, from Afghanistan to Bengal and from Kashmir, Ladakh to Andaman Nicobar, most of us are carrying the Harappan genes today. So we are more or less descendants of the Harappans. There's a lot of mixing happening right from the early stage, but that is also important. So most of the maybe architecture, art that is developed by the indigenous people with some maybe input from outside. So you also talk about the late Harappan cemetery culture. So it is very difficult to digest that this particular culture belongs to the Aryans coming from outside, because we do not have evidence. On the other hand, maybe there is a possibility that within the Harappan region there may be different groups, and each group maybe may maintain its identity. So that is a possibility, and maybe one group maybe created this cemetery age culture impact in that part. So overall, that most of the basic knowledge that is required, most of the basic science that is required, that was created by the Harappans. And most of the knowledge that was created by the Harappans, that is so relevant. Even today, most of the people, they find it relevant, and there is a continuity in that. So I always believe, believe that that the Indus Valley civilization, Harappan civilization, now that they are the founders of the South Asian culture. Most of the elements that they have developed, they have continued till today, and we can see the continuity in that respect. So these are some of the maybe some of the comments that I wanted to make. But now this was a very important research uh, uh, that's been carried out, and Rifat has already discussed about various facets about the continuity, and continuity in maybe arts, cultures, and various aspects. So that is also very important, and people should know that that Harappan culture has not died at particular stage, but the legacy has continued. That is very important. So this talk is open. In fact, those who want to ask questions, maybe they can ask questions to her.
Yeah, Sindhi Sahab, if you allow me to add more of my
Sure, sure.
points
Yeah, go ahead. Go
to the
ahead. Yeah.
audience, I'm very thankful that you have admired my effort, but I must say, I must admit that this is not a yet a completed research. I am trying to make research on this of the idea. I always say to the whenever I talk on this idea, I say that this is just a just an abstract. I want to go into detail. As you have seen that I have tried to identify the existing monuments of belonging to Mughal, British, and other periods. Actually, whenever I visit, these actually monuments haunts me, and this attracts me a lot. So I'm thankful that you have also added more information into my knowledge, but I want to carry out this research into more detail. So the people must be aware, and myself must be aware that where the links are missing.
Yeah, thank you. We do appreciate your efforts, certainly. So maybe if you have any questions or any maybe comment that people would like to make here. Uh, Shaukat Saab, we are not able to hear you. Can you unmute?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rifat, for your very nice lecture on Harappa civilization, and also the points added by the ex-vice chancellor, sir. I have been teaching since I am teaching MPhil and PhD students. I have a very bad habit of going to the basics of everything. Now, there is a meaning of Mohenjo-daro, that it is the Mount of the Dead. If we talk about the Harappa, is it the indigenous word Harappa belonging to the same period when Harappa civilization was growing and it was living, or it is a later change? And if it is Harappa, what does it mean?
The Harappa derives from the Hari-Yupia, but I have, I could not establish the complete theory that how far it is, correct, because only few scholars have repeatedly talked about the Hari-Yupia, right?
And what
So
does that mean, Hari-Yupia? Is that mean?
I couldn't find the exact meaning of it, but the Harappa is actually being shaped up with this Hari-Yupia.
Secondly, whenever I read about Harappa, sometimes it is HARR and sometimes it is HARPP. Which one is correct out of the two? I mean, the scholars are not unified on this.
You are my teacher, and we have learned the transliteration from you. You can answer it better way. When Ray is there, we say that there should be double R, and when we stress upon P, that should be with double P. I mean, this is the knowledge of transliteration, and the most commonly used is HARRAPA.
तेरा भी कोई हाल नहीं भाई, तेरा इधर कोई हाल।
Any other comment or question?
I am from Kolkata.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Rifat Dar, for your very nice presentation. I loved
Thank
your
you.
presentation. And
Thank you.
it is not possible for us to visit these places. We earnestly want to visit, but there are many problems. Still, then, you have presented a very lively uh, picture of the areas you have seen and you have worked on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
is why, keeping in view the audience which I have been visiting through by attending this seminar, so that is why I have selected this topic, and I wanted to share it with the people from India and Bangladesh. So I know that how much we are in love to visit Indian sites. So I have this feeling that how much you are in love to visit Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. So that is
Yes,
why I
madam.
have
Of
selected the
course.
topic.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other query? Okay, if not, then I'll just add one more point to your presentation. That I think we should keep in mind that each settlement, each Harappan settlement was unique, and we cannot say that one settlement was important, one city was important than other city. It is very difficult to say that. Maybe the beginning of maybe the beginning of the culture is not uniform, because at some place it starts with the maybe mature phase, at some it starts with the early Harappan phase. So definitely now we find uh, different dates in the beginning of the Harappan culture at different sites. But now that we need to really understand that the architecture elements or the remains found at number of sites, that depends upon the function of the site also. The function of Harappa was different, function of Mohenjo-daro was different, function of Rakhigarhi and Dholavira, they were different. There are some similarities, but at the same time we also find a lot of diversities also in these. So that also we need to keep in mind. So when we analyze the architectural remains, these are some of the points which will be useful for analyzing this important remains from the Harappan site.
टीवी
So,
लगाना जरा,
so
बटन भी
with
जरा
this, maybe
टीवी
with
ऑन
this
कर।
small comment, I will again thank this Professor Rifat Dar for this good presentation and giving a new perspective of the Harappan culture and the continuity of the Harappan elements till today. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Mishra for inviting me to chair this particular session. I greet all the audience here and thank you very much for your patience and hearing here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Sindar sir, given time for this webinar series and share the session, share their views, and Professor Dr. Rifat Dar, Madam, given a nice talk on Harappa. Thank you, Madam, for your good and fruitful lecture for our audience. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you very much. I hope my next lecture at any other forum will be the extended research on the same topic. And I would like to invite all of you to attend that seminar so I may add more research into my topic.
Yes,
Thank you
welcome.
very much.
Yeah, we look forward. Thank you very much, Professor Rifat.
मैडम एक रिक्वेस्ट है, नेक्स्ट जो टॉक है उसके चेयरपर्सन के लिए टाइम मिलेगा?
अभी आज
हाँ,
today.
जस्ट अभी एक टॉक बांग्लादेश
I'm
के
I'm
विषय
I'm
पे चला।
I'm available. I'm sitting here.
ओके, थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू। Oh, now next talk, our chairperson, Madam Professor Dr. Rifat Saibdar, Madam Director Research Center and Design Institute of Design and Visual Art, Lahore College for Women, University, Lahore, Pakistan. Our co-chairperson, Madam Hira Ali, Lecturer, Department of Art and Design, University of Peshawar, Pakistan, and Speaker Mahisun Rasti, Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University, Sawar, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Welcome all of you, and I am request to Madam Dar, please chair the session, and uh, Madam Hira Ali, please introduce Speaker Mahisun. Hira Ali. इंट्रोड्यूस बाद में हो जाएगा, प्लीज मैडम, जस्ट Mahisun start your lecture.
Okay, thank you. As the chairperson is co-chairperson is not here, so let me give a short introduction about myself and then start.
Yes.
To this presentation. Will it be okay?
Okay.
Am I clearly audible for
Yes.
everyone?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Mahisun Rashti and I'm from Jahangirnagar University. I'm currently studying in the Department of Archaeology, and I'm almost finished my graduation. So, good noon, everyone. Hopefully, we all are doing well, and I'm honored to be a part of this webinar and be able to present among all the great scholars who have done and present remarkable works wonderfully here. So, my gratitude towards the respected chairperson, co-chairperson, although she's not here, Mishra ji, and also to my professor, Dr. Masud Imran. So today is the last day of the International Online Webinar Series, and thank you all for being present here. We all have participated despite having busy schedules to make this seminar vibrant and engaging. And due to all of our participation as a speaker or a session chair or as a participant or as an organizer, the whole webinar can be called to be a successful or easily be remarked as a good event. So it would never have been possible individually, like by only the organizers or only the participant, or like to create something sustainable. It's not actually be possible to do something individually. So what I just told about individuality and community engagement can be a great example for the topic I'm going to present today, which is scrutinizing the engagement of the ethnic communities of Rangamati with the Rangamati Khudra Nigoshti Museum, where we focus on examining and analyzing the engagement of the ethnic communities with the museum along with their representation in it. So let me share my slide first. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, visual.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you. What we were talking about, the scrutinizing the engagement of the ethnic communities here, that we focus on identifying the problems related to dominance and cooperation in the representation of the ethnic communities, along with focus on examining and analyzing the engagement of the ethnic communities with a museum, along with the representation on it. So this is are the main points that I'm going to talk about, and among these points there will be more other sub points that will come. So these are the main headings of the points. So let's just head back, not wasting our time. So museums are basically evidences of how much we're interested in everything around us, whether it was made naturally or through us humans. Museums are in a unique position to foster a sense of community and cultural pride where you can learn more about human history. Museums can bring people together locally as well as on a political and social level. Local museums are a great way to learn about the history of a certain area while also fostering a sense of place and community. There are also a great way to learn about what people in a certain area remember. Uh, okay. So, attempting to keep all of this in our mind, we from the Department of Archaeology, Jahangirnagar University, went to Rangamati, where the Khudra Nigosti Museum caught our attention. And our main goal in during this whole field research was to observe the communities and the Rangamati Khudra Nigosti Museum through proper interviews and surveys so that we could find out what the communities and the museum contributed and how they related to each other. So as well as whether there were gaps or any problems like in case of their communication or engagement. So furthermore, we tried to catch the attention of researchers, archaeologists, and the stakeholders in charge of this work on fulfilling these gaps and to encourage them to do more research related to the museum and the representation in the near future. So this is our study area. So questions might be arising that I'm talking about Rangamati. So where is the museum actually situated? So our study area was basically Rangamati, which falls under the Chittagong division of Bangladesh. And the present-day districts of Bandarban, Rangamati, and Khagrachari make up the Chittagong Hill districts, which are surrounded by hills, rivers, lakes, springs, and other beautiful natural features. If I summarize it, that Rangamati is exemplary beautiful. So if you guys want to come to Bangladesh, you must visit Rangamati. There are basically three hill regions, that is Rangamati, Khagrachari, and Bandarban, which were formerly known as Karpas Mohol. And when Bandarban and Khagrachari became separate districts under the Chittagong Hill Tracts in 1981 and 1993, the main part of the Chittagong Hill Tracts district, Rangamati, emerged as a hill district, formerly being known as Riang or Rayang before the East India Company arrived. So Rangamati was a contesting grounds for the kings of Tripura and Arakan. And according to some sources, Rangamati was once the capital of Mog kingdoms of Arakan. King of Tripura, Jujarufa, defeated the Mog dynasty and captured Rangamati. And some researchers believe that the Mro or Murang ethnic communities preceded this area before the Chakmas and the Marmas. So Rangamati is the only city in the country without rickshaws. A tourist city surrounded by lakes. The district is inhabited by 13 communities, including Chakma, Marma, Taunchonga, Tripura, Murang, Bom, Khumi, Khiang, Chak, Pangku, Lusai, Rakhine, and Bengalis, or what we call Bengalis. So the proof of the presence of Chakmas could be seen in the Chittagong Hill districts during the 16th century. There is a map that I can show you drawn by João de Barros, known as the Portuguese Livy. Is one of the first great Portuguese historians. Like, he's very famous for his Décadas da Asia, which means decades of Asia in English, and a history of the Portuguese in India, Asia, and Southeast Africa. So in 1550, he shows the positions of Chakma living in the present Chittagong Hill districts. If you just, there is the Chatigam, and here he actually found out where he marked the Chakmas. So in the map, he identified the port of Chittagong as Chatigam, and that's where we get the name of Chakomas, which means Chakma Kingdom of the Chittagong Hill Tracts in further east. So the Chakma Circle Chief in the Rangamati district is mainly responsible for collection of revenue following the traditional revenue collection system, and he's the constitutional circle chief. So we got this information through Barrow's map and the book he wrote. And other information that I collected was mainly from our website of Rangamati, that is the Bangladesh website. So here is a small painting depicting the religious beliefs, which was collected from the Khudra Nigosti Museum art gallery. So as we went to Rangamati during the summer season, so Jackfruits were easily available there along with pineapples, and sellers or farmers, like, they used to wake up very early and try to reach bazaar by 4:30 to 5 a.m. in the morning. And the locals stated that every Saturday and Wednesday it's called market day, or what we call in Bangla is a hat bar, which is the busiest 2 days in Rangamati. And it's also closes early depending on the sale. And as I have already stated that it's a rickshaw free district, so what we have noticed that there are a lot of CNGs and a negligible amount of buses. It's very hard to find, but you will get an amount of CNGs. And uh, in the right side there is Omar, who was our first interviewee, whom we interviewed during our first day, and he was with us the whole time. He actually gave us a very unique idea about the profession of the people residing in Rangamati. And this is a festival just to show that what kind of festivals actually the community celebrate. So let's head back to the aim. So the aim under this, which we gained our 5 objectives. So the aim is basically the analyzing the engagement and the representation of the ethnic communities of Rangamati with the Rangamati Khudro Nigosti Museum. Under this, there are 5 objectives that I have actually separated. So number 1 was to understand the current scenario of the relationship between the Khudro Nigosti Cultural Institute and museums and the community residing there. Then comes how we have found that the use of the term Khudro Nigosti itself is a problem. And then to understand the dominant culture in the Khudro Nigosti Museum, to identify and measure the representation of the ethnic communities there, and then to identify the knowledge of the community related to the museum and its history and the portrayals of their culture within it, and to determine the challenges and opportunities to engage communities and Khudro Nigosti culture institutes and museums. So as I've stated in the heading, the scrutinization. So how did we actually scrutinize it? So this part of scrutinization is based on our observation gained through surveys and interviews, and a base of which work stands, which it's the theoretical framework that we have actually created through the politics of representation by Stuart Hall. So Hall in 2005, he actually defined representation as the capacity to envisage or describe. So while language in this situation is a method of representation, which is very crucial as culture is always established through meaning. So Hall says that there are 3 types of representation. Number 1 is reflective representation. Number 2, intensive representation. And number 3 is constructionist representation. So language or different symbols that show what they mean are examples of reflective representation. It can be used as an intensive way to show the speaker's personal goal, or during the constructionist view, on the other hand, it addresses the way meaning is reconstructed in and through the use of language. So the formulations altogether shows that the politics of representation can be done in this step, initially by reducing internal fights or by coming to an agreement with each other, then reaching out to public, and on the results of the previous stages, if we somehow fail to represent them, then every member of the culture must go back to the first stage and start over. So it's kind of like a cycle that in the politics of representation, Stuart Hall actually tried to represent. So which he termed as a cultural circuit. So language is always a bridge between a culture, means what each so it's kind of a bridge which actually connects us. So in fact, he says that representation is a basic need for communication without which people can't get along. So analytic study was carried out through findings collected through the samplings or data. So the research itself involves observation variables like community, museum, culture, etc. in the natural environments or habitats in order to arrive at our objectives or our research outcomes. So the field survey was conducted through an open-ended survey and analyzation through random samplings. The analysis of this research is very much survey oriented and has been based on the justifications of those samplings and was carried out in a descriptive argumentative manner to examine the relationship and looking for opportunities. So in generally, if I talk about that, we actually took three major steps in our methods. That is the pre-field survey, the field survey, and the post-field survey. The pre-field survey was basically our researches, what we went through, the literature reviews, and the field survey was the surveys and through the questionnaires that we actually created through our pre-field survey. We developed two questionnaires, one for the museum authorities and one for the communities. And the post-field survey was the compilation of the documentations, the pictures, and the interviews that we gained, and all the information so that we can carry our analysis. So let's come to our analysis part. The first part that I would like to call is visual descriptive analysis of the museum, which is completely based on the observation of the researchers on the Rangamati Khudro Nigosti Museum. Through the collected data, information, pictures, etc., the whole museum has been analyzed, and we have tried to finalize the challenges and recommendations were also even stated. So to understand and fulfill the objectives, it is also important for us that we felt that we have to understand the museum first. So the Rangamati Culture Institute, or now known as the Rangamati Khudro Nigosti Institute, it was established in 1978 in order to conserve, spread, exhibit, and research traditional cultures, arts, customs, beliefs, traditions, and folk literatures of the different ethnic communities. So they're basically divided into wings under the institute. So the museum is actually part of the Khudro Nigosti Cultural Institute. So the Khudro Nigosti Museum is being operated under this significant wing since the beginning of the institute. In addition to being the first ethnic museum in Bangladesh, it is also the first ethnic museum in the Chittagong Hill Tracts. So on March 13, 2003, Begum Selina Rahman, the then State Minister for Cultural Affairs, officially inaugurated the current two-story museum building. So the museum was at first known to be Rangamati Tribal Museum, but due to the inaction of the Khudro Nigosti Sanskritik Pratishthan Ain 2010, it's actually amendment. So made for the institutions, no culture institutes will be called as tribal museums under Section 4 of the aforementioned statute, but rather as Khudro Nigosti Museum. It's better to say that I'm talking about Khudro Nigosti. Some of you might have problem on understanding what the term is. So the meaning of Khudro Nigosti is mainly minorities. So if we translate the term, so it becomes the museum for minorities. I will come back to that part when we will talk about the problematization and argument. So the museum had been established with a view to collect, preserve, exhibit historically valuable different things which are found in the areas inhabited by the ethnic minorities. These materials are worthy to be claimed as symbols of social, economic, cultural, and historical aspect of life of the people residing in Chittagong Hill Tracts. So among the different collected things preserved in the museum, there are clothes, customs, ornaments, handicrafts, ivory, crafts, documents, paintings. There's like so many things that actually depict the cultural traditions. These statues are like in the front gate and the back gate of the museum. I have also given the names of the communities that have been represented, which are the Chakma, the Marma, Tripura, Tonchonga, Mro, Bom, Chak, Pankhua, Khumi, Khayang, Uchoi, and Lushai. So among them, the Chakma, Marma, and Tripura are the three dominant communities in the whole Rangamati. And if we talk about Khumi, Uchoi, Lushai, they are actually the least because of the numbers, we can say that. So I've already discussed this part about that it was at first called as Tribal Museum, but now it's not. It's rather than it's called Khudro Nigosti Museum. Okay, so these are the wings that I was talking about. One is the library wing, and this is the cultural wing. That is mainly the most jolly one, if I say the flourished one, because the culture wing is very much active. They do rehearsals, theaters, programs every month. So this is the most what can I say, most active wing among the Khudro Nigosti Institute. On the other hand, the library and the museum aren't much active like the cultural wing. And this is the ground plan drawn by one of my fellow colleague, Iraboti. She has created this ground plan of the museum, where we have actually tried to show how this is the ground floor, and this is where how the galleries are set, and this is the second floor, and this is how they have. But what we have brought a change, that is we have actually given numbers to the galleries, like G1, G2, G3, but we haven't found any numberings while we were on the museum, like the galleries weren't actually numbered. And this was like a wooden depiction of the ground plan, which we have actually tried to do it in illustration. So this is what I have talked about. So here comes some depiction of the cannons, like the items that are presented in the galleries. So this is a cannon that's like 100 years old, and it belonged to a Marma chief, or also some people call that it belonged to a Bomang Raja, like Bomang chief. And that's a Arkanese prince who had been sculpted by Marma sculptor. So, and these are the tools. So the best part of these findings was that I thought that if we keep showing that these tools, these ornaments, it would be very like lengthy, and it would be very I don't know, perhaps we won't be able to get it. So what I have tried to do is I have presented in through a table, so that we can understand that which tools were actually used by the community. So this is a table showing like the dangdong was used by Chakma. The whole table has shown which tools are used by which communities, and the main reason for doing the table was to identify that which a community has been more dominant or has been more represented in the museum. So this is one table that is showing the tools. These are the tools like the kerap. If you look at the table, the kerap is actually a trap which was used by Tripura community. And then we have badol, which is mainly an arrow. So badol was used by Chakma community. Yes. And then there are the belongings of different communities shown and conserved in the museum. So this is another table that we actually showed, but like tried to show it as a stock register. They have a stock register, like they have registered everything there, which materials or which belongings they have kept or presented, conserved in the museum in their galleries. So I have tried to like mark this shelf and present this. So it was a part of analysis. So I thought that it would be very easy for you guys to see if I present it through a table. Okay. And here comes the alum that's actually a unique fabric, which is the name of the Chakma's design fabric. This fabric surface has been woven with a variety of designs, including flowers, trees, plants, eyes, and more. So every Chakma young woman were expected to weave an alum before getting married in the past. So there are clothes used by many communities. There were also paintings embracing the culture. So these are the clothes that I have tried to show. All of them weren't possible for me to collect, but I have tried to collect those special ones and try to present it in this presentation. And these are the paintings. What I saw in the paintings was mainly they have tried to show the lifestyle of the people. These paintings are also done by the communities, but the paintings mainly reflect their traditions, or how they are farming, or how was their lifestyle. So this was basically what the paintings were about. So now, after being mesmerized by the visual analysis part, we come to our main argument, that is, who are the dominant in this representation game, and why are the people who are the citizens of a country being termed as minorities? So the problems are shown through kind of like a stair chart for a better understanding of our main points, because it's very like monotonous to see every description in the presentation. So I thought that why not just present the main points, and then I will just talk about the problems. So what first comes into my mind is that the name Khudranigoshi itself is found to be very problematic, which means actually minority, as I have stated before. The communities are termed as minorities, which leads to making them a separate entity. The settlement of the citizenship question became an urgent matter in the modern nation state, and therefore in the Parliament 15th Amendment of the Constitution during 2011, that is June 30, 2011 mainly, if I date it properly. So it was passed as a solution to the controversy surrounding race and nationality since the emergence of an independent nation state. So, as per the amendment, the people of Bangladesh shall be known as Bengalis as a nation and the citizens as Bangladeshi. The mother tongue, the state language to be declared as Bangla. Meanwhile, on July 26, 2011, the then Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Dr. Dipu Moni, invited journalists and foreign diplomats to present a written statement on Bengalis as the indigenous people of this land. That is like Bongo in ancient times and now independent Bangladesh. So their habitation in this land is at least 4,000 years old, according to the archaeological site Wari Boteshwar, which is the proof of this. And the communities of the Chittagong hill tracts are not the original inhabitants of Bangladesh, and thus they should be called minority. They are actually tribes, and after thousands of centuries, they settled in Chittagong hill tracts, while the Bengalis were already residing there. So later on, a bulletin was issued on avoiding the word aborigines for the communities termed as minorities. It was also told to refrain from using the word indigenous and Adivasi and the word aboriginal people, which were only should be termed for the Bengalis. So even university teachers, experts, and newspaper editors participating in these discussions and talk shows were requested to be aware to avoid the use of the word Adivasi in the context of Bangladesh. So, according to Dr. Masud Imran in his book Bangalittobad, instead of achieving the government's objective of eliminating the problem of caste and nationality, the 15th Amendment of the Constitution and the statement of the then Minister of the State made it more complicated and critical. So, during an interview with a teacher of a primary school, I'm not naming him due to the research ethics. So he told us while interviewing him that Manvendra Narayan Larma is not celebrated at all or represented at the museum. Like when we went to the museum, we didn't actually see we didn't see people talking about Larma. So in the Assembly of 1972 regarding castes, where he stated that the people of Chittagong hill tracts, where he comes from, have been living in Bangladesh for ages. And Bangla of Bangladesh, we have been learning the language with Bengalis, and we are closely related to Bangladesh. So we are intimately involved with billions of people of Bangladesh while we have been living together in all aspects. But I am a Chakma, and my father, grandfather, 14 men of my family, like my forefathers, no one said I'm a Bengali. So he appealed that I don't know why do we want to be known as Bengalis in our constitution today. Honorable Speaker, we have never been called a Bengali nation. We never consider ourselves Bengalis. So today, if this amendment is passed for the constitution of independent Bangladesh, our Chakma nation will disappear, and we are citizens of Bangladesh, but our tongue is not Bengali. So,
Mysore, conclude within 5 minutes.
yeah, sure. I am. I'm just almost close to my
Yeah.
closing analysis part. So just give me 5 minutes. So furthermore, if we talk about dominance after the Bengalis, we get to see the dominance of Chakma, Marma, and Tripura in the community representation, whereas Uchoi community has been least represented. So when we ask the communities that why wasn't Uchoi be represented properly, so they said that they are in cooperative, but the same answer we got through the Uchoi community, who actually told us that many community weren't approached by the museum. The only time the museum approaches is when the Kashi Institute pressurizes them during the Biju festival. So, other than the shown data on the analysis, there were many more questions to which we got some recommendations. So, here are some recommendations that we have got through interviews and also that came from us. So, there are few gaps both by the institute and the community, which has been created few challenges. But it is also need to be said that the Khudra Nigosti Museum deserves praise for being the first ethnic community museum and is still trying to develop itself. So there are still many gaps that were observed, such as less representation of few communities not reaching out to the primary schools, rather only flourishing their outreach on the known schools, like the famous schools in Rangamati. So arranging only one fair, and that is also on Briju, the galleries not being numbered at all, not properly organized, and always like complaining that the government is not helping us. It has also come to light that there is a lack of support and staffs in the museum. There are still many positions left blank as recruitments are paused, and the museum has clarified and corrected few of its amendments and hopefully will fill up those positions. But other than this, it has been known that the officers do not also come to their respective duties every day. So we have faced the situation as we were not able to take an interview of the respected authorities, for which there are still some knowledge gaps about why the museum is still in a blank position. So, coming to my conclusion part, that the power dynamics at ethnographic museums are changing in the 21st century, as we can observe. And it is also significant to note that Hall's focus on the prefix with re in representation, which emphasizes a sense of recurrence and revisiting, as if what is represented by the media is only a duplication of what there were before. So, contrarily, ethnology may successfully promote the growth of the study of this intangible cultural legacy of existing civilizations and emphasizing the importance to the study of those in the past. So, keeping in mind of the work of McCluskey, where he proved that museum professionals need to keep ways to present cultures in a sensitive manner, and we also sincerely agree with this statement. So, through our observation, we believe that the museum has enough scopes and ways to develop and engage communities by thinking more creatively and taking discussions. And also, we hope that this sense of identifying people as a minority will actually get rid of our minds, and we will actually see everyone equally. It is our responsibility as an aware public and public institutions to engage the communities by encouraging dialogue regarding cultures. And in today's world, it is one of the museum's responsibility to give society the skills to deal with an increasingly global community. Also important for communities to take steps from themselves too. So with this, I conclude here. Thank you so much. And here are some references that I collected while we went through how we were going to do this certain field work or survey and come up to this topic. Special mention to Bangalito Bad, which has actually helped us to understand the dominant culture and how this pressurizing of who will be the superior. I have understood through this book, and then also another research paper that is from Botesis, are museums allowed to keep a secret? That also came very handy. So thank you, everyone. Uh, this is it. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mahisun Rashti, for your wonderful presentation. And I'm so happy that your government and yourself are very sensitive about the ethnicity and the ethnic groups of your country. It's a very sensitive issue, and the way your government and your museum officials has, I mean, responded to this issue is based upon the creativity. It's very encouraging. It's very impressive.
Thank
And
you.
Rangamati is a very, so far I know, is a very cultural city, and this very beautiful. And as you have tried to give us some glimpses of it, maybe the city and the culture is more beautiful than how much you have shown up.
Yes, yes.
And I'm also very impressed by the way you have tried to highlight the role of the museum and the museologist and your museum professions, that they have very impressively documented and displayed their cultural heritage of your country and of your ethnic group. So I congratulate you for presenting such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It means a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Professor Rifat Saib Dar Madam, given time in this webinar series as a chair. And thank you, Mahishun, a young researcher,
Thank you, sir.
given nice talk in this webinar. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this honor. Thank you very much.
Now, next session is our chairperson, Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam, formerly Professor and Head History, Tradition and Culture, VM Open University, Kota, Rajasthan, India. Welcome, Madam. And co-chairperson, Anurag Shukla sir from Khajuraho. Welcome.
Namaste, sir.
Yes.
Namaste, sir.
Welcome, Anuragji. So, I'm requesting to Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Ramma Golvalkar, Madam, Center Dhanya Mudra, Center for Techno-Creative Education, Nagpur, India. Welcome, Madam. Golvalkar, Madam. Welcome. Yes, Madam. Kamlesh Sharma, Professor Kamlesh Sharma, Madam, please unmute yourself. आपका स्पीकर नहीं खुला है, Madam.
Audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Rama Golvalkar, Assistant Professor, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, Pune, for more than 15 years. She authors 5 books on mass communication and journalism, planned 11 long stories and a novel, and she is very active. And her education is MA Indology, Master's Mass Communication, PhD, postdoctoral fellowship at Deccan College, Pune. And the topic of research is ritualistic visual symbolism in the ancient Indian communication system. And her publication works is too much: mass communication theory and practice, mass communication and journalism, textbooks in Marathi, audio visual communication, advertising and public relations, print media and journalism. She also worked as a fiction collection of 10 long stories, novel, and historical account of ancient Kashmir and contemporary Bharat. Analytical processes depicts as goddesses. So, Dr. Rama Golvalkar, welcome. And now please start your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm overwhelmed to see this August gathering and wish to present something which is not very well known as far as the research as of communication in visual communication is concerned. I am just searching for full sharing the screen. How to share the screen, sir? Sir, how to share the screen? Am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Okay. Open picture in picture. Is it okay? No. It's not like that. Sir, how to share the screen? Can you just guide me?
Please click on screen and arrow, upwards arrow.
I am unable to find that's why I'm saying.
Yeah, there is a lot of
Option
menus on the screen.
Yes.
There's a one arrow up. Just click on over there.
One arrow up. No, I'm not finding. Okay, present now.
After smiley one.
Yeah.
So
Entire.
now there is a sharing screen.
Oh, yes.
Now there
I
should
can.
be.
Yes, sure. Sir, is it? Can you see it, sir?
Yes, now it's uploading.
Yes.
Yes, now it is there. Now you can write it.
Okay.
Now use in that the PPT mode.
Yeah. So can you see it, sir?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay. So I wish to present my presentation on Sri Sukta. Before that, I wish to give my thanks to the organizers and all the participants who are presently ready to listen to whatever I'm going to say. I was a professor of communication and media at Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication at Pune, and there I was teaching development communication. While teaching this particular subject, I realized that all the theories which are being taught to our students are from the Western perspective, and the Western scholars have put in lots of efforts to define what is development, especially human development. And then I realized that do we have, as the one of the rather the only living ancient civilization, do we have ever thought of what is human development? And then I found that Sri Suktam, or a hymn of 15 verses, is the best model suitable even today for the best possible human development model. And therefore I tried to analyze the content of Sri Sukta from the perspective of development discourse. And I found that this is the first ever development discourse, because when it was written, there were hardly any creations from uh, any um, any point of human civilization that somebody has written something on human development. So it is about how our ancestors have thought of human development. So initially I would like to present the present idea of human development. This is, of course, a post World War idea, after the formation of United Nations, because then majority of the nations got freedom from the first world, that is the capitalist nations. And then world was divided into three parts: the first world, that is the capitalist nation; the second world is the communist nations; and the third world are newly liberated uh, colonies of the first world. We realize that the first world nations have siphoned out all the wealth, which is natural wealth, all the resources, and of course they have also exploited the people, especially in the Asian and African countries. So Asia and Africa were actually facing hell lot of a problem as far as their monetary status is concerned, and at the same time they were oppressed for quite a long time, and therefore their self-esteem was also very low. And therefore in 1950s and 60s there was a concept. I'm just giving you a brief introduction about how that human development concept was penetrated through United
Madam,
Nations.
madam, your slide not moving.
Ah,
स्लाइड बढ़ नहीं रही है अभी, आप फर्स्ट लाइन में हैं।
सर फिर कैसे करूं फिर उसको?
हाँ ठीक है, अब हो रहा है।
नहीं सर, लेकिन वो होगा नहीं ना हर बार मेरे को। हाँ अभी देखिए हो रहा है।
हाँ अभी हो रहा है।
ओके, फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर आइडिया आ रहा है?
नहीं नहीं, ये ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट आ रहा है।
अभी
आगे बढ़ा, क्लिक करें इसमें अगला।
सर नहीं आ रहा है।
नहीं, जिसमें आप डिस्कस कर रही हैं उसमें क्लिक करें।
हाँ वही कर रही हूँ सर, नहीं देख रहा है।
कर सकते मैडम, एरो बटन इन कीबोर्ड में एरो बटन है, उसको भी
मैं
क्लिक कर
वही
सकते
कर
हैं।
रही हूँ
राइट
सर, मैं सब कर रही हूँ, लेकिन
रमा
वो आ
मैम,
नहीं रहा।
एक काम, रमा मैम
जी जी,
आपका जो पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन है,
मैं भेज दूं आपको?
नहीं नहीं, उसमें नीचे एक जगह पे स्क्रीन बना होगा, एक मतलब एक कुछ जैसे नहीं आपका प्रेजेंटेशन स्क्रीन वैसा बना होगा।
सुनिए, मैं सर आपको भेजती हूँ, आप वहां से चलाइए सर। स्कंद सर,
हाँ हाँ, हमारा मेल आईडी है
सर। हाँ मेल आईडी आप भेज दीजिए मेरे को, मैं आपको भेजती हूँ अभी। So I was talking about the 1950s and 1960s. सर ये हम करते हैं, तब तक मैं आपको ये करती हूँ, मैं करती हूँ.
हाँ मैडम,
हाँ
मैं
जी. आपने मेरे को मेल भेजा है?
हाँ, मेल तो उसमें है, मैं फिर से भेज देता हूँ सर.
जी हाँ, जी हाँ सर, जी हाँ सर. हाँ सर, है स्कंद, ये
हाँ.
.com पे है. हाँ
हाँ,
हाँ, मैं ले लेती हूँ सर. मेरे को मिल गया.
हाँ, यस.
एक ही मिनट. हाँ सर.
यस.
ये सर एसके से शुरू होने वाला ही देना है ना मुझे आपको?
SKANDBT
हाँ जी, हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर.
@gmail.com.
जी हाँ सर.
आप तब तक बोलिए, तब तक मैं यहाँ से.
जी 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 जी
हाँ,
जी जी सर, एक ही मिनट, एक ही मिनट. हाँ सर, मैंने भेज दिया आपको. तब तक मैं बात कर रही हूँ. सर मिल गया आपको? सर मैंने भेज दिया है. सर आ गया?
हाँ, यस यस. हाँ,
तो
आप बोलिए, इसके बाद मैं थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, एक दो.
जी हाँ सर, मैं जान सकती हूँ उसको, मैं समझ सकती हूँ. हाँ, तो आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट द ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट कॉन्सेप्ट दैट इन 1950s and 1960s it is said that development can be achieved by modernization via industrialization and urbanization. In 1950s, it was Daniel Lerner who proposed this model, and then it was implemented throughout the world, that Western values and ideas disseminated by Western mass media could help transform the third world countries from traditional and primitive nations into countries with modern forms of social, economic, and political organization. In 60s, it was development that was defined as modernizations at social system levels. Now, by the time 1970 decade has come, they have realized that poverty and unhygienic conditions are the major problems to that the human beings have to face in the developing world. And therefore in 1980s and 1990s, eradication of poverty and providing basic minimum needs to all became the main focus of the development. Why I am telling you all these things? Because by the time we reach in the ninth decade, technology was there, and it was introduced, and it was started playing major role in our lives. And therefore we have realized that only industrialization, urbanization, and so-called modernization is hampering our environment, and we are facing too much of disastrous environmental hazards. Therefore it is important that the development and the environmental sustainability has to go hand in hand. And therefore all these people, they have came together and started redesigning the development model. Once again, poverty reduction was the overall focus in the developing countries. Now, use of mass communication to push the underprivileged and the underdeveloped society towards development threshold has become the prime concern of these development activists. By the time we reach on the threshold of the new millennium, United Nations Millennium Summit 2000 has defined some 8 goals, which I'm going to narrate now. The 8 goals to be achieved by 2015. So the first goal was eradication of extreme poverty and hunger. Second was achieving universal primary education. Third one is promoting gender equality and empowering women. Fourth is reducing child mortality rates.
हाँ,
हाँ
कब
जी,
तक पढ़ाते जाओ ये बताइएगा मैडम।
हाँ जी सर। सर अभी मैं फोर्थ स्लाइड पे हूँ।
जी,
फोर्थ स्लाइड पे ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट।
यही है मैडम, तो स्क्रीन में
हाँ
आ
जी,
रहा
हाँ
है।
जी, हाँ हाँ हाँ,
यस,
बराबर है।
हाँ, नेक्स्ट बताते जाइएगा।
जी हाँ सर। सर तो आप जो बता रहे हैं ना मेरे को, तो एक वो उसको उसको फुल स्क्रीन करे तो आपको बेहतर होगा, क्योंकि मैंने वो ये डाले हैं उस पे। आप फुल स्क्रीन करिए सर।
फुल स्क्रीन आएगा।
जी हाँ, आएगा सर।
हम्म,
सर ऐसा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, वो स्लाइड शो ऑन कीजिए सर, स्लाइड शो।
स्लाइड शो आ जाएगा। इसमें
जी हाँ सर, जी
हो
हाँ
नहीं
सर,
पा रहा।
जी हाँ, बोल रह गए।
फुल स्क्रीन में आएगा, बनेगा।
सर ये आपने पांचवा वाला लिया है, मैं चौथे स्लाइड पे ही हूँ, अभी तीसरे स्लाइड पे हूँ, तीसरे स्लाइड पे हूँ सर। हाँ सर, ये इसमें इसमें थोड़ा सा आगे चलिए। हाँ, तो सर इसमें सर ये ना स्लाइड शो नहीं चल रहा है, स्लाइड शो की जरूरत है।
पा रहा मैडम, स्लाइड शो नहीं हो पा रहा।
नहीं हो पा रहा है।
जी,
ओके, तो फिर ऐसे ही चलने दीजिए सर। क्या कोई, क्या मैं अपने यहाँ पे मैं देख के बात बोल लेती हूँ। तो हम लोग थे सर, इम्प्रूविंग मेंटल मैटरनल हेल्थ, कॉम्बैटिंग HIV एड्स मलेरिया एंड अदर डिसीजेस। उसके बाद है एंश्योरिंग एनवायरमेंटल सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड डेवलपिंग अ ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप फॉर डेवलपमेंट। By the time 2015, we, if at all we visit the website of United Nations, it used to it used to be titled as "We can end poverty by 2015 Millennium Development Goals." Now we can imagine that what kind of a uh, mm, goal that we all have put for our own development. All these development goals, eight of them, are being pursued. And then by after 2015, it came for 15 another years, and they have added few more goals. Those who are interested should go in detail with all the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2030. And we have realized that they have also thought of the life under the sea, life on the terrestrial planes, and of course the sustainability in the environment, promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective and accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. All these things are there. By the time we were talking about the development in the country, we have also experienced a phenomena called as, there were big giants as far as industries and the corporates are concerned. They came up with the concept called as brand. Now brand talks about the success. Whenever there are products of these similar capabilities and qualities available in the market, people tend to choose the brand as per their as per the their brand value is concerned. And therefore when we talk about the brand, it is always described as price and goodwill earned due to the sustained quality assurance. So when we talk about brand, we are sure that the quality assurance is there, and how that quality assurance is achieved through four different aspects. One is value for money. Second is utility. How much utility is attached to that particular product. Third is durability, how long lasting it is. And the fourth one is of course purity. All these qualities coming together assures the consumer that this particular product is a quality product, and the assurance is given. Now with the brand image, there is a concept called as brand value. Whenever there is a brand image and brand value, both they are combined together, whosoever is using that brand gets a status in the society. For example, a person driving Maruti 800 will not be treated as a as a person with success as compared to BMW, or for example Pajero, or any other high end cars, because they have established their brand in the market, and those who are afford to buy the brand and use it, their status also get enhanced. So now, when I studied Sanskrit with my teachers, I realized that brand, when translated in Sanskrit, the word comes as Lakshma. Lakshma means a seal of a successful product. Therefore, whosoever bears the Lakshma is called as Lakshmivant or Lakshmiwan. So, Lakshmi means the brand bearer. Now, when we talk about this particular concept, the brand and the quality, we also tend to get the similar kind of notion when we talk about human life. Human life is equally important, and it is also a product. Now, that product, if at all, needs to be successful, needs to be qualitative, needs to be prosperous, then definitely all these qualities which are applicable to a life cycle of a product should be applicable even to the life cycle of a human being.
मैडम ये फुल स्क्रीन में आने लगा है,
आने लगा है,
देख हाँ।
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड।
अब कौन से पेज में जाएं बताइए।
अब आप जाइए छठे पेज पे सर।
हाँ एक दिखा,
या पांचवें भी चलेगा तो चलेगा, वहां पे मैंने ब्रांड डिस्क्राइब किया है सर
जी।
पांचवें भी चले जाइए।
हाँ ये है, दिख रहा आपको?
हाँ जी, ब्रांड, चलिए चलाइए उसको सर। सर चलाइए। हाँ, so brand is nothing but price and goodwill earned due to the sustained quality assurance. सर उसमें सर दबाते जाइए। हाँ जी, क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस है, उसके आगे भी चलिए। फिर वैल्यू फॉर मनी है, क्योंकि जब तक वैल्यू फॉर मनी नहीं आएगा हम ब्रांड खरीदेंगे नहीं, प्रोडक्ट खरीदेंगे नहीं। यूटिलिटी है, जब तक कि प्रोडक्ट की यूटिलिटी है तभी तक हम खरीदते हैं। आजकल कोई ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट टीवी नहीं खरीदता, या पेजर तो आके 11 महीने में चला गया। ड्यूरेबिलिटी जो है वो कितना लंबा चलता है, उस पर हमको हम ब्रांड कैसा है या प्रोडक्ट कैसा है ये डिसाइड करते हैं, और उसमें प्योरिटी कितनी है। ये सारी चीजें मिलके ब्रांड एश्योरेंस बनता है, क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस बनता है। एंड ब्रांड इमेज एंड ब्रांड वैल्यू आर ऑलवेज ट्रीटेड एज अ गुडविल इन द मार्केट। सर आगे चलिए। और इसका सारे का सारा मिला के फिर बनता है स्टेटस फॉर यूजर। तो ये सारा जो बनेगा ये ब्रांड है, brand is Lakshma and brand bearer is Lakshmi. So when we talk about all these things, I realize that we have got a wonderful image. Sir, रहने दीजिए इस पर। Wonderful image of human development and quality of life in the form of Lakshmi. All the three philosophies, that is the Sanatan Hindu philosophy, the Buddha philosophy, and the Jainism, all these three philosophies or schools of philosophies have propagated this particular concept through their religion as a Lakshmi only. So what is Lakshmi? This is the Shravan Begol Lakshmi which you will find in Karnataka. This is called as Abhishek Lakshmi. Sir, आगे चलिए। ये भी अभिषेक लक्ष्मी ही है, अच्छा दिख रहा था इसलिए मैंने डाला उसको। आगे चलिए सर, आगे चलिए सर। So what is Lakshma? So whosoever is the best quality cattle, it used to get such kind of marks through the king, and king used to endorse that this is the best quality of cattle herd, and one has to subscribe to this to have the best yield as far as milk and other milk products are concerned. So that is called as Lakshma. Nowadays also it is done. Next, sir. On the in the sir रुकिए वो फोटोग्राफ दिखाइए sir Vaishnavas in Indian philosophy have all the time such kind of marks on their body also. This is also called as Lakshma. They actually heat it and just put the mark on the various parts of body to show that they are Vaishnavas. So it's a brand. आगे चलिए sir. Now, when we talk about brand, it's an icon associated with success of product and most important phase in the product life cycle. Lakshmi is associated with successful human life and the most important phase in the human life. Personal and social development is equal to quality, purity, utility, durability, worth of life, and status is called as branded life as per Indian philosophy. Sir, आगे चलिए. Lakshmi is described in the Sri Suktam. It is the prayer of sustained of quality of life, which means a branded life. It is written at least before 8th century BCE, because the books which were written in 8th century BCE, they have clear reference of Sri Suktam. It is the 15 verses of hymn, which is an appendices of Rigveda, traditionally recited after Prithvi and Parjanya Suktam, because Prithvi is nothing but earth and Parjanya, sir, रुकिए जरा. Parjanya is the shower or the rainy season or the rains. So what happens after the earth receives the rains? The crop agriculture flourishes and we can yield the crop, and that gives us the what you can say, the prosperity in the life. So Lakshmi is nothing but the combination of Sri Devi and Bhu Devi. Sir, आगे चलिए. हाँ. So what is Sri Devi? Sri Devi is depicted as is defined as all the movable property assets that one can have. It can be goodwill, it can be reputation, it can be liquid cash, and even the intelligence. That means nowadays when we talk about the intellectual property rights, our ancestors have already defined it as your property. Dhi is the intelligence. Next is Bhudevi. Bhudevi is all the immovable property. Mud and brick houses, hatched houses also, baked brick houses, agricultural land, non-agricultural land, grazing field, everything which is immovable owned by a person is called as Bhudevi. Combining together, sir आगे चलिए. Combining these two things together, the concept, ये देखिए ये श्रीदेवी की एक प्रतिमा है. This pratima is always shown with the cornucopia. So what is cornucopia, sir? ये बढ़ाइए, प्रेस करिए उसको. जी हाँ, this is called as cornucopia, which is full of fruits and the agricultural produce, and of course जिसको हम धन धान्य समृद्धि संपत्ति कहते हैं, वो सारी चीजें वो लेके बैठी हुई है. आगे चलिए सर. Now, Bhudevi is of course the land that everybody has. So this is the first ever depiction of Bhudevi in the Udaigiri caves of MP district in MP state in in India. So you can see Bhudevi, which is actually holding herself with the tusk of this huge Varaha figure. Please आगे चलिए sir. Bhudevi is always depicted in the with the Varaha. Huh? So this is from Mahabalipuram. Next, sir. And this is from Balikundi, Karnataka. Now you can see that instead of a feminine figure, you can find that there is a ball or the round earth or the sphere of earth. held by this particular deity. This particular figure or the sculpture was in the 10th century AD. That means that time also Indians were aware that the earth is round like an orange, or earth is a sphere body. आगे चलिए sir. Then we have Sri Devi and Bhudevi, and they both are consorts of Sri Narayana. And Narayana always depicted as the beholder of the society. So for the sustainable society, you need both the liquid cash and other aspects that I have described, and also the land, because unless and until land holding is there, how the society is going to sustain. So both Sri Devi and Bhudevi are the consort of Sri Narayana. आगे चलिए सर. जी हाँ सर, वो आगे चलिए. हाँ, इनका मिला के श्रीदेवी बनती है सर. आगे चलिए. Now, what is the content analysis of this book? It is an appeal. The mediator is the fire, and her description there, and a message is being delivered to deliver that particular message to this particular deity. She has a golden complexion, very attractive, wearing gold and silver chains and ornaments, dazzling, glittering, and one who will never go away from me. When we decided that we have to pray her and ask her to be with her, we have asked her not to go away from us, and we can just translate it as permanent, constant, everlasting, and sustained. This is these are the words which are being used in today's parlance, but in Vedic parlance they will say anapagamini, the one who will never go away. Please sir, आगे चलिए सर. आगे चलिए. हाँ जी. And invite her on our behalf and ask her to be with us. Sir, please आगे. Now, her persona is, as I told you, she is full of dampness, moisture, and humidity. All these things are the ideal condition for growing any kind of germination. Germination takes place only if the dampness is there in the atmosphere, there has to be a moisture, and there has to be humidity, the brightness and the warmth. There has to be an energetic environment also. She is contented, she is satisfied, she is fulfilled, and therefore she has a tendency to be a philanthropist. Philanthropy, generous donation only happens if somebody is satisfied within. Sir, आगे का. This is her persona. Very important. Sir, रुकिए जरा 2 मिनट रुकिए. सर प्लीज पीछे जाइए. हाँ, ये जो है तो she has acquired a radiant complexion like sun due to the pinas she has produced a bilva vruksha, that is बेल का पेड़ उन्होंने बनाया है. Its fruits shall remove all the internal maya and the external Lakshmi. So what is inner maya? That is illusion, illness, and diseases. And Alakshmi is lack of resources, reduction in the resources, decrease in the resources, shortage of anything, deficiency, and all such conditions which are not at all promoting anything. So both the things from inside and from outside, Maya and Lakshmi are to be removed. And who is going to remove this with the help of this Bilva Patra? Sir, आगे चलिए. How important is Bilva Patra as far as Ayurveda is concerned? I have also given you the reference of the journal that I have referred. That is the Environmental Science, Toxicology and Food Technology. The study reveals that whale fruit contains water, sugar, protein, fiber, fat, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, iron, and vitamins like A, B, C. And it is also a tonic for heart and brain, gut friendly, traditionally used to cure the constipation, diarrhea, diabetes, and other
other such conditions. आगे चलिए सर. Contains chemicals like tannin and so on and so forth. While all parts of bale tree are useful, the fruit's medicinal value becomes higher when it begins to ripen, according to the study published in the Journal of Pharma and Innovation. Norms क्या है प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर के एज पर यूएनओ एंड डब्ल्यूएचओ? One primary health care center for population of 20 to 30,000 people. Here we are talking about the bale tree and the bale fruit, which is important. Sir, रुकिए जरा, मैं बोल रही हूँ. Sir, please रुकिए. जी, thank you. That this particular fruit is as good as the first 3-day milk of a newly became mother. That is called as colostrum, which is very important to develop the resistance power in the neonatal condition of a child. Unless and until that milk is given to the child, it will not at all develop the resistance power to fight various kinds of diseases. And similar is the case with the bale fruit. Bale fruit provides you equally nutritious and fibrous diet to develop the resistance power, and therefore it is always compared with the mother's milk. आगे चलिए sir. So we have talked about the health. Then we are talking about the finance. सर रुकिए जरा, वो जो फिगर है वो मुझे दिखानी है सर. पीछे वाली फिगर को देखिए. ये है कुबेर. कुबेर का मतलब होता है the one who is a treasurer of deity, and he is always treated as devasakha. So he is the main जिसको कहते हैं कि the financer who is going to support us financially in all our ventures. So he should also be there. आगे चलिए sir. This is another figure. Along with, and we need her. Sir रुक जाइए. हाँ. We need her along with Kirti. So what is Kirti? Kirti is a combo pack. कीर्ति में बुद्धि, अगर कीर्ति आती है तो उसके साथ बुद्धि, मति, धृति, द्युति. द्युति का मतलब होता है कांति, पुष्टि, सिद्धि, समृद्धि, तुष्टि, क्रिया, श्रद्धा, ख्याति and shanti. All these things, they come, all these aspects of life, they come along with kirti. And therefore we are praying that not only Lakshmi, that is the prosperity we want, we also want a financer, and we also want a kirti in our life, so that all these aspects, multi-dimensional development needs to be there in our life. आगे चलिए sir. And last one is the Arogya and Jaya. Jaya means the victory. Now when we are talking about Upaitumam Devasakha Kirtischa Maninasaha, that means we want all these things. Then comes the Kshut Pipasa Malam Jeshtham Alakshmim Nashayamyam Abhutim Samruddhim Cha Sarvam Nirnuda Megrahat. Sir, let me explain you. Nirnuda it means eradication. Now this is Alakshmi. Sir, आगे चलिए. I want to describe Alakshmi. That is Kshut. Kshut means bhook. That is hunger. Aage. Pipasa. Pipasa is the thirst. People have no water to drink. All these are the photographs published by the United Nations and the WHO for various Ethiopian and Sudanese who are suffering from malnutrition. So this is dehydrated body. We can see that how bad is the condition of a body if the water content is very less. So kshut pipasa. Pipasa means the thirst. आगे चलिए सर. मलाम ज्येष्ठाम, ये तो बहुत ही फेमस पिक्चर है. इसके लिए इसको पुलित्जर मिला और फिर बाद में पता नहीं क्या हुआ, तो उसके बारे में बाद में बात करते हैं. So this is the kind of situation that the people are facing in the world, and we are saying that Chut Pipasa means भूख और प्यास, इससे हमको मुक्ति चाहिए. आगे आगे चलिए सर. So this is hunger. Okay, आगे. This is thirst. This is mala is in unhygienic conditions. The third one is, so all this situation needs to be removed or eradicated from our life, and therefore we are striving for eradication of these things. आगे चलिए. Jeshtham is the elder born before. When we were living in the nomad kind of a thing, or when we were into the pre development stage, that is Neolithic or monolithic era, that time we were like this, and assurance for food was not at all there. आगे चलिए sir. Then we started using the stone tools. आगे चलिए. But still we were scavengers like all these birds. Somebody else is used to kill for us, and we used to steal that prey from the animals. आगे चलिए sir. Today also in the field, in the Masai Mara, you will find that these people are waiting for the lions to kill, and then they will snatch it from the lions. चलिए. And then suddenly we discovered that there can be a process of agriculture, or the development stage, where we discovered that the agriculture can give us a better stage and better food nutrition gain, and therefore we started yielding the agricultural produce. आगे चलिए sir. And then all sorts of Lakshmi have came into existence in our life. आगे चलिए sir. So these are the Ashtalakshmi, Adi Lakshmi, Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Gaja Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Dhairya Lakshmi, Vijaya Lakshmi, or Vidya Lakshmi. So all these Lakshmis, they came into existence after we discovered that how to graze, or how to produce the agricultural produce. आगे चलिए sir. Then what we call is that Alakshmi vis-a-vis Lakshmi. So Alakshmi is the first stage that we were into. That is, nothing is happening. There is a stagnation. There is nothing is moving. State of inertia is there, and suddenly we realize that we can prosper. आगे चलिए sir. Asamruddhi is paucity. And all these things are depicted as the Jeshtha, that the condition which was previously existing. And then I want to destroy these things, and therefore I need your help. This is what is we asked for. Eradicate it from my home. This is what is the actual translation of Sarvam Nirnuda Me Grahat. आगे चलिए sir. Gandhadwaram. That means she has a beautiful fragrance. Duradharsham, very difficult to produce. There has to be a manthan. Manthan means that you have to churn out. You cannot fight and create Lakshmi. You have to churn out her. By the churning can be of intellectual churning or resources churning, but churning has to be there. You can't fight together. Fight and produce Lakshmi. Gandhadwara means anything which is at a developing stage has a very beautiful fragrance, and whatever is in a depleted condition, whatever is decaying, decomposing, has got a very foul smell. So development is always depicted in the form of fragrance in India. आगे चलिए sir. Nitya Pushtam, once you get it, it is going to sustain with you. Sir, रुकिए 1-2 minute. It is going to sustain with you forever. Now, when we are talking about Karishanim means cow dung. And cow dung is supposed to be the best manure for improving the fertility of the land. And therefore, it is always said that Lakshmi is in the cow dung manure. And therefore, she is called as Karishanim. आगे चलिए sir. So, she is the resource of fragrance, difficult to get, hard to earn. It's complicated to produce, but once we get it, it is consistent, continuous, and never-ending. Goddess of all the animals, goddess of minds, its strength, stability, determination, truth, and fame, prosperity, wealth, and abundance for the region. Now I would like to recite one small sentence that is from the hymn, and it is said that प्रादुर्भूतो सुराष्ट्रेस्मिन, जिस राष्ट्र में मैं पैदा हुआ, where in whatever nation I'm born, you should be there and immediately spread like a wildfire into my. I'm just giving you an example that you immediately spread throughout my country. Now here we are talking about the country development or national development in this particular Sri Sukta. प्रादुर्भूतो सुराष्ट्रेस्मिन कीर्ति वृद्धिम दधातु में, कीर्ति और वृद्धि मुझे दीजिए और मेरे सभी नेशनल्स को दीजिए. आगे चलिए सर. Now Akuti means the stability and the balance of mind, which you get only when you are fulfilling your needs, your wants, your wishes, and your desires. So whatever stability we are going to achieve after all these fulfillments, that is called as the stability and sustainability of and balance of the mind. Then maturity and contentment arising from the gratification. Internalizing the ethics and values like truth, non-violence, non-stealing, and sacrifices. All these values and ethics can be taught, can be thought of, can be practiced only if there is a stability and balance of mind is there. And therefore, this particular deity, we are asking for all these things to be there in our life. Sir, आगे चलिए. Kardamena Prajabhuta. I want that I should be able to create the mud, and I should be able to produce A.P.S Rujantu Snigdhani. I should be able to produce ghee out of water. So how to create a ghee out of water, sir, please. आगे चलिए. Now this is what is the agriculture activity which is going on, and similarly we can actually have the grass, green grass. Aage chaliye sir. With the help of water and mud, we can produce the green grass. The grass will be eaten by the cow, and she will give the milk to us. Aage chaliye sir. From that milk, after boiling it, we will have the dahi or the curd. Sir, aage chaliye. From this curd, आगे चलिए sir, there will be a manthan, and from that manthan we will extract the butter. See, all these are the processes. These are all the value added things. Sir, आगे चलिए. See, the process of value addition is taught in just 3 words. A.P.S Rujantu Snigdhani. From water we want to extract ghee. From okay, now this is butter, and sir next is when we sir रुकिए जरा एक minute. हाँ, so when we heat it, we get the ghee, and ghee is supposed to be equivalent to the amrut, that is nectar, that is available only to the gods and goddesses living in the heaven. So it is equivalent to the best ever medicine that we can get on the earth, that is called as ghee of cow milk. And ghee is supposed to be the best, and therefore we have kept adding values to the to simple water, and from water we have made this ghee. So this all process is applicable to each and every manufacturing unit, that from scratch we create some huge things. So that particular process we need to understand, and we should be able to utilize our infrastructure, our superstructure, and all the resources for creating the best in our life. आगे चलिए sir. Now when we are talking about hygiene, one who after taking bath every day offers ghee using juhu, that is spoon, in the havan, praying for the Lakshmi, will definitely be blessed by her. And how she is going to bless you? Because she is going to fulfill all your needs, wishes, desire. You will have a very sustained composed mind, and out of that, na krodho, gussa nahi aayega. That means there will be no anger. Na cha matsaryam, there will be no feeling of envy. Na lobho, there will be no greed. Na ashubhamatihi, not inauspicious intentions will be there in our life, and all people will be together to pray her and bring prosperity to our life. There is another word which is there, Madhavi. Madhavi means the creativity of the spring season, and she should be our priya sakhi. That means she should be very friendly to us. That means the creativity should be very friendly to us. It is another name of Mahalakshmi. So all these aspects, when we are asking for, this is nothing but it is going to lead us to a better lifestyle and a prosperous, happy, healthy living. Sir, आगे चलिए. And then what we are asking, may there be a healthy, joyful life with splendor, having upper hand of Shri, wealth, food grains, cattle, horses, elephant, many offsprings, hundreds of years of long life. आगे चलिए sir. And apart from that, sir चलिए. There should not be any debt, illness, poverty, hunger, untimely death, fear, grief, mental disturbances. Please eradicate it from our life. अब आप देखिए सर, आगे चलिए कि this is a branded and successful life that we are asking for. We are asking for quality of life, value, that is materialistic pleasure and the social status, utility, that we should be healthy and useful for others, durability, that we want a long life, purity, that our mind, body, intelligence, moral ethics should be as pure as possible. So we are actually looking at the life as a product, and we are asking that we should have a brand of life in and live a very successful life. Sir, आगे चलिए. This is how our dharma, artha and kam, that is duty, economic activities and ethical and lawful desires, all these things are to be done by us, and this will lead us for the moksha, because all these are the purusharthas that we are doing it for our society. So duty is of course dharma, artha is the economic activities, and karma is the ethical and lawful desires, kama. So these are to be done and achieve moksha. Sir, आगे चलिए. Sir, when I was studying iconography, this is a very, I have put this very deliberately, this particular picture. This is called as Aniruddha Lakshmi from the Hoysala style in the Channakeshava temple. Aniruddha is a very specific name to the icon of Mahavishnu, wherein he is holding his all the four objects in a very particular manner. You will find that there is a chakra in his hand. The right so the right upper hand has a chakra. The left upper hand has a mace. The left lower hand has got kamal, and right lower hand has got the shankha, that is the conch. Now this particular figure is called as Aniruddha, which means uninterrupted. And when we are showing Aniruddha and Lakshmi, that means we should have uninterrupted prosperity and high quality of life, and we are praying for it. So branded life and all other things are just showed in one picture or one sculpture very beautifully and magnificently. Sir, आगे चलिए. Angus Madison, he was a British economist specialized in the quantitative macroeconomic history, including the measurement and analysis of economic growth and development. Traced the economic history of India across 2000 years, starting from first C, that is Common Era, in his study of a global economy. India ranked number one in the list of nations with the highest share in the world's GDP, at close at 25% from first CE all the way through the next 2 millennia up to 1700 CE. So for continuously, India was contributing at least 25% per year in the world's GDP. Now, this was just because we all had a very clear cut idea of quality of life and how to improve it. सर आगे चलिए 20 सर एक मिनट रुकिए 23 to 33% share of the world GDP for 1700 years is not a joke. So at the end, I would like to tell you that all our ancestors were following the development model of Lakshmi. We are praying Lakshmi. Eventually, after with the passage of time, we just limited it to only the wealth, but it is not the wealth. It has a overall idea of human development presented in just 15 verses by our ancestors. We were following it. I wish that we should once again understand what is Lakshmi. Sir, आगे चलिए. This is Lakshmi from Gadchiroli, and thank you very much for giving me a patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rama. Very nice description and presentation from ancient to modern concept of quality, brand, Lakshmi, etc. आपने जो एंशियंट श्लोकों का और जो मॉडर्न अप्रोच से जो व्याख्या की है वो बहुत ही अप्रतिम है. मुझे लगा कि आप ऋग्वेद के श्री सूक्तम इसकी कुछ डिस्क्रिप्टिव या कुछ क्रिटिकल उस तरह से आप इसका प्रेजेंटेशन दोगी, और जो आपका बायोडेटा था मास कम्युनिकेशन एंड अदर योर क्वालिटीज, बट आई एम वेरी और ये इतना अच्छा पेपर, एक संस्कृत डिस्क्रिप्शन जो अपने श्लोक्स हैं पुराने वेदों के, उसकी आपने एक बहुत ही नवीन व्याख्या की है. और मैं स्कंद जी को बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी कि उनकी वजह से मैं आपको सुन पाई, आप लोगों के सामने आ सकी. और आपने जो पृथ्वी, जो समृद्धि, संपन्नता, वो बहुत अच्छी उसकी व्याख्या की है लक्ष्मी की. गज लक्ष्मी, धन धान्य लक्ष्मी, और पूरे जो एस्पेक्ट्स हैं लक्ष्मी के बहुत डिटेल, उसका बहुत सिंबॉलिक, बहुत ही अच्छी आपने इसका प्रेजेंटेशन किया है. और चूंकि कुछ सजेशंस हैं जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी, वो इससे रिलेटेड ही हैं.
जी मैम.
ये आपने जो भी पृथ्वी का जो है विष्णु प्रिय उसको बोलते हैं, तो मैं तो खुद अपना भी बताती हूँ. मैं सुबह उठते ही सबसे पहले जो अपना पैर जमीन पे रखती हूँ तो मैं विष्णु प्रिया से क्षमा मांगती हूँ. पृथ्वी के ऊपर मैं अपने
समुद्र वसने देवी पर्वत स्थल मंडले विष्णु पत्नी नमस्तुभ्यं पाद स्पर्शन क्षमस्व मे.
ये मुझे क्षमा करें. मैं
थैंक यू मैम.
हाँ, पेपर इज नाउ डिस्कशन ओपन फॉर डिस्कशन.
अनुराग शुक्ला जी को चेयरपर्सन शायद है नहीं.
है सर, है सर. नमस्ते सर. रमा जी, बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेनेशन रहा. श्री के बारे में मेरा अपने एक ओपिनियन है. मैंने एक कहानी कोई पढ़ी थी, वो कैसे मुझे कुछ उसके रेफरेंसेस नहीं मालूम, पर मुझे एक कहानी ये मालूम है कि श्री सबसे पहले इंद्र के पास थी, इसलिए इंद्र बहुत सशक्त था, बहुत ताकतवर था. परंतु जब उसने स्त्रियों के साथ में अभद्र व्यवहार करना शुरू किया तो श्री उससे नाराज होकर पाताल लोक निवासिनी बन गई, जिससे क्रमशः इंद्र का क्षरण हुआ और दर दर भटकने लगा. फिर सबकी सलाह से वो विष्णु के पास में गया और फिर विष्णु ने ये सलाह दी कि मंथन करना आवश्यक है. और फिर मंथन हुआ, और मंथन में जब श्री प्राप्त हुई तो फिर विष्णु ने निश्चित किया कि अब ये अगर दोबारा देवताओं को देंगे तो फिर ये गलती करेंगे, इससे बेहतर है मैं श्री को अपने पास रखूं. तो विष्णु ने श्री को अपने पास रखा हुआ है। और प्रारंभिक देवियों में सिर्फ 3 देवियों के नाम मिलते हैं। एक श्री, जैसे आपने उनके सारे नाम बताए वो। दूसरा ज्येष्ठा, जो रोगों आदि से मुक्ति देने वाली देवी है। तीसरा कामदा, जो भी कामनाओं को पूर्ण करने वाली देवी कामदा। तो प्रारंभिक इतिहास में जो पूजा होती थी सिर्फ 3 देवियों की उपासना होती थी। बाकी आइकोनोग्राफी में आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। थोड़ा सा आइकोनोग्राफी मुझे भी आती है। तो जिसे आप अभिषेक लक्ष्मी कह रही थी, तो आमतौर पे हिंदू आइकोनोग्राफी में गजलक्ष्मी के तौर पे ज्यादा प्रोनाउंस की जाती है, कही जाती है, क्योंकि उनके दोनों ओर 2 गज बने रहते हैं और उनके शीर्ष में कलशाभिषेक होता है। इसलिए शायद आपने अभिषेक लक्ष्मी इसका शब्द प्रयोग किया। आमतौर पर हम लोग उसको गजलक्ष्मी ही कहते हैं। तो वो एक बहुत चीज रही। पर जो आपने जो कमलेश मैम कह रही थी, मैं शुरू में यही सोच रहा था कि श्री सूक्तम का मतलब कि आप वो श्री सूक्त को लेके कुछ रिसर्च पेपर आप डिस्कस करेंगे। पर जिस तरह से आपने बिजनेस, एक मैनेजमेंट और बिजनेस को लेके जिस तरह से भारतीय दर्शन में श्री सूक्त का उपयोग किया, वो बहुत ही अद्भुत था। बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। सर मैं बोल सकती हूँ क्या?
जी जी।
सर ऐसा है कि गजलक्ष्मी तो है, लेकिन वो गजल जो है ये अभिषेक करने वाले हैं। और अगर आप, क्या है सर, मेरे को समय बहुत कम दिया गया, नहीं तो मैं कम से कम 1.5 से पौने 2 घंटे मैं श्री सूक्त पर ही बोलती हूँ। और उसके अलावा सर आपने जो ये कहानी बताई है, ये पुराणों की कहानी है। जब हम ऋग्वेद की बात करते हैं, ऋग्वेद, यजुर्वेद, अथर्ववेद और सामवेद, इसमें ऐसी कोई कहानियां नहीं है। ऋग्वेद में तो खासकर मैंने खालिस या सिर्फ और केवल अलग अलग तरह के की कविताएं हैं। और उन कविताओं के माध्यम, मतलब मैं उनको कविता कहती हूँ क्योंकि वह छंदनिबद्ध है। छंदों में जो रची गई है, ऐसी सारी कल्पनाएं वहां पे प्रस्तुत की गई है। कहानियां आपको ऋग्वेद में नहीं मिलेंगी। जो मिलेंगी वो भी आपको बहुत ही त्रोटक मिलेंगी, बहुत कम मिलेंगी। तो लक्ष्मी के विषय में, लक्ष्मी का ये जो वर्णन है, इसमें ऐसा कोई भी वर्णन कि वो इंद्र के पास है या विष्णु के पास है, ये कभी भी आपको नहीं मिलेगा। जब आप श्री सूक्त का पाठ करते हैं तो उस पाठ में दूसरी बात यह है कि जब भी हम लोग ये बात करते हैं, ये जो गजलक्ष्मी जो मैंने दिखाई थी आपको, वो देखिए कि वो साक्षात पृथ्वी है। वो एक कमल से भरे हुए सरोवर में या पौंड में बैठी हुई है। 2 छोटे हाथी उस पौंड से पानी निकालकर ऊपर के हाथियों को दे रहे हैं और वो ऊपर वाले हाथी उन पर अभिषेक कर रहे हैं। तो संस्कृत साहित्य में हमेशा ये कहा जाता है कि काले मेघ, जो पानी भरे हुए मेघ रहते हैं, वो हाथी की तरह दिखते हैं। उसी का ट्रांसलेशन किया गया है अभिषेक लक्ष्मी में कि लक्ष्मी जो बीच में बिठाई गई है और उसके ऊपर जो वो हाथी पानी डाल रहे हैं, तो उनको मेघों की तरह देखना है हमको। एंड दे आर एक्चुअली डिपिक्टिंग द वाटर साइकिल which we experience every year कि बाष्पीभवन होता है पानी का, फिर वो ऊपर जाते हैं, उनके बादल बनते हैं, बादलों से फिर पानी बरसता है और वो फिर से सागरों में जाता है। ये जो वाटर साइकिल हमको दिखानी है या साइंटिफिकली हम बात करते हैं, वही इस अभिषेक लक्ष्मी में दिखाई गई है। तो महाराष्ट्र में ये अभिषेक लक्ष्मी आपको सबसे पहले दिखाई देती है राष्ट्रकूटों ने बनाई हुई, कृष्ण राष्ट्रकूट ने बनाए हुए एलोरा के केव नंबर 16 में वो सबसे पहले आपको दिखेगी और उसके बाद फिर आपको अभिषेक लक्ष्मी दिखना शुरू होता है। तो गजलक्ष्मी तो कहते ही है उसको, लेकिन वो गज कर क्या रहे हैं, तो वो अभिषेक कर रहे हैं और वो वाटर साइकिल दिखाई गई है। सर मैं एक एक लक्ष्मी के वो जो कॉर्नोकोपिया है उसके ऊपर भी मैं आपको बता सकती हूँ कि जब भी लड़की की सगाई होती है तो उसके हाथ में जो कुछ मिठाइयां और सारी चीजें दी जाती है, उसका शेप देखिए कौन सा होता है। वो भी ऐसा टैपरिंग होता है, चनाचोर गरम वाला, तो उसके हाथ में दिया जाता है और उसको कहा जाता है यू विल गेट द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ग्रो लाइक दिस एंड यू विल बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ग्रोइंग द होल environment and the system, family system, तो ये इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ गृह लक्ष्मी कहा जाता है। जो कोई लड़की पहले शादी होके जब भी आती है तो उसको लक्ष्मी की उपमा दी जाती है कि शी इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द फैमिली एंड इवेंचुअली द नेशन। आप देखिए कि जब हम वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात आज करते हैं तो वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट में अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ग्रो एंड डिसीजन मेकिंग, ये सबसे दो इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं। ये दोनों चीजें हम लक्ष्मी में देखते हैं। सो द होल प्रोसेस इज नथिंग। तो जितने भी मैंने जो कहा था मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल के बाद जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल 2030 के 17 गोल्स जो है उसमें से 13 तो हमको श्री सूक्त में मिलते ही हैं। आप देख लगे तो आप मेरा वो जो पेपर है वो पढ़ लीजिए, मैंने सर को सबमिट किया है। और मैं कम से कम 3 से 4 घंटे ज्येष्ठा जो है सर आपने कहा, ज्येष्ठा का मतलब होता है उसकी डेफिनेशन ही दी है, क्षुत पिपासा मलाम ज्येष्ठाम। तो क्षुत पिपासा मलाम ज्येष्ठाम की जो हम लोग विशेषण बोलते हैं वो क्षुत पिपासा मलाम ज्येष्ठाम, ये एक साथ पढ़ने हैं हमको। वो कभी आपको ज्येष्ठा जो है वो कभी देवी के रूप में भले ही हम पूछते हैं, लेकिन दुर्जनम प्रथमम वंदे इस हिसाब से उसको पहले किया जाता है। महाराष्ट्र में तो परंपरा है सर, 2 देवियां खड़ी की जाती हैं और उनके बीच में गणपति को बिठाया जाता है। एक तरफ ज्येष्ठा होती है, फिर बुद्धि का विकास हुआ और फिर लक्ष्मी यानी कनिष्ठा उत्पन्न हुई। तो ज्येष्ठा और कनिष्ठा के बीच में गणपति की स्थापना की जाती है। सो ऑल दीज रिचुअल्स एंड द आइकॉन्स दैट आई एम स्टडिंग आर अमेजिंग एज फार एज विजुअल कम्युनिकेशन एंड आइकोनोग्राफी इज कंसर्न। इस पर मैं अलग से सर मतलब मैंने बहुत ही कंसाइज में, क्योंकि मेरे को सिर्फ आप सर ने कहा था कि 40-45 मिनट्स आपको मिलेंगे, वरना मैं तो इस पे वर्कशॉप्स लेती हूँ सर।
मैं कोशिश करूंगा आगे आपका रखूं। एक्चुअली ये सीरीज थी तो जिसमें काफी लोगों के टॉक होनी थी।
जी हाँ सर।
उसमें मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि जब एक और सीरीज लूं तो उसमें फिर आपका एक व्याख्यान रखूंगा और उसमें समय रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम। प्रोफेसर कमलेश शर्मा मैडम सत्र की चेयरपर्सन, और हमेशा ही हमारे इस सीरीज में आपने समय दिया है, उनका व्याख्यान भी हुआ है यहाँ पर। मैडम रामा गोलवालकर मैडम डॉक्टर उन्हें बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से ये यहाँ पर अपना व्याख्यान दिया है और निश्चित रूप से ये बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल है और आगे भी कई विषय को एक सीरीज हमको कराने का आगे का विषय मिला है। तो मैं निश्चित रूप से उनके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और अनुराग जी खजुराहो से हैं और खजुराहो पर अभी जस्ट लक्ष्मण टेम्पल पर आपकी हिंदी में एक बुक आई है जो कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है अपनी भाषा में। तो ये कल मैडम कह रही थी कि हमको खजुराहो में कोई तो बताया है हमने अनुराग जी को कि मैडम खजुराहो आती रहती हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से जब भी समय मिलेगा आप इनको बुला सकती हैं और चर्चा भी हो सकती है और इनका छतरपुर में जो भी सहयोग आपको चाहिए ये कोशिश करेंगे पूर्ण रूप से।
विशेष तौर पे अभी मैंने जो पढ़ा सर इसमें खरजूर वाहक लिखा था वो मैं थोड़ा इंटरेस्टेड लग रहा है। उसके बारे में बाद में मैडम से बात करूंगा।
हाँ
जी हाँ सर, जी हाँ सर।
तो सभी को धन्यवाद। थोड़ा समय की मर्यादा है तो हम अगले सेशन की ओर बढ़ते हैं। तो नेक्स्ट सेशन आवर इमिनेंट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर महुआ चक्रवर्ती मैडम, प्रोफेसर म्यूजियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कोलकाता, आवर चेयरपर्सन Dr. G.C.L. Games, Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohuna, Matara, Sri Lanka, and Co-Chairperson Meenakshi Khemka, Assistant Director, State Museum, Lucknow. Welcome all of you, madam, and I am requesting to Madam Gomez, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much giving this opportunity. I don't take much time. I will give explanation regarding Mahu Chakrabarti, Professor Mahu Chakrabarti. Dr. Mahu Chakrabarti is working as professor in the Department of Museology in the University of Kolkata with the focus in museum collection management, Indian art history and archaeology. She obtained gold medal for rank in first in the MA examination in museology. Also, she obtained her PhD degree from the University of Kolkata for the thesis Minor Antiques in the museums of Eastern India, problems of communication to the visitors. She at present supervises in 5 PhD research, and also 7 research have already been confirmed PhD degree under her supervision. She visited Portugal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar and Cambodia for postdoctoral research works and to attend conference. Also, she authored 6 books and edited 4 books. She has penned 40 articles in different international and national journals, conference proceedings, and edited volumes. She was a content writer of UGC EPG Patsala project in museology and conservation. She was a co-PI UGC UPE2 major project 2018 to 20 Museology Department, Kolkata University, entitled Musealization of the Great Indian Epics, Case Studies in South and Southeast Asia. She's an eminent speaker and eminent professor. I cordially invite you to present your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, audible.
Good afternoon. First of all, I should thank Professor Skant Kumar Mishra for giving me the opportunity to participate in this international webinar. I should also thank the eminent chairpersons for chairing my session. Hope all of you and the audience present here will enjoy my presentation. Today, I am going to say a few words on Alipur Museum, a unique heritage and an independence museum to reminisce the freedom fighting of India. Jails, in the modern sense, are products of the 19th century. It is a legacy of British rule. Incarceration was a common form of punishment as far back as the 1790s, when the British were just consolidating their rule in India. They established prisons in the many forts of India for security reasons and turned the Andaman and Nicobar Islands into a penal settlement. The prison system in Indian Empire, like the British rule itself in this country, has grown up by degrees until as the empire was consolidated and order introduced into all departments of the government, the treatment of criminals took its place among the recognized branches of the judicial administration. Before 1835, there were 43 civil, 75 criminal, and 68 mixed jails in the territories under the company. Still, 1836, public attention was not strongly drawn to prisons. The murder of Thomas Richardson, the magistrate of 24 Parganas and the superintendent of the jail at the presidency of Calcutta, was the moving cause of public attention to the jail problem. Lord Macaulay Commission Report 1835 expressed the idea that the best criminal code can be of very little use to a community unless there be good machinery for the infliction of punishment. This was the ideological cornerstone upon which the prisons in those days were based. The Prison Discipline Committee submitted a report in 1838
which recommended increased rigorous treatment and rejected all notions of reforming criminals through moral and religious teaching, education, or any system of rewards for good conduct. Inter alia, it recommended separation of untried prisoners from the convicted ones. On the report, suggestion, and advice, and in the pursuance of the recommendations of the committee, a central prison was established at Agra in 1846. This was the first central prison in India. After that, a central prison was established at Delhi and Allahabad in 1848, at Lahore in 1852, at Madras in 1857, at Bombay in 1864, at Alipur in 1864, and Benaras and Fatehgarh in the same year, and at Lucknow in 1867. This was a positive contribution in the history of the prison reforms in our country, along with its advocacy of the theory of retribution in prison administration. The British regime was only interested in the prison from the point of view of administration and discipline. The Commission of Jail Management and Discipline 1864 made specific recommendation regarding the accommodation, improvement in diet, clothing, bedding, medical care of the prisoners, and for the appointment of medical officers in jails. This commission fixed the required minimum space for one prisoner as 54 square feet and 640 cubic feet. It also recommended the separation of male prisoners from females and children from adults. The Calcutta Conference of 1877 was convened in Calcutta to inquire into the prison administration. It was proposed the enactment of a new prison law which could secure uniformity of system at least on such basic issues as the reckoning of the terms of sentence. In 1888, the Fourth Jail Commission was appointed to inquire into the facts of prison. This commission reviewed the earlier reports of 1836, 64, and 77 and made an inquiry into all matters connected with jail administration. It believed uniformity could not be achieved without enactment of a single Prisons Act. It also recommended the setting up of jail hospitals. The Prisons Act was passed in 1894. The problems of prison management and administration continued. The Indian Jail Committee 1919 to 20 made the first comprehensive study of these problems in the present century. This committee report was treated as a turning point of the prison reforms in the country. The committee departed from the vintage theoretical basis of prison administration and advocated for a new outlook to the prisons. For the first time in the history of prisons, reformation and rehabilitation of offenders were identified as the objects of prison administration. Indian freedom movements are evidence of the year-long struggle of Indian people to get complete independence. The Indian freedom movement started in 1857 with the Sepoy Mutiny and ended with achieving the independence of India in 1947. The revolutionaries laid down their lives or fought their entire lives to bring us freedom. The British Indian jails were part of the everyday battle that our long drawn freedom struggle required. Going to jail for the sake of the country was a glory attached to jail time back then, even if it was detainment for just a day. No one can imagine the horrible conditions and atrocities inside the jail before independence the revolutionaries had experienced. The Alipur Jail or Alipur Central Jail, also known as Presidency Correctional Home, is a prison in Alipur, Kolkata, where political prisoners were kept under British rule. The old Alipur Gaol or the Presidency Jail, as it came to be called later, was constructed gradually from 1810 onwards, but was made a central jail much later in 1864. This presidency jail, which was formerly known as the Horinbari jail, stood in the present-day Victoria Memorial Grounds. The old Alipur jail was shifted over time in the early 20th century for the purpose of better administration to the other side of the Adibanga or the Talis Nala, and the newer Alipur jail came up in 1906. In 1913, the new jail took over the functions of the old Alipur jail, which was then renamed as the Presidency Jail, and the new jail began its tenure as the Central Prison. Alipur Central Jail had evolved into a place of reform and redemption into the age of liberal and democratic thought in post-colonial India. The jail has been witness to India's history for a period of more than 200 years. It is no longer in operation as jail, having been shut down on February 20, 2019. The jail site is being developed as an independence museum in the name of the martyrs who were imprisoned and executed there. The Alipur and Presidency jails are Grade 1 listed heritage sites in Kolkata. The two premises, situated on the banks of the Talis Nala, occupy almost 40 acres of area. It comprises horizontally spread low-rise buildings. The Alipur and Presidency jails constitute a relatively untouched pocket in the dense bustling metropolis, once the capital of British India. The buildings of Alipur jail have been restored to their pristine glory with 116-year-old records, which was the efforts of West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation. The museum tells moving stories of the Indian freedom fighters. The National Historical Landmark, located in the heart of Kolkata, was officially opened on 21st September by Chief Minister of Bengal, Srimati Mamata Bandyopadhyay. Since September 23, it is accessible in 2022. It is accessible to the general public. The Alipur Jail Museum is to show our gratitude to our freedom fighters. The visitors will get to see how history comes alive with the incidents that took place in this jail. This is the architecture. The architectural style of the Alipur Central Jail is a representation of the colonial method of administering prisons. According to the 1838 Macaulay Commission Committee report on prison discipline, prison wards and cells were created to keep inmates apart and maintain a sense of relative isolation. To prevent communication between two corresponding inmates, the general ward building's narrow stone beds are embedded elevated stone headrests were placed in various orientations. This is the map of the museum. There are some important areas inside the Alipur Jail Museum, that is entry gate office building, martyrs monument, special cells, watchtower, gallows area, hospital building, light and sound show, jail press. This is the entry gate office building. The entry gate office building is a two-storied building. Ground floor area of the building is decorated for the information center, ticketing room, office room and room for the curator or manager, while first floor of the building has been redeveloped as the replica of coffee house. This is Martyrs Monument. It commemorates the sacrifice of those freedom fighters who were either executed at the gallows or those who perished within the premises of the jail due to torture, suicide, or after contracting an illness. An obelisk structure placed on a foundation with names of the martyrs inscribed on a plaque. The monument stands in memoriam of those who strove hard in the freedom struggle and sacrificed their lives. This is the entrance of special cells: Netaji cell, Nehru cell, Chittaranjan Das cell, Vidhan Chandra Roy cell, and Jyotindra Mohan Sengupta cell are some of the special cells. In and around each of their cells are statues of Netaji, Nehru, Chittaranjan Das, and Vidhan Chandra Roy. This is the Netaji cell. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was imprisoned in a cell in the Alipur prison from January 23 to to September 23, 1930 for his participation in the civil disobedience movement. The first couple of months of his imprisonment were spent in reading and meditating. In April 1930, several Congress leaders arrested in Alipur Central Jail were severely beaten when they protested against an assault on other prisoners by the guards. Netaji was among them. This is Netaji's animation projected in the cell beside his cell. The cell next to his cell contains his animated picture with his speech playing in the background. There is a bed, a book, a plate, and his glasses in the cell. This is Bidhan Chandra Sale. Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai, the second Chief Minister of West Bengal, was imprisoned in the fourth cell of ground floor of the building where Netaji was kept. He was there from September 5, 1930 to 1st January 1931. Following the Salt Satyagraha and Dandi March called by Mahatma Gandhi, the Congress Working Committee was declared unlawful by the British. Dr. Roy, who was nominated as a member of the Congress Working Committee, was imprisoned in Alipur Central Jail along with some of his associates. His cell in the museum contains his statue. This is Chittaranjan Das cell. Deshbandhu Chittaranjan Das, the first mayor of Calcutta Municipal Corporation, in jail. His main aim was Swaraj, that is self-rule for India. He played a crucial role in getting Aurobindo Ghosh and others involved in the Alipur bomb case. This is Jatindra Mohan Sengupta cell. Deshpriya Jatindra Mohan Sengupta was locked in the sixth cell of first floor of the special building in April 1930 and again from October 22, 1932 to 5th June 1933. In 1930, at a public meeting in Rangoon, he was arrested on charges of provoking people against the government and opposing the India-Burma separation. He was repeatedly transferred to other prisons and prison life took a toll on his health. He died in July 1933 in Ranchi prison. This is Nehru cell. The first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, was incarcerated in a cell of this building for 80 days from February 17 to 7 May 1934 by the British government for his part in the civil disobedience movement. Now, apart from these special cells, there is a watchtower with radiating cells, wards, and other structures in the layout of the Alipur Central Jail. The presence of a central watchtower for surveillance is of paramount importance. Putting a watchtower inside the jail emphasizes control, is known as panopticon, as coined by English philosopher Jeremy Bentham and influenced by the prison system of Ireland. Three prison walls were constructed around the prison cells, leaving a space where a fourth wall would generally be, allowing all prisoners to be observed from a single watchtower with just a few security guards. This is the gallows area. At these gallows, condemned prisoners was hanged. It is believed that few prisoners were kept in a building facing the gallows so they could see their fellow prisoners being hanged. This is very common in colonial era capital punishment process. Notable martyrs include Anantahari Mitra, Pramod Ranjan Chaudhuri, Dinesh Gupta, Ramakrishna Vishwas, and Dinesh Majumdar, who were hanged at this very spot. The gallows present a grim and contemplative picture. This place has been decorated with the names of great freedom fighters who were hanged in the Alipur jail. This is the plaque where the list of martyrs at Alipur jail is shown. Now this is the hospital building. In the year 1900, the Alipur Central Jail Hospital was constructed, which is located outside the jail in its walled yard. For medical care, inmates from other jails in the state were frequently sent here. This building has been chosen as the main exhibition building. It includes exhibitions such as Bengal in India's independence struggle, Behind the Bars, Story of Martyrs, Tribute to Aurobindo Ghosh, Tribute to Women Freedom Fighters of Bengal, Tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Souvenir and Coffee Shop, Ekante Independence Kitchen. There is also a special room which comics with comics made by artist Orghomanna, which include revolutionary stories of Dinesh Chandra Gupta, Kanailal Dotto, and Satyendranath Bose. Now, let's have a glimpse on the exhibitions. These are the pictures. This is the hospital building exhibition. This is the very entrance of the hospital building, and this is the ground floor. This is a replica of revolver used by a revolutionary. This is enlarged version of the revolver, and this is inside the gallery. Battle of Plassey and afterwards are described here. This is the entrance of Bengal in the freedom movement of India. This is the gallery entrance, and inside the gallery, this is there are some audiovisual aids. This is one of them. This is national uprising. This is women power or Nari Shakti. This is Bengal's scenario. These are some important documents regarding the uh, action plan chalked out against Shantal rebellion or Rani Srimoni's place identified at center of Chuar insurgents, etc. The rebel Titumir under government scanner, etc. These are the important documents. These are two entrances of the galleries in the first floor of the hospital building. This is the Quit India movement is described in this gallery. Here is the mural and bust of the Mahatma Gandhi and Kaji Nazrul Islam. Here are some important documents, and here are the enlarged theme. One can know about the Quit India movement within a very short time. This is the tribute to Rishi Aurobindo Ghosh. This is Tagore's Rabindranath Tagore and Aurobindo Ghosh had formerly known each other from 1906. They had also been colleagues at their newly formed National College under the National Council of Education. Tagore was at his Shantiniketan ashram in Bolpur when news of Aurobindo's arrest for the Vande Mataram sedition case reached him. He was then wrote an inspired poem in Bengali, Namaskar, where he described Sri Aurobindo as the voice incarnate of India's soul. This is the pictures and labels of Alipur bomb case. And this is a 5-chamber revolver record from Veena Das when she attempted to kill Mr. Stanley Jackson on 6 February 1932. This is another 6-chamber revolver used by Tarapada Bhattacharjee in Kumilla extortion case on 29 May 1916 and left by his companions in that case. This is the special room with comics made by artist Orghomanna. And this is the hospital building INA theme cafe, Ekante. For the tourists coming to explore this historical landmark, this is the place to eat and refresh. The Alipur Jail Museum houses the INA theme cafe. One will find this cafe in the hospital building. This is the Sakarama exhibition inside the gallery. Sakarama is a film format developed by the Walt Disney Company that uses projection screens which encircle the audience. It uses 11 16mm projectors to project motion pictures. The gallery inside the hospital building first floor uses Sakarama to project the history of freedom struggle of India. This is another view of the Sakarama. And this is the Taat Call. Here the prisoners used to spin threads and weave textiles. These are some of the tools used for weaving. This is the area of light and sound show. The light and sound show narrates how our patriots struggled for independence. It provides an insight into the oppressive actions of the British Empire. The show enlivens virtually the eminent historical characters and their stories. The light and sound show adds to the experience curated in the museums and the jail complexes its various exhibits are housed in. This is the jail press. The current press building may have been built after 1910, but The institution of a jail press in Alipur is one that dates from 1857. Starting out as a room for bookbinding, the present Red World building is a two-storied building with many printing facilities. The press possesses some of the oldest printing machines and is in operation till this date, along with the modern age shift-fed offset machines, plate making machines, DTP finally wave offset machines that were introduced in 1995. Now we can conclude by saying this: imprisonment has long been comparable to living death. India has successfully emerged from its tyrannical past into a democratic present, yet it still bears the scars of its violent history in the places where trauma and pain were exacted over Indian people by the British government. One of such places is former Alipur Jail, now Alipur Jail Museum, with common histories of incarceration, but very different approaches to presentation of traumatic pasts. Of course, a former prison is not exactly a feel-good destination. Nonetheless, touring one can have insight into the changing nature of imprisonment in India. People are given the exceptional opportunity to get behind bars and meet former inmates as shadows on the walls. This museum has selective presentation of narratives of punishment in prison in India during the British rule, and it reflects about India's national identity. By commenting on the history of Indian freedom movement and the then social, cultural, and political environment, this new type of museum offers opportunities to embrace ideals of social accountability central to the new museology. In order to create a usable past, it is using the framework of dark tourism. The Alipur Jail Museum has been featured in the field of museum studies, which is especially important considering that both prisons and museums have operated as modern social and educational institutions on behalf of the state, and it actively contributes to definitions and understandings of nation building and citizenship. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Actually, I think this is a fantastic presentation. Uh, you did it very well. I think you are a hard worker because you indicated a lot of maps, pictures, variety of things. I am also a newcomer for Indian history and Indian museology, but through your presentation, I also got much knowledge regarding those issues. Thank you very much. I have
Thank you so much.
positive comments regarding your presentation. If there are any comments, always welcome from the audience.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam. You presented nicely about the various sections of Alipur Museum, and I remained there for a long time before when I was in a schooling period, but I did not know all these different aspects deeply. So it was very interesting and informative presentation of Alipur Museum.
Thank you very much. The museum has been recently opened, and we just visited, and it is now in developing form, and more galleries are to be opened soon. Uh, this is just a
Madam,
glimpse.
when it is opened for public as a museum?
Yes, it is opened on 22nd September 2022. Last year, 23rd.
Oh, that's why I was when I was there. It was not this jail premises
Okay.
was a heritage building, but it was not
Yes, yes,
converted in a museum form. That's why I
yes.
don't know. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any comments? I think there's no any comments. What shall we do, Professor Mishra? If there are no any comments, can we end of this session?
I think Professor Mishra has got disconnected. Again, yes, he's back. Yes, he's here.
Co-chairperson Meenakshi Khemka, madam.
Okay, I think session is
I
over.
think जो महुआ चक्रवर्ती मैम जो हैं प्रोफेसर मैम, इनका जो आज का लेक्चर है ये फ्रीडम फाइटर के लिए, स्पेशली जो फ्रीडम फाइटर को कैसे एजुकेट किया जाए आज के जनरेशन को, ये बहुत अच्छे से मतलब बहुत अच्छा ये एक विचार है और इसको हम लोग के समक्ष रखना और जिस तरह से आपने रखा है, मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि हम भी एक प्रयास कर रहे हैं अपने लखनऊ म्यूजियम में इसके लिए कि एक चंद्रशेखर आजाद के ऊपर हम एक गैलरी का बनाने का एक प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमको ये हेल्प करेगा अलीपुर म्यूजियम जो है इसको क्रिएट करने में। और जिस तरह से आपने इसको कंसाइज में बताया, इसके आर्किटेक्चर को बताया, इसके ग्राउंड प्लानिंग को बताया और कैसे इसकी हिस्टोग्राफी जो है वो कन्वर्ट हुई म्यूजियम में, इसको बताया, इसकी गैलरी के जो एस्पेक्ट्स हैं और वो भी कैसे इंटरेक्टिव वे में इस म्यूजियम को इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किया गया है, ये बहुत ही मतलब इंटरेस्टिंग वे में जो पब्लिक है उसको एजुकेट करेगा, मुझे ये लगता है।
Thank you so much, madam.
Any comments or questions and ideas?
Madam, conclude, please.
Okay. Okay, I think this is a nice presentation and nice discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you all the participants and thank you Professor Mishra to inviting me to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Gamage, for chair the session and Professor Mahua Chakravarti, Madam, given nice talk, fruitful talk for our audience about the museum, Freedom Fighter Museum of Kolkata. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi Khemka, Madam, for co-chair the session. Thank you. Now, next session, very important talk. Chairperson Professor Sanjay Acharya, Professor of Archaeology, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, India. Co-chairperson Mr. Anurag Shukla, author, former president and founder member of Dharohar Guide Association, Khajuraho, and eminent speaker Dr. Sasmita Misra, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Professor Sanjay Acharya sir, please chair the session and introduce speaker Sasmita Misra.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody present in this international webinar in this session. Esteemed Professor Skanda Kumar Mishra, the co-chairperson, Mr. Anurag Shukla, and all my respected members present in this seminar. I deem it a privilege on my part to be here today and do the introduction of the speaker, Dr. Sasmita Mishra. She has done her master's in ancient Indian history, culture and archaeology and was awarded her PhD in 2018 from Utkal University. She has been a guest faculty in quite a few educational institutions. Initially, she was in Ravincha University, Cuttack, in the Department of History. Thereafter, she was a guest faculty in Bakshi Jagabandhu Autonomous College in Bhubaneswar. And since 2019, she has been teaching in the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. She has to her credit several research articles which have been published in journals and proceedings. I don't think it's necessary for me to read them out. And basically, all of them are on art and architecture, and some of them have been on Yogini, Dichosati Yogini temples of Orissa. She has a very distinguished career for herself, securing almost at each point she has secured first-class first position, and that's a very distinct identity that she has for herself. And she has also a lot of extracurricular activities to her credit, right? Passed the Rajya Puraskar examination as a guide, attended SAARC 13th National Camp. Government of India passed B and C certificates with A grade in NCC, participated in Republic Day parade, and she has also been a good dancer, what I see from her CV. So welcome, madam. May I now request you to kindly present your topic, that is Chaucity Yogini temples of Odisha. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
At the outset, I must thank Professor Skandakumara Mishra and the organizer of this international webinar for having given me this opportunity to speak a few words on very interesting topic, that is Chaucity Yogini temples of Odisha. I must also thank Professor Sanjay Acharya and Mr. Anurag Shukla for chairing this session and all the eminent audience present here. Sir, can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. In India, we find the remains of many hypothetical temples dated between 8th to 12th century CE, which tells us that the exponents and the follower of an esoteric practice tried their best to popularize a peculiar cult known as Yogini cult. In the state of Odisha, we find two such temples. No comprehensive study has been done on what led to the growth of this cult and the construction of these temples. In my presentation, I will discuss about the cult, the architecture and the sculpture of these temples, its builder, and their time period. As inscriptional evidences are absent, I will be based on my discussion on my personal visit to the sites and comparison with other Yogini sculptures and temples in India, along with available secondary sources.
Slide, yes.
The Chaucity Yogini are lesser known form of goddess Shakti. This Yogini cult is an outcome of Shiva Sakta Tantrism. The term Yogini has been interpreted in many different ways. She is an adept in yoga, a partner in Chakra Puja, a sorceress, a Yakshini, or a member in astrology. She is an adept of the great Supreme Goddess. She is also an aspect of Supreme Goddess. She is the patron goddess of the Kaulas. We find the mention of Yoginis in various texts. The Baraha Purana speaks of 8 Shaktis created out of the flames issuing from the mouth of different gods. They are Yogeshwari, Brahmani, Maheshwari, Kaumari, Indrani, Barahi, Vaishnavi, Chamunda. With the passage of time, these matrikas multiplied into 64 yoginis. Agni Purana refers to 8 matrikas, among whom Chamunda is the most significant. And these matrikas multiplied with their Shaktis and created 64 aspects of goddess Chamunda, who were worshipped in mandalas. Mahabhagavata Purana mentioned about these yogini as attendant of Kali. Matsya Purana also records the legend of Andhakasura, Baddha, done by yoginis. A similar story is mentioned in Markandeya Purana, where yoginis are responsible for the death of a demon named Raktavija. The texts like Kalika Purana, Chaucity Yogini Namavali, Skandha Purana, Chandi Purana, Durga Puja Saptasati, Brihadnila Tantra, Bata Abakasa, these texts gives us a list of 64 yoginis. The Kaula Janana Nirnaya, a tantric text of 8th century AD, refers to Yogini Kaula, expounded by Maschendranatha in Kamarupa. In this text, he recognized every woman in Kamarupa as a yogini. Yoginis are closely associated with Bhairavas. We find the mention of these yoginis in many texts. There is a reference in Mahabhagavata Purana where Shiva describes the residence of Kali as a city guarded by 64 yoginis and Bhairavas. Katha Sarita Sagara composed by Somadeva, tells us a story of Padmavati, where a circle of yogini who is congregated in a cemetery. Here, Vairava is referred to as one who is dear to Dakinis, that is Dankini Priyam. Sri Matotara Tantra refers to Yogini Guhya, the secret of Yogini, and Sabasadhana. This Sabasadhana is performed in front of the Vairavas. Agni Purana says that Bhairava is called as the Lord of Mothers, Matrunatha. Abundant temples stretching from Bonda in Uttar Pradesh to Hirapur in coastal Odisha witnessed the evolution of this mysterious esoteric cult. The Yogini temple discovered so far are seen in Odisha, Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, but several fragmentary sculptures have been recovered from Lokhari, Rikhian, Uttar Pradesh and in Uttar Pradesh, Naresar, Hinglajgarh, Sahadol, Jirapur in Madhya Pradesh. The spirit of construction of these temples for Yogini flowed from central India to coastal Odisha, as chronologically the central Indian temples were built earlier than the coastal temples. This table shows various temple sites and their shapes. As we can see, the most of them are in circular shape, with exceptions at Khajuraho and Bado. We see some patterns in construction of these Yogini temples. The temples are found in isolated places, were constructed between 9th to 13th century CE, are usually circular in nature with some exceptions. Generally, we find group of 64 goddesses encircling Shiva inside a hypaethral shrine. But we also find these yoginis in the group of 42 and 81. In Odisha, we find two Yogini temples, one at Hirapur and another one is at Ranipur Jhariyal. These temples were constructed between 9th to 10th century CE. Coming to Ranipur Jhariyal Yogini temple. This temple at Ranipur Jhariyal, reported by J.D. Begler in 1874, the twin hamlet Ranipur and Jhariyal, located in the Jhariyal Panchayat in the Titlagarh subdivision of Balangir district in Odisha. Interestingly, Titlagarh is mentioned as Taitaliya Janapada by Panini in 5th century BC. The river Tongjor, a tributary of Tel, flows nearby. This temple stands on a vast rocky platform. In the southwest, there is a famous Someshwara Sagara, locally called as Jogi Bandh, and in the northeast, we see a deep Nola. This temple belonged to 10th century CE. This temple is in reasonably good condition. It is a new type of temple architecture not mentioned in any Silpa text of Odisha and can be taken as a different type of temple architecture. This temple in some way has contributed to the occult aspect of Tantrism. When we look this temple, we find that there are 65 cells and currently 48 full-size Yogini images are present and fragmentary pieces are placed in the rest of the cells. The outer diameter is about 54 feet and the inner diameter is about 44 feet. Approximate measurement of the cells are 42 inches in height, 19 inches in width and almost 9 inches in depth. The entrance is from the eastern side. Another opening was from the southern side, but now this southern side opening was closed permanently. The inner cells have been divided by the pillars which stands at equidistance. The wall measures almost 8 feet in height and consisted of 7 layers of stones. There is a central mandapa whose roof was rested on 4 pillars, and it measures about 9 feet height and 8 feet in length. The stones were coarse-grained sandstone and badly withered condition. This temple contains total 49 images, out of which 48 are yoginis and 1 is that of Nataraja. All the images are in dancing posture. 28 yoginis are 2-armed, 18 are 4-armed. Yogini number 21 is 6-armed. Yogini number 23 and Nataraja image are 8-armed. Some of the yoginis have animal face. Some of the yogini figures stand on their mount carved on the pedestal. They hold different types of attributes like trident, skull cup, sword, dagger, noose, bow, arrow, axe, mace, rosary, pestle, danda. The figures were well built, attractive, and having thin waist, and are adorned with ornaments. Different styles of hairstyle can be seen in the figures. Some of the figures are adorned with crowns. The female figures represent femininity and sensuality, typical in Odishan art. We can see the yoginis. An 8-armed, 3-headed dancing Nataraja figure is at the center. On the pedestal, Ganesha and Bull are seen. His attributes include Trishula, Dambaru, Akshamala, and the upper hand holds a snake. Now, we can see the Chausati Yogini temple at Hirapur. This is in the Hirapur village in the Khordha district of Odisha. This Yogini temple belonged to 10th century CE and can be assigned to Somavamsi period. This is one of the best preserved Yogini temple in India. This temple was reported by K.N. Mahapatra in 1953, and it is about 10 kilometers southeast of Bhubaneswar and east of river Kuakhai. This temple resembles a circular Gauripata, having a projection on the east, which is the entrance. The stone blocks are not in proper shape and size. The blocks are huge, and the construction of the temple is of the dry machinery order. The temple structure is of coarse-grained sandstone, and the images are of black chloride. In the middle of the enclosed space, there is a rectangular Devi Mandapam. In the inner circle, there are 60 niches. The exterior design of the temple consisted of a bada, a plain bada, a base, and the uppermost layer is in the form of a coping stone. The exterior wall contains 9 equidistant Katyayani housed in Khakramundis. This central mandapa has 4 openings facing the cardinal directions. The upper portion of this mandapa has been renovated. This temple contains 80 images, of which 63 are yoginis, 4 are Bhairavas, 2 Dwarapalas. On the inner side of the entry passage, 2 Shivaganas and 9 Katyayanis on the exterior wall. You can see the yogini figures. The yoginis are standing on different vahanas like elephant, buffalo, camel, boar, makara, crab, snake, garuda, fish, and many more. The presiding deity of this temple is a term-armed Mahamaya. 19 of these yoginis are four-armed and 43 yoginis are of two-armed. 12 yoginis have animal faces and 44 have human faces. 7 cannot be identified. They hold several types of attributes like bow, arrow, sword, skull cup, dambaru, nagapasa, lotus, pot, trident, winnowing, japamala, veena, elephant or tiger body. Out of 80 images, 77 are in standing posture and 3 Bhairava figures are in sitting posture. They have 56 images are of 2-armed, 20 are of 4-armed and 4 are of 10-armed. The figures are well built and attractive, having thin waist and adorned with several types of ornaments. The yoginis have different hairstyles. Some of the figures are adorned with crowns. The yoginis are very finely carved and are feminine, sensuous. This is an image of Katyayani, beautifully carved on the exterior wall of the temple. Here we can see different hairstyles. Sometimes the bun is on the head and sometimes it is to the side. Mukutas of different style can be seen here. Ornaments like diadem, earrings, necklace, anklets, bangles, waistband, rings were adorned by these yoginis. A comparison between the two temples of Hirapur and Ranipur Jhavrial reveals certain facts. The dimension of Hirapur temple is smaller than that of Ranipur Jhavrial. The projection of the entrance passage seen at Hirapur is absent in Ranipur Jhavrial. At Hirapur, the inner circle contains 60 images in 60 cells, whereas at Ranipur Jhavrial, the inner circle contains 64 niches with only 48 images. The mandapa of these two temples are different in design. At Hirapur, the yogini sculptures are carved with chloride stone, whereas at Ranipur, the images are of sandstone. The figures at Hirapur are standing, whereas at Ranipur, the figures are in dancing pose. Dwarapala and Saivite figures in the doorway passage are absent at Ranipur Jhavrial. No exterior Katyayanis are found at Ranipur temple. Here two questions arises. Who built these temples and which one constructed first? As no literary and epigraphic records are available, the only way to know the time frame of this is from the study of sculptures or iconography. With the coming of Somavamsis in the 9th century, we see there are certain advancement in iconography, like the images are carved in a single block of stone, appearance and development of Prabhavali. Images are carved in high relief, both main and subsidiary deities standing on the lotus pedestal, Jata Mukuta resembling faintly with a branch of a tree. And all these features can be seen in the temples of Hirapur Chausati Yogini temple. A comparison with the Yogini sculptures of Hirapur with the sculptures of other temples of Somavamsi period reveals a close similarity in their hairstyle, ornamentation, and anatomical treatment of the limbs. We can see the map of Odisha. And when we talk about Somavamsis, the Somavamsis were initially ruling in the western part of Odisha, that is Kosala, with their capital at Suvarnapura. Later, they occupied coastal Odisha and united these two units. The founder of this dynasty, Janmejaya, first seemingly built the Yogini temple at Ranipur Jharial, and his son and successor, Yajati first, built the temple at Hirapur. As regard the dating of this temple, I have tried to do it with the basis of iconography. Presumably, these Yogini temples were built as a symbol of power and of reverence to the goddess. When we observe the religious condition of Odisha during the Somavamsis, we find that popularity of worshipping individual deities like Barahi, Mahisasuramardini. In coastal Odisha, the influence of Kapalika Pasupata sect, in which seen Kapalika sect and seen in the sculptural designs of the temple. Whereas in South Kosala region, Mata Mayura cult, a staunch Saivite sect, got its patronization from the Somavamsi rulers. And these sects strongly associated themselves with the Saktra Tantric goddess. The Somavamsi rulers like Yajati II and Udyata Kesari were patrons of Sakta Tantric cult. So Somavamsis were continuously patronizing Tantricism or Sakta Tantric cults like Chausati Yogini. To conclude, I can say that the earlier reference mentioned in the 64 Yogini temple at Hirapur was located on the bank of river Bhargavi, but in reality it is not so. It is actually close to the river Kuakhai. Similarly, these temples have been attributed to Bhumakaras by several previous scholars, but through the study of the sculptural style and comparison with contemporary Somavamsi temple, one can place them to the Somavamsi period. The depiction of crab, frog, iguana in the Bahana panel is the uniqueness of these temples and shows the local influence on the temple. Still, a lot more study is required to understand this cult and the importance of these temples in the society. In a society which is deeply influenced by and rooted in Saivism, Shaktism, Tantrism, never to be seen again. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You can come out from our presentation. You can come out from the presentation, and I think we have a lot of participants here with us, senior scholars, researchers with us. We can expect some questions which you should answer.
नमस्ते सुष्मिता जी, मैं अनुराग शुक्ला खजुराहो से।
नमस्ते सर।
आपने योगिनी मंदिर के बारे में बात की।
हाँ जी सर।
और शायद भारत देश का सबसे पुराना जो योगिनी मंदिर है वो खजुराहो का मंदिर है।
यस सर।
और वो जैसे आपने बोला कि दो मंदिर हैं जो अलग शेप में है, सर्कुलर नहीं है, उसमें खजुराहो का सबसे बड़ा मंदिर होता है जो रेक्टेंगुलर फॉर्म में है।
यस सर।
और मैंने प्रयास किया योगिनी मंदिर के बारे में जानने का।
हाँ जी सर।
तो मुझे एक नया पर्सपेक्टिव दिखाई पड़ा। क्या कभी आपने इस चीज को गौर किया कि जितने भी योगिनी मंदिर हैं ये बंद नहीं है, इनका ऊपर का एरिया खुला हुआ है?
यस सर।
नंबर 2, इनमें जो मंदिर के वास्तु अंग होते हैं उनका अभाव देखने मिलता है। नंबर 3, आमतौर पे इनको बड़ा रफ फॉर्म में और दूर रखा जाता है, परंतु खजुराहो का जो योगिनी मंदिर जस्ट नेक्स्ट टू वेस्टर्न ग्रुप है, मतलब बहुत क्लोज है।
यस सर।
मेरा प्रश्न ये है आपसे कि क्या इसका कारण कुछ और भी हो सकता है वनस्पत योगिनी पूजा के अलावा, क्या इसका उपयोग ज्योतिष में नहीं हो सकता? क्योंकि ज्योतिष शास्त्र में योगिनी दशा की बात आती है, तो क्या कभी आपने प्रयास किया इस विषय को ध्यान में देने के लिए? शायद योगिनी स्थापना का मुख्य कारण कहीं ना कहीं ज्योतिष से संबंधित हो।
Sir, I have not gone in depth to this concept, but I know that yoginis are associated with astrology and astronomy. But I have not studied deeply on this aspect. But sir, this is these yoginis are associated with great divinities and great divinities. They are coming out from the bodies of matrikas, and they helped great goddess in killing the demons like Raktavija and Andhakasura. These are mentioned in several texts, and I think this is closely associated with Tantrism. So, as Tantrism is not a popular cult and its practices are secretive in manner, and it is very interesting is that the Tantricism was patronized by the political power or authority, because they want to gain quick power from these divinities so that they can win in the war field, war zone. So, because of Tantricism, they want a secluded place, and the Pancha Mahakara sadhana associated with Tantrism practiced in secretive form. So they specially constructed their temple in outer space or outer areas, very distant from city population.
So then why the Bhairava is standing at the center rather than the Shiva or the Ardhanarishwar or the Shiva Parvati both together?
Yes, sir. At Bhairaghat, we find Shiva Parvati are at the center. At Ranipur Jhariyal, we find the Nataraja form of Shiva at the center. In Hirapur, we find 3 Bhairava images, 4 Bhairava images, 1 Ekapada Bhairava and 3 other Bhairavas with 10 arms are in the central mandapa. So, and in the several texts also relating these Bhairavas with yoginis, and they performed Sabasadhana kind of thing in front of Bhairava, and encircling Bhairava, they started dancing, and they are very closely associated with Bhairava. So Bhairava concept is closely associated with yoginis, and the representation we can found in these temples. And but in some temples we don't find this Bhairava thing, like Khajuraho. I have gone to that place, and it is a rectangular temple. But in the inside, we don't find any
The gate is northern side. It is not towards west or east. The main entrance towards north of the main temple.
Sir, in the central, we don't find any kind of Shiva temple. But at Bhairaghat, we find this Shiva temple in the central. It is little off center, not in the proper center, but it is little in the off center.
That can be
In
restored.
Nepali also there was arrangement, but there is no particular Shiva linga was enshrined at the center. I've gone to that place also. And Ranipur Jhariyal Nataraja at the center, and in Hirapur we find many form of Bhairava in the central mandapa. So Bhairava and yoginis are closely associated with each other, and yogini cult flourishingly representing this culture.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Anybody else would like to ask any questions? Yes, madam.
Yeah.
Anita.
Yeah. Namaste, ma'am. Thank you so much for this beautiful presentation and the clarification. Ma'am, I went in the Jabalpur, and there was a very beautiful Chaushat Jagini temple, and that is very big, bigger than I think from Odisha.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah. And in between, in the center, there is a very unique temple also. I think
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
yeah.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yeah. So, and in the next time, we saw that in Buddhism there are so many tantric deities also joined. So, is there any connection with those Chaushatti Jogani, because 64 kalas or 64 different type of art also related with those deities. So is there any influence of that in Buddhism also?
Ma'am, from my point of view, yes, definitely there must be a close relation between Brahminical yogini concept and Buddhist yogini concept, because in Hirapur we find the images which were associated with, named as Buddhist deity like Tara, and Jaina deity like Gauri, and they are associated with the animal or vahanas in the same way that they were depicted in Jaina scriptures or in Buddhist scriptures. So there is must be a link. And Theravada Buddhism, you say, or Tantric Buddhism, you say, they have many different yoginis, but the number is not confined to 64. In Buddhism, the number is much more higher than these yoginis. So the temple existed till now is representing totally Brahminical in the nature. But I am trying to, in my future study, I will focus on this topic. And now I am working on that, but it has not completed. So
Yeah, thank you so much.
thank you, ma'am.
Sanjay sir, if you will permit, I want to add some information in this whole chapter, because I try to find another angle of yoginis.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
So actually, what I realized in this yogini cult, which was misinterpreted somehow, because yogini dashas have a relation with Jyotish. So what I believe that the Bhairava who is standing at the center, that be called Mahakala. So what is the meaning of Mahakala? That I try to simplify it, so it is like the Lord of the Kala. So what is the Kala actually? Kala is the time. So when we are watching a watch, a clock, be watching, all hands are connected with a center point that control the time. So how the time represent in this world? So we have the two hands. One is called minute, one is called the hour. So what they understood, there are the two dimension of the time. Like time is a one that's divided in two different dimensions, day and night, ahoratra. Sun and moon are the second division of time. Then after I thought how I will get the fourth. Like I get the one divided by two portion. Then where is the fourth dimension? Third dimension. So we have the 4 zones of light: sunrise, sunset, midday, and midnight. Then I reached in the next number, I found 8 Astprahar. Then I got 16 nights of moon, from new moon to full moon day, from Amasya to Purnima. So then I realized, is there any chance of sun? Sun has own kalas or not? I found minimum 12 kalas still are survived of Surya Kala. So somehow there are the 32, or what I understood, the smallest unit of time could be 64. Like now we have the 60. So actually there is an order of these yoginis like Dakni, Sakni, Hakni. There is an order of those kind of goddess. Then Astasiddhi, like the rivers, in that order they have the 84 different corners. So like in these Asta yoginis, which we are using now in Jyotish, like Siddha, Sankata, like that. So like when it comes someone life, those problems starts. So might be that was the reason these all important kingdom, they invited these great scholars of time. They were studying the time, but they were behaving so badly with the local people, so they will not disturb them, because they were using very secret things of the universe. That can be the big reason they don't have any ceiling on the top. It's open one. So properly light of the sunlight or the moonlight will reach that point, and they created a kind of tower structure which is producing shadow, like the sundial machine. So that pointing out the shadow on that particular yogini, so they can understand this is the time period, and this thing will start, and that they will calculate with the connecting king or the person. So what is the time of that person is running? Is time of Sankata or Siddha, whatsoever. So they can predict. So might be that was the reason they use that kind of thing. What will be good for the society? What can be good for the king? What can be good bad for the enemy? So they were doing all that study. They had that kind of data. So that was highly facilitated by the kingdom. I think by the time we call them, because it was unknown knowledge, it was secret knowledge, they having like a kind of a very different way. So it was defamed by those people who don't have that kind of understanding. Especially, I think in Bhakta period, they just what have to say? They don't like these people because they were enjoying all Panchamakaras. So after a short while, all this knowledge was lost somewhere else, and it was just counted in a different manner. So it is some thought of mine which I try to
Right,
understand.
sir. Right, sir. Thank you, Anurag, sir.
Sir.
There are also other opinion regarding the roof being open. It's circular and the roof being open, that the energy that is generated, it moves out straight. There's another, there are different interpretation. Well, sir, your interpretation was exceedingly good. So one has to do more of work on it and then try to rest on what we say.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, any further questions by anybody, or I will conclude the session. Dr. Rasmita Mishra. Yes?
We have to conclude it?
I think yes, with the permission of Skanda sir, I think we will conclude. I'll just...
Okay,
Right.
Yes, sir. Please.
Dr. Mishra, Sasmita Mishra presented a very interesting topic.
Yes.
And I'll just add on a few words that in Odisha, Odisha is lucky to have two of these temples, and one of them is in a very good condition, that is close to Bhubaneswar. I had the opportunity of visiting these sites many times, and very interestingly, in the Silpo text of Odisha, these temples are not mentioned. It mentions about 3 types: the Rekha, Pidha, and Kakra. But we still find 2 more different varieties of temple in Odisha. One is the Chosati Yogini temples, or which we term them as the hypathral temple or the circular temples, and then another type of temple which was basically from the influence of Bengal, and these were brick temples, which we call Gaudiya temples. We don't have any reference. And as you said earlier, Dr. Mishra said, Anurag ji also said that there was something very esoteric about these temples, for which you see that in 1953, it is being reported and it's becoming public to the people. Till 1953 is just very often, like it's a recent time. And a temple is not being reported, people are not going there, has been deserted. There must be something into it for which these temples were deserted at certain point of time. So these are the questions that one has to ponder. Anyway, Dr. Mishra, I think you made a good presentation, and the co-chairperson, Mr. Anurag Shukla, also made a very good point. Anita Madam also made an excellent point. I think we should congratulate you for your presentation. Please do more of work on the Chosati Yogini temples, and maybe in the next session you come up with another aspect of this temple that we have in our country, which is a very rare form of temple that we have in this country. Very few of them are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Acharya sir.
Thank you, Mishra.
Thank you, Anurag sir.
Thank you, sir. Skanda sir.
Thank you,
I think
Mishra
I hand
sir.
over the mic to you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to Professor Sanjay Acharya sir for chair the session and share his views. Very important views, and Dr. Mr. Anurag Shukla ji co-chair the session. Thank you. Dr. Sasmita Mishra, Bhubaneswar, given a nice talk on Chosati Yogini temple in Odisha. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session, एक इंफॉर्मेशन है जो लिस्टिंग थी, उसमें 2 टॉक और जुड़ी हैं, थोड़ा सा समय लगेगा ये सेशन के लिए, क्योंकि समय से कल ही मिल पाए हैं, तो अपन 30 मिनट 4:30 से अपन शुरू करेंगे वैलिडेटरी सेशन का। तो नेक्स्ट सेशन जो है वो है अवर चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर अनीश अहमद अंसारी, formerly scientist E and HOD Botanical Survey of India. Our eminent speaker, Mr. T.K. Rai, ecologist and conservationist. Very important topic. Valley of Flower National Park, उत्तराखंड, floral and apifaunal diversity पर है. So Mr. First, welcome to Dr. Anis Ahmad Ansari sir. Please
Thank you.
the session and introduce our eminent speaker T.K. Roy. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Mishra. It is my privilege to introduce T.K. Roy. He is very prolific worker in his field, and as adventurer, as mountaineering he has done, and he is very well in media. That is both print media and electronic media. So and he has got record in Limca book also. He has been conducting workshops. He has been conducting an awareness program, and so I just read it, but I will read it because it is very important. Shortly I got T.K. As an independent ecologist. That is a very important word. So as a bird expert, naturalist, and conservancy is working in the field of wildlife, especially birds. And then he is a product of Wildlife Institute of India, and I think he has been involved in several states wildlife divisions, and his scientist also. He is in IUCN SSC Threatened Committee, and he of course contributed a book that is important bird areas in India, priority sites in India in 2004 and 2016, the second edition. Then he also published a paper on a case study of wetland in East Delhi region, India. Then Okhla Bird Sanctuary, of course, this is in the city area, so he has Indian Bird Association, I think he did, and he attended several national, international conferences, workshops, conventions, and he has published a very important book on birds of Itarana Army Brigade, Alwar, Rajasthan. Field guide book, birds and plants. Of course, yes, plants also have been given of Okhla Bird Sanctuary, Noida, UP in 2012. A field guide to biodiversity, the Gari Mandu City Forest, Delhi. So this is very important. He has 12 short-term conservation projects he has been undertaken, conducted field survey in 20 protected areas, also qualified and experienced adventure I told earlier, and mountaineering. He served in 3 mountaineering institutes as a visiting faculty for more than 20 years. This is very good. I think I visited this Valley of Flowers in 1980. So he is presenting, and he has done 15 mountaineering expeditions in Himalayas. Of course, I was in Garhwal Himalaya, so I climbed nine peaks and made 4 national adventure records in the Limca Book of Records. We will is very courageous, very brave. So I think I wish him best luck. Please, Dr. Rai. Please. Please. He will speak on Valley of Flowers. Tarun Kumar Rai. Yes, please. Yes,
So I
please.
don't know some problems. It's again getting a long time I was watching this, but suddenly when my term came,
Yes, yes.
I don't know. Every time my mobile is your that screen is switching off. I don't know some kind of settings there. There some problem. I don't I don't understand.
No, it is all right. It is visible.
Rasaab, hello, hello. राय साहब
आवाज नहीं आ रही ना।
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ उनसे।
हाँ, फोन कर लीजिए जी। मोबाइल से मैं भी कर रहा हूँ, क्या किया जाए बताइए। लैपटॉप अपना रखा रह गया।
जी।
आज तो घर में काम हो रहा है, बाहर से मैं कर बैठा हूँ बिल्कुल।
हाँ जी।
हाँ। अच्छी स्लाइड्स हैं
See, I'm here online.
हाँ राय साहब।
अरे बंद तो नहीं हो गया था। ओह, ये बंद तो नहीं था ये। आवाज आ रही है मिश्रा जी? मिश्रा जी।
हाँ सर, बात हो रही है।
हाँ हाँ, मेरी आवाज पहुंची कि नहीं? बंद था क्या? मैं तो ये मोबाइल है ना ये इंट्रोडक्शन तो हो गया था ना मिश्रा जी? हेलो।
हाँ हाँ, ये तो टेलीफोन होगा तो अभी थोड़ा
इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया था ना कि पहुंच दो फिर?
हाँ, कोई नंबर और नहीं जिसमें साझा हो जाए वो।
अच्छा, आपके पास नहीं आया है क्या?
साहब मैं बता रहा हूँ कि स्क्रीन से नहीं हो रही, स्क्रीन बंद हो गई है तो ये दिख नहीं रहा उनको।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
हाँ, तो मैं यहाँ से स्क्रीन शेयर करके दिखा रहा हूँ सब लोगों को।
स्लाइड दिखाई दे रही है।
हाँ हाँ जी।
कह रहे इंट्रोडक्शन सुन लिया था आप लोगों ने?
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है।
हाँ, क्योंकि मैं लगता है स्पीकर बंद हो जाता है कभी, क्या ये?
एक्चुअली टीके राज सर का मोबाइल जो है वो क्योंकि फील्ड में है और काम नहीं कर रहा है, ये स्क्रीन उनको दिखाई नहीं दे रही है, तो मैं प्रेजेंटेशन मैं यहाँ से कर रहा हूँ, तो ये मैं स्लाइड उनकी यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ टीके राज
दिखाई दे रही है
जी। हाँ कृपया बताते हैं।
थोड़ा बहुत मैं भी बता दूं।
हाँ ठीक है,
जी।
ये फ्लावर ऑफ बेंगी है।
ये बिस्टार्टा है, ये पालूनेसी का, और वैली ऑफ फ्लावर्स में वेरी डोमिनेंट हो गया आजकल जी। हाँ।
ये लोकेशन के बारे में है, कब कब ये बना।
एक कामेट पीक के सामने है ये सामने कामेट पीक है ये। हाँ जी। ये स्मिथे ने 1937 में डिस्कवर किया था वैली ऑफ फ्लावर्स को। तो व्यूंडर वैली भी है, इसको कहते हैं जी।
वैली ऑफ फ्लावर के बारे में है।
हाँ ये, हाँ व्यूंडर वैली।
अलग अलग स्पीसीज हैं सर।
जी 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 जी, ये एकोनिटम है।
अल्पाइन फ्लावरिंग प्लांट
हाँ
स्पीसीज।
जी जी, एकोनिटम है, एकोनिटम स्पीसीज है।
हिमालयन ब्लू जो वहाँ की
हाँ, ब्लू पॉपी। हाँ, ये हाईली मेडिसिनल है। ये एस्ट्रेसी का है ये एस्ट्रेसी का जी, एस्ट्रेसी का जी। ये ये थोड़ा सा एस्ट्रेसी का नाम याद नहीं पड़ रहा है मुझे। हाँ ये है ये तो ये भी एस्ट्रेसी है। ये डेजी है, ये भी एस्ट्रेसी है। ये हाँ, ये देखिए
ये सभी एक्चुअली
ये
जो वहाँ फ्लावरिंग स्पीसीज हैं वो सभी
हाँ
ये, क्योंकि पहली आप फ्लावर जो है ये बद्रीनाथ रूट में जब आप जाएंगे तब
हाँ
है।
ये जोशी मठ से आगे
जी
हाँ ये डक्टलराइजा है ये हाँ ये मेडिसिनल प्लांट है डक्टलराइजा हटागिरिया ये कोरिडेलिस है हाँ ये जिरेनियम है जिरेनियम स्पेसीज है ये जी ये पेडिकुलरिस है पेडिकुलरिस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है देन ये प्राइमुला भी प्राइमुला बहुत होता है वहाँ प्राइमुला स्पेसीज ये सासुरिया है ब्रह्म कमल ब्रह्म कमल जी सासुरिया वालेटा है
सर अब सुन आवाज आ रहा है सर
अब आ गई
आ रहे सर
हाँ आ रही आवाज
अच्छा अब देखिए अभी दोबारा कनेक्ट हो गया है एनीवे
तो बताना चाहेंगे आप शुरू से करें
यस सर चलिए ऑलरेडी सब समथिंग आई थिंक सब बता दिया है कोई बात नो प्रॉब्लम ये शॉर्टली में बताया टाइम भी मेरे कल शायद बहुत कम है आपकी तो मैं मेरा कहना है सर स्पीक इन इंग्लिश और हिंदी इज इजी
इंग्लिश भी बोल दे इंग्लिश बोल दे
ओके फाइन so sir already shown because of my given very short time within half an hour so accordingly I made limited slides and accordingly last 10 years I've been visiting and every year once in a year I do officially monitoring of these value of flowers basically for floral seasonal your blooming means flowering plants as well the avifauna so based on my last 10 years observation in this field observation in this valley. So what I find that now due to several reasons, might be one reason is the climate change impact and other human interference, other problems also secondary, the second thing. So the diversity is year by year declining. So I've given about at least the small screen. So 5 years, I've already mentioned on the screen, I think fourth screen. Slide that value flowers flowering diversity about this that 18 to 22 till last year what we observed that during season time also that especially those seasonal flowers for the famous this valley means the alpine flowering plants mostly the herbs few shrubs few your climbers and your orchids also so among these whatever overall right. So we find this, if we compare about 18 to 22, see the diversity, their number declining, variable as well declining. 2018, July, we found out 54 species, wherever always it was more than 100 plus species always used to be. July 2019, we got it 58 species. 2020, we got it 24 species. August 2021, 43 species. And July last year got 33 species. July is the prime season, basically June and July. Now even they are blooming time also variable every year. Sometimes little early symptoms, sometimes delays also due to climate change impact. So accordingly, I've given few slides already. Sir already, I think, told the names. I think so. The last slide, I hearing that you already told the names. So few slides already. The prime slides of the flowers is a very nice, attractive. That already I already shown here. And he already briefed about this. I think so. The last slide I heard about this. He told, and last one was Brahma Kamal. This is important. This religious point of view very important. As well, this is very your kind of state flower. Right. So then, at the same time, I'll come with the lastly in conclusion also that some of the reason why it is happening so. Now, shortly, I'm saying so I cannot show all these things because of limited time, 30 minutes. So I have to complete all these things. Otherwise, about 150 slides. Naturally, we won't have that much of time. Then after that, your diversity of flowering plants in the valley flowers. Then I come to this point of avifaunal diversity over there. This is this natural World Natural Heritage Site definitely. Also, it is defined 2004. The BirdLife International, this is another avifaunal world organization. So they, as part their project all over the world, that certain their criteria is over there. According to the criteria, if it is fulfilled, they have declared this which categories of this important bird and biodiversity area particular. So India, so far we have 554 IBS sites in the country. It's very large that way. So one of these site is the criteria A, means this is where certain species available. So accordingly also, because being ornithologist, much more interest about biodiversity, definitely about more this my specialization is on bird life. So then on bird life issues also I've seen in this last 10 years data that every year very fluctuating kind of diversity. Some of the species totally aloof from this valley, and always valley doesn't mean for, although flowers blooming, we understand this is big, beautiful valley, basically especially for this UNESCO already recognized, but in part of this avifauna, always avifauna is not very specific particular space basis. They keep moving surrounding areas also. So considered value flowers about this avifaunal point of view, that surrounding buffer areas also considered. And accordingly, I have considered this and species also, all these alpine species basically. Then their diversity also found it that every year fluctuating and number declining. Here I have given already the slides also over here that alpine avifaunal diversity. Here earlier in Nanda Devi National Park, as well these almost same kind of species have recorded earlier. Since beginning, it's about 114 species on record. But later, I started this year observations since 2014 continuously. So on this, here I've taken only 5 years data because small screen, that's why. So July 2018 to July 2022, in my observation every year, we find it here also fluctuation. July 2018, we found it 57 species of avifauna. July 2019, we found 23 species of avifauna. October 2020 found 23 species of. August 2021, 48 species of. And July 2020, last year, it was 38 species. How much fluctuation and decrease overall what we have recorded? Because this again kind of the climate change impact and other kind of habitational problem also, ecological problem also. Then apart from this, I've seen some of the slides put over here, that few slides just already in front of you, I think it's visible. Some of the beautiful the avifaunal species, these are already high altitude species, the avifauna that is in Himalaya base only. So those some very specific, otherwise 58 and another so many slides if I put over there, I need about 1 hour, I need time. So first species, this is very beautiful species. This is white-collared blackbird. This certain part of this Himalaya, this is available, not throughout everywhere. Second slide is, this is common rosefinch. Rosefinch has again, there are about 12 to 15 species over there. This species have particular this common rosefinch. This is very variable. Even winter months, they come down to this plain, even up to Delhi areas, they come down, even plain areas also in winter. They winter migrate, locally migration down. But other species, they're little bit high altitude, low altitude variation, altitude they migrate, but not exactly high altitude to the plains only. So this is very common species, but very beautiful species. Even winter we find even in the plains also. Third one, again, this is very specific Himalayan species in the high altitude areas. This is black-headed jay, very beautiful bird. Their call is very beautiful, and until people see, very difficult to see their charming, their interest, how their movement, their behavior, their feeding behavior, their how they move, how they make flock together. All this is very interesting. Then next slide comes is, this is your bullfinch. Bullfinch, generally in our country, there are 3 species of bullfinch. This is one of these, but in the valley flower, basically there are two species are observed here. So this is your red-headed bullfinch, because BirdLife name is such a way, because on morphological character, basically they are named mostly. Then next slide is your, this is, I didn't mention name over here. This is a strict Yuhina. This is the species, again, Himalayan species, maybe little altitude variation, they will come up to down that much only seasonally, but not come to the plain areas on much lower height, because they cannot survive that warmer areas. Then people generally know this, the woodpecker found everywhere, from the plain area up to these high altitude areas also. But some species are very specific, endemic species. Some species are high altitude species. Little variations seasonally, little high to low altitude, but not plains. But some of the species exclusively in the plain areas, they cannot go in the high altitude areas. This is one of the species in Himalayan species, altitude areas. This is rufous-bellied woodpecker. This is very interesting woodpecker, color beautiful. Another one, laughing thrush. This species, this particular families, there are several species in India. Some are very endemic species in Northeast India, and rest species in the valley. They all are basically Himalaya based, not in the plains. So this is particular species is your strict laughing thrush. Certain height, not very low height, exactly plain areas, they never come down. So this is strict laughing thrush, generally available along the roadside. People who go to the Himalayan areas generally can see, find along the roadside also. Third one of this another species of thrush. There are several species of thrush in this family. One that's very common, this is in the Himalayan areas, but up to foothill sometimes come down. Not in the plains, foothill, very common. Name is blue whistling thrush. Their whistling call is so beautiful, so nice in the morning hours. Even without seeing these birds, people can identify this is whistling. This is blue whistling thrush. People can identify. Next one, this is very beautiful bird. This is female, although male is always very colorful. This is female one. This is blue Himalayan blue tail. This is in the Himalayan species again. Little bit variation, migration lower to higher altitude. That much only seasonally, not in the plain areas. And next one, this again another laughing thrush. Out of ball laughing thrush here in the valley, we find about I think about 8 species of laughing thrush over here. This is variegated laughing thrush. Again, certain western Himalayas. Basically, these are available western part of the Himalayas. Now, this is variegated laughing thrush. Then these are so far my all the shortly this avifaunal, some of the prime species which are very colorful I have shown over here. Now my question comes, my not question, my conclusion, that why this is everywhere now we find it not only here, even other in respect to the avifaunal as well other species also in the plain also, or is floristic floral diversity as well this avifaunal diversity as well other animal diversity smaller basically their number declining as well fluctuating number. This is one of the prime reasons as per my research and overall also as per IPCC, BirdLife International, IUCN. I'm also IUCN member. So they as for a discussion other things because then we find basically climate change one of the bigger reason for due to climatic changes because habit being changes due to this. And once habitat being changed, naturally the fluctuation of the species, some species being totally extinct or maybe sometimes they're aloof from this particular habitat. So this is the basic one of the reason that now variation of these altitude areas also in the not in the plain but altitude areas not so much human interpretation or human interference. But yes, some cases like Valley of Flowers, there in seasonally lot of tourists are there, and tourists also they are kind of notorious. These the city tourists especially they are very kind of very ill behavior there, kind of plucking the flowers, kind of photography. They destroy the flowers. They kind of habitat disturbance. They do this thing. That also part of this. Some of the species they do not occur or some kind of number being declined, species being declined, or maybe slowly being aloof. This is also happening. So this is overall. So Valley of Flowers is a beautiful this valley, and they are basically the two things already there that they are birdlife species diversity. This IBS site as well. This is a World Natural Heritage Site. So apart from this, anybody any kind of short any kind of queries? Thank you so much.
I think very good presentation. I think we heard you, and you are a great conservationist, and you have done very good service and a very long career in this field. So I think this awareness for conserving the avian flora and biodiversity in general is very important. Are there any question from the audience?
So thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So I was attached with the BSI. I retired in 2013, and Wildlife Institute of India. Dr. Chaudhary used to meet me in Bhopal and Raipur. Chaudhary, that Dr. Chaudhary used to meet me. Any question from the audience? Mishra ji. I think you are a very prolific writer.
Yes, sir.
writing.
Yes, sir. No any question? Please conclude, sir.
हाँ, मैं कंक्लूड कर देता हूँ। तरुण कुमार जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। उन्होंने फील्ड में रह के भी प्रेजेंट कर दिया एंड दिस वाज वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव एंड हिज एक्सपर्टीज इज very widely. He visited Geneva also and he got some degree from there and he has I mean written many articles both in print and electronic media is presented. So I think that will go a long way in conserving the avian flora in particular. And he is member of Bombay Natural Society also. I think it is very great thing. So Bombay, Dr. Salim Ali, they were the founder of this institution. So I think with these few words, I once again on behalf of Professor Iskan Misra and on behalf of all the participant and organizer, I thank you, Tikara Sahab. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Dr. A. Ansari Sahab for chair the session and Mr. T.K. Roy Sahab given in talk on a very good place.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Valley of Flower. Valley of Flower actually जहाँ तक बॉटनिस्ट और जियोलॉजिस्ट का में है तो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है अपने आप में, क्योंकि माउंटेन लेवल पर काफी ऊपर बहुत ही अच्छे फ्लावर्स और खासकर ये एवियन फौना वहाँ पे दिखाई देता है। जिन्हें बद्रीनाथ की यात्रा की है उनको जरूर ये देखने को मिला होगा और अपने आप में ये जो है कहना चाहिए हिमालय में स्वर्ग है। ये बहुत ही अच्छा स्थान है वैली ऑफ फ्लावर और इसको नेशनल पार्क का दर्जा दिया गया है और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण प्लेस है ये। तो टीके राय साहब ने अपने बहुत कम वो अभी टूर पर है लेकिन बहुत कम समय में इसको तैयार किया है। कल ही हमारी उनसे चर्चा हुई और उन्हें इसको तैयार किया और यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत किया। मैं टीके राय साहब को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ अपने कॉलेज की ओर से, हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से और अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से।
थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद। तो अब समय है उसके पहले मैं एक लास्ट टॉक रीवा के बारे में देना चाहता हूं। हालांकि मैंने उसको शेयर किया है पहले आपके जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है रीवा की जानकारी में। तो रीवा इज द बर्थ प्लेस ऑफ व्हाइट टाइगर। व्हाइट टाइगर जो आज इंडिया और विभिन्न स्थानों पर मिलते हैं उसके बारे में जानकारी बाहर बहुत कम है, कुछ ही लोगों को है। तो आज मैं थोड़ी सी इसकी बात करता हूं अपने यहाँ के जो व्हाइट टाइगर है, फर्स्ट व्हाइट टाइगर के बारे में, और इसके बाद जस्ट अपन वैलिडेटरी सेशन में आ जाएंगे। तो ये बिंद क्षेत्र का सफेद बाघ है मोहन, द टेल ऑफ व्हाइट टाइगर मोहन, जो ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर कहा जाता है व्हाइट टाइगर्स का। और इसी के आगे चल के वंशज आपको जितने भी इंडिया में ज़ूलॉजिकल पार्क में आपको व्हाइट टाइगर दिखेंगे, इवन फॉरेन में अमेरिका, इंग्लैंड, वहां पर भी उनका सभी का जो प्रमुख ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर है वो रीवा का व्हाइट टाइगर मोहन है। ये देखिए फर्स्ट मोहन का वो है। मोहन को के फोस्टर हैं महाराजा मार्तंड सिंह देव जो रीवा के अंतिम राजा रहे, और इनने जो है संजय टाइगर रिजर्व जो वर्तमान में संजय टाइगर रिजर्व का भाग है वहां से इसको शावक के रूप में पकड़ा था और अपने किले पे रखा था। तो ये महाराज मार्तंड सिंह जी हैं। नेक्स्ट ये देखिए सफेद बाघों के बारे में बताया गया है। ये काफी एक विशेष बाघों की ये कहना चाहिए कि तो ये सामान्य रॉयल बंगाल टाइगर, लेकिन इनके कलर के कारण ये बहुत ही सुंदर दिखाई देते हैं। ये इतिहास की यदि हम बात करें, क्योंकि इतिहास का काफी कुछ ऐतिहासिक विषय पर यहाँ पे कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो फर्स्ट जो है अकबर नामा में सफेद बाघ के रूप में चित्रित किया गया है। अकबर नामा में ये सफेद बाघों का शिकार करते हुए दिखाया गया है। नेक्स्ट, ये मोहन के पहले रीवा में एक बाघ और मिला था, सुहागपुर क्षेत्र में, रीवा रियासत के, और महाराज गुलाब सिंह जब युवावस्था में थे तब इसको पकड़ा था और गोविंदगढ़ के किले में रखा था। बाद में उसकी डेथ हो गई और जिसके सिर को की ट्रॉफी बना करके जॉर्ज पंचम को भेजा गया। नेक्स्ट, ये रीवा का जो फर्स्ट ये है जहाँ से शिकार गाह का क्षेत्र है, जहाँ से दूर दूर तक प्रांतर से दूरबीन लगा करके और जंगली जानवरों की। ये मोहन का गांव है, बनखोरा, बनखोरा विलेज ऑफ द मोहन। जो व्हाइट टाइगर यहीं से मिला था और ये वर्तमान में संजय टाइगर रिजर्व सीधी में वस्तुआ रेंज में स्थित है ये गांव, और यहीं से मोहन का मिला, इसलिए इसको द विलेज ऑफ मोहन के नाम से जाना जाता है इस गांव को। नेक्स्ट, ये जहां पर मोहन मिला था उस क्षेत्र में जो आदिवासी है मुख्य रूप से उनके मन में बाघों की परिकल्पना है, साथ में वो घुले मिले हैं, इसलिए यहाँ पर देखिए कि आदिवासी घरों में शेर के भित्ति चित्र बने हुए हैं और साथ ही यहाँ के गांव के नाम भी बाघों पर आधारित है, जैसे बघवार है, बघऊ है, इस तरह के अनेक गांव के नाम आपको वहां पर आज भी मिलते हैं सीधी जिले में। आगे चले, ये मोहन की मात है, मोहन डेन, जहां पर इसी डेन से जो है रीवा राजा मार्तंड जी ने उसको मोहन को कैप्चर किया था सावक के रूप में। नेक्स्ट, ये परसली का शिकार गाह है, क्षेत्र है जहां पर गेस्ट हाउस, जहां पहले राजसी समय में शिकार होता था तो वहां था गेस्ट हाउस। ये भी गौड़िया का कठबंगला है, बंगला। ये चूहिया की शिकार कोठी है जो काफी ऊंचाई पर है, उससे सीधी जिले का बड़ा वन प्रांतर, पूरा जो वन प्रांतर है वो दिखाई देता है और इस पर आधुनिक इसमें दूरबीन लगी हुई होती थी जिससे कि शिकार की टोह ली जाती थी। यह कोठी आज भी विद्यमान है, हालांकि शिकार का अब कोई यहाँ पर उपकरण आदि नहीं लगे हैं, लेकिन यह कोठी जो है आज भी चूहिया पहाड़ के ऊपर इसी तरह से सुरक्षित रूप से है और इसका उसके वंशज ही आज विभिन्न जूलॉजिकल पार्क में आपको दिखाई देते हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये अंतिम गोविंदगढ़ में ये मोहन को 1951 में 1951 में पकड़ करके रखा गया था और उसके बाद इसके वंशज सहित 68 में डेथ हुई उसकी, और अंतिम उसके जो संतान है विराट और शबेली, ये गोविंदगढ़ किले में रहे हैं। बीच बीच में जो सावक होते थे उनको विभिन्न स्थानों पर क्यों पर भेजा जाता था। ये है मोहन के जो मोहन के फ्रेंड, यानी कि मोहन को की देख रेख करने वाले मोहन, ये इनका नाम है पुलवा बहेलिया, ये गोविंदगढ़ के रहने वाले थे और अभी भी वर्तमान में ये जीवित है और इनसे शेरों से बड़ी जुड़ी हुई, बाघों से जुड़ी हुई बहुत सी कहानियां ये सुनाते रहते हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये देखिए नई दिल्ली का मुकाम, फर्स्ट जो है व्हाइट टाइगर नई दिल्ली भेजा गया रीवा से, और मोरारजी देसाई तत्कालीन वित्त मंत्री थे 1963 में, उनने स्वागत किया था इस का नई दिल्ली में और बाद में वहां पर भी आगे चल करके ब्रीडिंग हुई। नेक्स्ट, ये बाघ मोशाय कलकत्ता में, जो कलकत्ता का जूलॉजिकल पार्क है, वहां पर व्हाइट टाइगर यहां से भेजा गया, 2 व्हाइट टाइगर, मेल व्हाइट टाइगर भेजे गए, नीलाद्री और हेमाद्री नाम के 2 व्हाइट टाइगर वहां पर भेजे गए। नेक्स्ट, ये इन नंदन कानन में जो आप सफेद बाघ आज देख रहे हो, फेमस है नंदन कानन, तो वो देन रीवा की ही है। और पहला जोड़ा यहाँ से नंदन कानन को शुभ्रा नाम की बाघिन भेजी गई। नेक्स्ट, इसके अलावा चामरेंद्र जू जो मैसूर में है, वहां पे भी यहाँ से व्हाइट टाइगर भेजे गए। नेक्स्ट, मोहिनी से मोहित अमेरिका में भी वहाँ के जो वाशिंगटन रेडियो है उनने यहाँ से प्राप्त किया गोविंदगढ़ महल से सफेद बाघ, और मोहिनी उसका नाम था। और उसका स्वागत या वेलकम जो है जो वहाँ का राष्ट्रपति भवन है व्हाइट हाउस, वहाँ आइजनहॉवर जो तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति थे उनने वेलकम किया था मोहिनी का। नेक्स्ट, के विलायत से बुलावा ब्रिस्टल जू जो इंग्लैंड का ब्रिस्टल जू है, वहाँ गोविंदगढ़ से जो व्हाइट टाइगर के शावक जो है वो भेजे गए थे। तो इस प्रकार से ये हमारे अपने देश में भी और विदेश के प्रमुख जो जूलॉजिकल पार्क हैं वहां पर गोविंदगढ़ से ही या रीवा से ही व्हाइट टाइगर भेजे गए और वहां पर आगे ब्रीडिंग हुई उनकी। और आज जो जूलॉजिकल पार्क में आपको व्हाइट टाइगर दिखाई देते हैं वो रीवा की देन है। यस, और उनका ग्रैंडफादर मोहन है। आगे चले, ये मोहन गुड बाय, इसको पहले गुड बाय मोहन की डेथ जो है वो 1900 दिखने लगा, हाँ 69 में हुई और बाकायदे राजसी सम्मान के साथ उसे विदा किया गया। उसके शोक सभाएं हुई। जो रीवा बांधव गद्दी का ध्वज था उसमें उसके शरीर को लपेटा गया और पूरे राजसी पुष्प चक्र अर्पित किए गए और इस प्रकार से उसका जो है अर्थी निकाली गई और उसका राजसी सम्मान के साथ अंतिम संस्कार किया गया। नेक्स्ट, ख्वाबों ख्यालों और किताबों में है, ये देखिए आपको ऊपर जो है मोहन के मस्तक को माउंट करके ट्रॉफी बनाई गई है जो आज भी रीवा फोर्ट के बघेला म्यूजियम में देखी जा सकती है। और नीचे जब उसके डेथ के पहले रीवा राजा ने एक सनद लिखी है जिसको यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई दे रही है सनद। तो इस प्रकार से ये विभिन्न इस तरह के कार्यक्रम के बाद, मोहन के डेथ के बाद भी आज भी ड्रीम थॉट और बुक्स में मोहन है, कहानी किस्से लिखे गए मोहन के बारे में। और इस प्रकार मोहन आज भी डेथ होने के बाद भी आज भी विंध्य क्षेत्र के जनमानस के बीच में मोहन है। आगे, हाँ ये देखिए धर्मयुग पत्रिका जो फेमस मैगजीन हुआ करती थी, उसमें 1973 में रीवा के सफेद बाघों के रूप में उसने कवर किया था और उसी को यहाँ पे दर्शाया गया है रीवा के सफेद बाघों के ऊपर। नेक्स्ट, आगे चले, ये डाक टिकट है, ये रीवा के सफेद बाघ पर डाक टिकट जो है भारत शासन के डाक विभाग द्वारा जो है इसको निकाला गया। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि केंद्रीय जो संचार मंत्री हैं वो रीवा आकर के और इस डाक टिकट को जो शुरू किए थे और ये मोहन के लिए बड़े सम्मान की बात है और रीवा के सफेद बाघों के लिए सम्मान की बात है। आगे चले, ये गौरव की वापसी लगभग 1976 के में निकाली गई और उसमें फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में थे और हमारे राष्ट्रपति प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इस कार्यक्रम में रहे और लगभग 2 लाख से ऊपर पब्लिक जो है राजपथ में हमारे रीवा के व्हाइट टाइगर का सम्मानित किया। तो ये झांकी है राजपथ पर। नेक्स्ट चलें, ये ग्लिम्स हिस्टोरिकल इनाग्रल सेशन है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक था, जो मुकुंदपुर का व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी का जब लोकार्पण किया गया। इसमें केंद्रीय पर्यावरण मंत्री आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और इसके साथ ही यहाँ के भी मुख्यमंत्री और मंत्रीगण, इसमें प्रमुख रूप से जो योगदान रहा है वो यहाँ के पूर्व मंत्री माननीय राजेंद्र शुक्ला जी, जो रीवा के वर्तमान विधायक हैं, और रीवा राजघराने के वर्तमान महाराज माननीय पुष्पराज सिंह जी देव, वो भी साथ में हैं। आगे चले। ये वर्तमान में जो विंध्य में हमारे व्हाइट टाइगर में जो सफेद बाघों का जोड़ा है, प्यारी विंध्या और रघु। विंध्या को हमने बताया जैसा कि दिल्ली के दिल्ली जू से लाया गया, और रघु जो है वो भिलाई से लाया गया, छत्तीसगढ़ भिलाई से। ये दोनों ही मोहन की के वंशज से हैं। आगे चले। ये देखिए, ये व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी का गेट है, और इसके अंदर जो है व्हाइट टाइगर के अलावा अन्य भी जो है, यह मात जंगल है। एक्चुअली काफी बड़ा क्षेत्र है जंगल का, जिसमें कि वनस्पतियां भी हैं और अन्य वन्य जीव भी को इसमें रखा गया है। इसमें सिंह भी है, सामान्य टाइगर भी है, और इसके अलावा अन्य जो भालू और ये इस तरह के जो जू में जानवर होते हैं वो सभी हैं। लेकिन मुख्य आकर्षण जो है वो व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी। ये देखिए मोहन व्हाइट टाइगर, ये मेन गेट है मुकुंदपुर जू का, जूलॉजिकल पार्क का, और व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी अंदर व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी का गेट है, जो मोहन के नाम से है। तो इस प्रकार से ये जू उनके ये व्हाइट टाइगर सफारी मोहन के नाम से रखा गया, रीवा के प्रथम फर्स्ट व्हाइट टाइगर पर। और ये जो पूरा जू है वो रीवा के महाराजा मार्तन सिंह जी के नाम रखा गया, जिनने की इस मोहन को पाल करके और व्हाइट टाइगर के वंशज को आगे बढ़ाया। नेक्स्ट। ये लास्ट में ये मोहन व्हाइट टाइगर जो मोहन है उसके मस्तक को माउंट करके ट्रॉफी बनाई गई है। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट चलिए। इसके अलावा क्योंकि इतिहास का है, एक यहाँ पर जो रीवा का हॉर्स है शहनाज, जो महाराजा वेंकटरमन सिंह जी का घोड़ा था, ये भी सैन्य प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त था इसको, और इसका काफी मान्यता थी यहाँ पर। और जब इसकी डेथ हुई तो आगे चलिए, ये उसका स्मारक है। आगे चले। तो ये विंध्य क्षेत्र में दूसरा जो भाग है वो बुंदेलखंड के महाराजा छत्रसाल बुंदेला का है, और इनका ये घोड़ा भले भाई। और आगे इसकी भी नेक्स्ट फोटो, ये इसकी भी समाधि है। तो ये दोनों जो हॉर्सेस हैं, ऐतिहासिक जो हॉर्स है, वो यहाँ पर प्रसिद्ध रहे हैं, और व्हाइट टाइगर तो है ही यहाँ का। तो इस प्रकार से ये ऐतिहासिक एनिमल हैं जो कि यहाँ विंध्य क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए। और विंध्य आपको बता दें कि यह क्षेत्र बायोडाइवर्सिटी के रूप में जाना जाता है। 3 यहाँ पर नेशनल पार्क हैं, जो तीनों ही व्हाइट टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर के अंतर्गत आते हैं। बांधवगढ़ नेशनल पार्क, दूसरा संजय टाइगर नेशनल पार्क, और तीसरा पन्ना टाइगर नेशनल पार्क। थैंक यू।
खत्म हो गया।
हाँ, विंध्य के बारे में थोड़ा जानकारी देनी थी।
बहुत अच्छे रहे
जी,
बहुत उम्दा। आप तो जूलॉजिस्ट हो गए आप
जी। ये अपने क्षेत्र का है सर। तो हाँ, हमने कहा कि पूरे एशिया और साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का हो रहा, थोड़ा सा 10 मिनट विंध्य का भी हो जाए हमारे क्षेत्र का कि जानकारी साझी हो जाए। तो जी अब वेलकम है ऑल, वेलकम आर इमिनेंट स्पीकर, ऑल चेयरपर्सन, ऑल को चेयरपर्सन, एक्सपर्ट, पार्टिसिपेंट, सभी का इन वैलिडेटरी सेशन में
बहुत लेट हो गया।
नहीं सर, बहुत लेट नहीं हुआ, 15 मिनट लेट हुआ। यस सर। फर्स्ट सरस्वती पूजा। तुम आ जाओ, तुम आओ। हाँ, खुला है, खुला है, इसको बंद कर दें। खुला है, हाँ। लो। फोटो से हाँ। या कुंदेन्दु तुषारहार भल्ला, या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता, या वीणा वर्णन मंडित करा, या श्वेत पद्मासना, या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर सहित वीर हृदय सदा वंदिता, सा मां पास सरस्वती भगवती निशेष गाड्या। गवर्नमेंट एमएस गोलवलकर कॉलेज रीवा में सोशियो कल्चरल, आर्ट, tourism, archaeological, natural heritage site, monument, and museum focused on South and Southeast Asian countries थीम में आयोजित इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार सीरीज के वैलिडेटरी सेशन में हम सभी लीड इनवाइटेड इमिनेंट स्पीकर, सेशनल चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, एक्सपर्ट्स, पार्टिसिपेंट का अपने इंस्टीट्यूट एवं हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से वेलकम, स्वागत, अभिनंदन करते हैं। यह 22 फरवरी से 1 मार्च तक आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें टोटल 75 टॉक आयोजित की गई। इसमें इंडिया से 50, पाकिस्तान 10, बांग्लादेश से 5, श्रीलंका से 9, नेपाल से 1, थाईलैंड से 1, यूएसए से 2 के डेलीगेट इमिनेंट स्पीकर द्वारा लीड इनवाइटेड टॉक प्रस्तुत की गई, जिसमें सीनियर यूनिवर्सिटी एंड कॉलेज प्रोफेसर, सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, एक्सपर्ट, एनजीओ ऑफिशियल, इंडिविजुअल रिसर्चर, आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट, रिसर्च स्कॉलर ने विभिन्न थीम पर मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी सब्जेक्ट में अपने टॉक प्रस्तुत की। इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार में इम्पोर्टेंट हेरिटेज साइट, आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट, arts and socio-cultural aspect, tourism, women empowerment, indigenous people, their craft and culture, monument, museum, ancient temple, art and architecture, Hindu, Islamic, Sikh, Jain, and Buddhism, architecture, national park, botanical garden, wildlife, biodiversity, geoheritage, ancient cultural festival, god and goddess, cultural डिप्लोमेसी, लक्कर आर्ट, तीर्थों की परंपरा एवं प्रवृत्तियां, वाटर कंजर्वेशन, पेंटिंग, फाइन आर्ट, South and Southeast Asia cultural relation, water harvesting, conservation, distribution, sanitary system, ritual and tradition आदि विषयों पर साउथ एंड साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज इंडिया, पाकिस्तान, लंका, बांग्लादेश, थाईलैंड, म्यांमार, बाली, जावा, इंडोनेशिया, नेपाल, थाईलैंड, कंबोडिया, लाओस, वियतनाम सहित मंगोलिया एवं चाइना के कल्चरल तथा रिलीजियस एस्पेक्ट पर विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में एक्सपर्ट ने अपने विचार रखे। साथ ही विभिन्न संस्थानों के एक्सपर्ट द्वारा चेयरपर्सन और को चेयरपर्सन के रूप में अपने विचार साझा किए। सभी सेशन की टॉक को रिकॉर्ड कर यूट्यूब बनाया गया है, जिसे ग्रुप में शेयर किया गया है, साथ ही गूगल में भी साझा किया गया है। इंस्टीट्यूट द्वारा इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार सीरीज का फीडबैक लिंक शीघ्र ही तैयार करके व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से प्रेषित किया जाएगा, जिसे फिलअप करके सबमिट करें, जिससे सर्टिफिकेट उपलब्ध किया जा सके। महाविद्यालय इंस्टीट्यूट द्वारा प्रस्तुत गए व्याख्यानों के राइटअप प्राप्त कर प्रोसीडिंग बनाने का कार्य प्रस्तावित है। इस हेतु एक्सपर्ट द्वारा 15 मार्च तक फोटो सहित आर्टिकल प्रदान किए जाने की अपेक्षा है। साथ ही सभी एक्सपर्ट अपने व्याख्यानों से संबंधित ब्रीफ सजेशन व रिकमेंडेशन 3 या 4 दिन में ईमेल या व्हाट्सएप से प्रदान करा सके, जिससे संकलित कर इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार की फाइनल रिपोर्ट तैयार की जा सके। अंत में मैं पुनः सभी का इस वैलिडेटरी सेशन में स्वागत करता हूं। मेरी ओर से सर स्वागत है सभी को। वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू।
बहुत चलिए साहब, आपने तो पूरा ही कर दिया।
थैंक यू सर।
बहुत बहुत अच्छा। ये मिश्रा जी बधाई हो।
यस सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपका सहयोग रहा है सभी लोगों का, सभी वरिष्ठ जन, यंगस्टर्स जो हैं, सभी लोगों का, प्रोफेसर, साइंटिस्ट और हमारे जो, हालांकि हमने आपको पहले से ही प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल, एक्सपर्ट, चेयरपर्सन और को चेयरपर्सन के नाम दे दिए हैं, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से मैं यहाँ पर कुछ विशिष्ट नाम बताना चाहूँगा। मुख्य रूप से खासकर जो हमारे बाहर के देशों में हैं, जैसे पाकिस्तान से जो सीनियर जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट रहे हैं, प्रोफेसर शौकत महमूद साहब लाहौर से, प्रोफेसर रिफत डार मैडम लाहौर वुमेन यूनिवर्सिटी से रही, और हैकल साहब तक्षशिला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एशियन सिविलाइजेशन से हज़ारा, और मंसेरा यूनिवर्सिटी से अब्दुल साहब थे। तो इस तरह से पाकिस्तान के जो वरिष्ठ जो नदीम आलम साहब लाहौर से थे, पेशावर से हीरा अली थी। तो इस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान के भी सभी क्षेत्रों से एक्सपर्ट और चेयरपर्सन और को चेयरपर्सन के रूप में हमारे वेबिनार में समय दिया है। इसके बाद हम नेपाल से देखें, मैडम प्रोफेसर माला मल्ला मैडम, प्रोफेसर पूनम राणा, प्रोफेसर निर्मला पोखरेल, श्रीलंका से लगभग सभी यूनिवर्सिटी से, रोहाना यूनिवर्सिटी, केलानिया यूनिवर्सिटी, पिरदानिया यूनिवर्सिटी, कैंडी यूनिवर्सिटी से सभी एक्सपर्ट, प्रोफेसर सिरिल साहब ने हमें डायरेक्टर, जो आपके पूर्व डायरेक्टर रहे मिस्टर सुमिता जी, जी ने पिरदानिया पर और नेशनल बॉटनिक गार्डन पर, सिरिल साहब ने अन्य न्यू बॉटनिक गार्डन पर, इसके अलावा केलानिया यूनिवर्सिटी की डॉक्टर अनुपमा दामोनपोला, रूहाना से प्रोफेसर गैमेज, प्रोफेसर जयसिंघे, इसी प्रकार से पिरदानिया से मैडम श्रियानी, तो लंका की से बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट, और वो चेयरपर्सन के रूप में भी उन लोगों ने जो है अपने व्यूज साझा किए, और साथ ही अपने एक्सपर्ट टॉक भी मिला। बांग्लादेश से जहांगीरनगर यूनिवर्सिटी का हमें भरपूर सहयोग मिला। जहांगीरनगर यूनिवर्सिटी के जो आर्कियोलॉजी के प्रोफेसर हैं मसूद इमरान साहब, इसके अलावा समीम रजा जी, मैडम महमूदा, इसके अलावा 2 वहाँ के रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स, थाईलैंड से अनिता बोस मैडम ने कल गरुड़ पर बहुत अच्छी टॉक दी यहाँ पर। इसके अलावा यूएसए से 2 जो एक्सपर्ट हैं, एक तो सैन फ्रांसिस्को से प्रोफेसर देबोरा स्टेन, और दूसरे न्यू जर्सी से मिस्टर अलकेश जवेरी ने हमारे यहाँ ये अपना एक्सपर्ट टॉक दी। तो इस प्रकार से हमारे इंडिया के अलावा जो हमारे पड़ोसी देश हैं, वहाँ के एक्सपर्ट पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका, नेपाल, थाईलैंड, उनकी टॉक हुई। हमारे इंडिया का जहाँ है, लगभग हर स्टेट से इसमें टॉक हुई। इवन यदि हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट से शुरू करें तो नागालैंड के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर एच.एन. दत्ता साहब, असम से प्रोफेसर इंद्राणी चौधरी, गुजरात से मैडम सुष्मिता सेन मैडम, और इसके अलावा वहाँ से श्रीनिवास सोलापुरकर, जो कि वहाँ के एक वरिष्ठ गाइड हैं, और इसके अलावा अन्य स्थानों पर कलकत्ता से प्रोफेसर महुआ चक्रवर्ती, प्रोफेसर कराबी मित्रा, प्रोफेसर धृति राय मैडम, प्रोफेसर चैताली चौधरी मैडम, इसके अलावा ओडिशा से प्रोफेसर संजय आचार्य सर, डॉक्टर सस्मिता मिश्रा, बिहार से प्रोफेसर विद्यानाथ झा, यूपी से प्रोफेसर ज्ञानेश्वर चौबे बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी से, और शुभम शिवा द्विवेदी कानपुर से, जम्मू से प्रोफेसर पूनम चौधरी, दिल्ली से प्रोफेसर टी.एस. सत्यनाथ, प्रोफेसर पूनम शर्मा, पंजाब से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बलविंदर सिंह जी, और प्रोफेसर मनीष कपूर साहब पटियाला से हैं, बलविंदर सिंह साहब अमृतसर से हैं। गुजरात से प्रोफेसर सुष्मिता सेन मैडम, डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास सोलापुरकर जी, इसके अलावा हनोज पटेल, मार्गी पटेल, और पलावी मैडम, और इसके अलावा रिद्धि शाह मैडम, और राजस्थान से श्री कृष्ण जुगनू जी, डॉक्टर सुनील दुबे जी जो कि उदयपुर से थे, जयपुर से इंद्रजीत भट्टाचार्य जी, अनुप्रिया तातेर जोधपुर से, चेन्नई के पार्ट से भी प्रोफेसर एम.सी. सत्यनारायण, इसके अलावा शिवशंकर बाबू सर, उमा बालू और आसमा मशोद मैडम। कर्नाटका से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर टी.एस. सत्यनाथ और प्रोफेसर नीलम शर्मा। तो कर्नाटका से एम.एन. वेंकटेश प्रसाद, जी.एस. रमिया है। तो इस प्रकार से हमारे मध्य प्रदेश से अनुराग शुक्ला जी। तो लगभग महाराष्ट्र से काफी अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला। कई एक्सपर्ट टॉक हुए। आज गोलवलकर मैडम की टॉक हुई, रमा गोलवलकर की। इसके अलावा भी डेक्कन कॉलेज के 2 रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स ने यहाँ पर अपनी टॉक दी और बोबाडे जी नागपुर से और तो इस प्रकार से कहने का हमारा आशय है कि हमारे जो इंडिया के लगभग सभी स्टेट के यूनिवर्सिटी प्रोफेसर्स, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट और यानी कहना चाहिए कि विषय का तो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी है, क्षेत्र का भी पूरा क्षेत्र जो है, मनीष राय जी हैं कलकत्ता, वो बॉम्बे से मधु केलकर ने मैडम ने टॉक दी। इस प्रकार से पूरा क्षेत्र हमारा इंडिया का भी पूरा जो है भाग इस वेबिनार सीरीज में कवर हुआ है। काफी कुछ भाग हम फर्स्ट सेशन में भी कवर कर चुके हैं। इसके पहले नेशनल पार्क का जब आयोजन हुआ, 4 नेशनल पार्क पहले जो हमारे महाविद्यालय द्वारा कराए गए, उसमें भी सभी का इसी तरह से सहयोग मिला है। तो मैं ये एक संक्षिप्त जो है, जो प्रस्तुतिकरण है उसकी बात है। अब मैं क्योंकि ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए मैं कुछ हमारे सीनियर लोग हैं यहाँ पर, उनसे उनके व्यूज जानने का प्रयास करूंगा, जिससे कि ऑडियंस को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लाभ मिल सके। मैडम सुस्मिता सेन, मैडम डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर सुस्मिता सेन फ्रॉम बड़ोदरा, मैडम अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ, माइक। हाँ,
नमस्ते सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको और आपकी टीम को जिन्होंने हमें ये प्लेटफॉर्म दिया और एवरी ईयर ये प्लेटफॉर्म देते हैं कि हम लोग अपना जो रिसर्च है उसको हम सबके सामने प्रदर्शित करें, और साथ ही साथ we come to know about so many subjects and so many we also, this is a kind of a platform, a common platform where we can know about the work of different research scholars, and we also know about their work and many new subjects which we are not aware of. We can relate so many things and we become more knowledgeable, and it is giving me a great pleasure to thank you for conducting such a beautiful, well organized webinar. And and on top of that, I'm thankful to you that I meet so many people whom I haven't met a long time now. I can see Dr. P.S. Ravishankar sir, जो हमारे यहाँ पे आए थे और बहुत अच्छे से हमको कॉइनेज के बारे में, मेरे को I was enlightened by his talk. So, and many of our professors who come here and talk about their subjects with a variety of subjects, I can say, and very interesting. And I joined almost every day, though even I was working, except for taking classes, but even I was working, I had put the webinar on and I was listening to the talk. And it gave me very much pleasure that you, with a single-handed, with your team, who is organizing every year this kind of webinar, who is bringing all the scholars on a single platform, and they are presenting their research. So thank you, sir. Thanks to you.
Thank you. Professor Rifa Saibdar, madam. Professor
hello everyone. Yeah, I'm here. I hope everyone can listen me.
Yes.
Yes, I first of all I want to congratulate Skan Mishra and your team. It was a wonderful opportunity that you have provided all of us, and I must say that it was a very successful webinar. I know that you have previously also been into this success story. For that also, I must congratulate you. And the other thing that the subject which I must mention. And best wishes.
Professor Cyril, sir. Professor Cyril Vijay Sundara, sir.
Thank you, Professor Mishra ji. And I think, as the previous speaker mentioned, it's a wonderful experience. Such a big collection of scholars in one platform, and actually, while listening to the speakers, one can realize what a rich heritage we have in our countries, India, in any other country. Especially, I was so thrilled to read and listen to and also see some of those monumental work. It's very interesting, and in fact we learned a lot. And it's almost like last time I was mentioning, these almost like in a university, from 22nd to 1st, just like being in a university, we were hearing so many different subjects. Most of the information came firsthand from world-class scholars, and it's superb experience. And I think we should all congratulate Professor Mishra and his team for putting together such a wonderful gathering. And this will be a very good thing. And I hope to see many more of this kind of webinars in the future too. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. T.S. Ravishankar, sir, from Mysore. Dr. T.S. Ravishankar.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Good evening. Sir, I have no words. The way you have conducted such a long, for many days, a marathon session each day, as you mentioned, more than 70 talks, had from great experts. It was really, but because of my constant travel and other preoccupations, I couldn't listen to many of the talks. But when I saw the schedule, varied aspects, they have touched upon, is really great. And I'm very happy an epigraphist also could find a place amidst many other scholars. It's not, I have a strong feeling, it's not getting the due recognition. The subject, such a primary source, is not taken due care. And I'm very happy you could create a platform for me. I had a strong desire to talk about the Cambodian inscriptions, especially you gave a platform for me to talk, and I'm very happy. And I thank all your team for conducting such a wonderful seminar. I think nowhere it is being done, and I wish you all the success and in future endeavors also, sir. Please keep it up. And once again, my thanks to all the team members. Thank you, Professor Skanda Mishra ji. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak a few words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Professor M.N. Venkatesa, sir, Chittoor, Andhra. Professor M.N. Venkatesa, sir.
So, good evening, everybody. I'm extremely happy to be part of this particular wonderful journey of different research papers from different corners of the world. What a great achievement by Skandaji and his mates. It's really a good feather to your institution, sir. Certainly, our appreciation is there. At the same time, I wondered actually how many different types of subjects are actually taught here, and how it is interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary that thinking is actually. If a biology person is reading a paper, a person like me who is working on culture studies, I am getting a lot of insights from that. And if any other for example, archaeological or museum type of papers are presented, even then the science people or other people they are getting a lot of information. So here actually certainly you crossed the disciplinary borders actually related to subject. So this is one good achievement, and you made everyone very comfortable. Skandaji, that's your personal achievement actually. Your friend's number is actually multiplied through this, and it shows how nice person you are. You attended every person individually, and as a chairperson, I have seen several papers, and also I observed many other papers. Yes, many comments are actually just appreciation. Even I too did only that much. We appreciated whatever the paper presented. The reality is not that. I think in future we can go for critical analysis of each paper also. So that also helps the researchers to improve their quality of presentation also, and findings framing in a befitting manner to set into international this one research area. So, but anyway, I am extremely happy, and I got a great opportunity of seeing many of the international scholars who are working in very diversified, say, Deborah from US and a few others. So it's a good opportunity, sir. So I am very much happy, and I appreciate everyone who actually made use of this opportunity. We are waiting for the next season, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Spoke from Mr. Spoke from Cambodia. Mr. Phon. Yes, Mr. Phon. Bangladesh, please, Mahishun Rasti. Mahishun.
Yes. Good
Yeah,
evening from
welcome,
Cambodia.
Phon.
Yeah, yes. I apologize because now I'm driving on the
Yeah,
road, so I just joined. Yes, now I would like to show a little bit my appreciation of this program. I would like to say thank you to the host and very great organized, and also from many eminent speaker that presentation very great, organized also, and good topic. Yes. Yes, thank you, Professor. Yes, thank you that you always invite me to join this webinar, and thank you all around the world also. Yes, thank you. Good luck.
Yes. Yes, yes, Mahishun. Yes, please, Mahishun Rasti.
Thank you, sir. At first, I would actually like to thank Mishra ji, because like he is one of the best organizers I have seen in my lifetime, because he has actually contacted all of us single-handedly. Like I remember, like from the day I had just given my name to him, like he has informed about all the sessions properly, like accurately, and in the meantime he has also been helpful to me.
नेट का प्रॉब्लम. प्रोफेसर संजय आचार्य सर. प्रोफेसर संजय आचार्य सर.
Namaskar to all.
भुवनेश्वर से हैं संजय आचार्य सर जी.
It was Professor Mishra. I must first congratulate you that very persistently, very consistently. This is the third seminar that I have been attending, and you have conducted it very systematically in a very organized manner. And I think what in the first speaker, Professor Susmita Sen, Parmanik, what she said, all that she said, I think we all endorse with what she said, that it gives us a platform. It gives all of us a platform to listen. I'm a teacher, I'm a professor in the subject of architecture, art history, but I was in fact listening to all other talks whenever possible. And it definitely widens our horizon. It widens the knowledge base of an individual. Like we just don't talk about archaeology, or we just don't talk about botany individually. one has to look at it in a very composite manner. And I think this webinar that you have had is wonderful. Has given us a lot of good experience, and like hearing different people, different notions, different ideas has definitely enhanced the knowledge horizon that we have. Thank you, sir. I think I must congratulate you, and that you on and off in a regular manner, please do, sir, conduct such sort of webinars. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
डॉक्टर
अंसारी साहब, यस सर, यस सर,
इजाजत है?
हाँ
जी
हाँ,
जी
बिल्कुल 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 है, हाँ
जी, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद. Very commendable effort, and this is sixth in the series during the last 2 years. Of course, all of my previous speakers, they have spoken about, and I had the great opportunity to see Dr. Sumitra Rachi from Sri Lanka. I met him 1997, and to see him, to hear him, very good presentation by him on Radinia Garden, and then Professor Cyril also presented these things. They are very, and of course the Adam Peak was the very good attraction for us. So
Professor Anupama,
yes, yes,
Anupama
and
from Kelaniya. Yes.
we had a range of all the subjects covered, almost everything covered in your program. So almost 74 presentations, I think, from Happen to till today. And of course, all these Southeast Asia things, and this from Punjab, both the Punjab from Pakistan and India. So the Lahore and Amritsar, we are not knowing what cities. So all this, and I think by these few words, I once again give you we should award you. So you should get some big award for these things, and the people, they get Padam Shri. So we recommend on this forum. We should recommend from this forum to give award like this. This is a great work. I think 8 days, 22nd to 1st March, 8 days you have worked, and you are having a bad throat also, and you have done in this condition also completed. And your last presentation was White Tiger was also excellent. So everything, we are amazed to see those things. So with these few words, I once again congratulate you, and may God bless you and give you more success in the times to come. And all the participants, those who are hearing from all over Southeast Asia, and all the listeners, my all the good wishes. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I take permission.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. अंसारी साहब 2021 से जब मैंने फर्स्ट शुरू किया, तब से लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनका सहयोग रहता है. यदि वो कहीं बहुत बिजी नहीं हुए तो लगभग हर सेशन में वो रहते हैं, और अच्छे बॉटनिस्ट हैं यहाँ इंडिया के. मैं नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर पीर मोहम्मद साहब, फ्रॉम चेन्नई. Dr. Peer Mohammed sir, Dr. Manish Rai sir from Mumbai, Archaeological Survey of India.
Sir, thank you. We are celebrating 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and rightly you have completed 75 papers or talks.
Yes. Yes.
So and the paper which was presented a variety of subjects like a bouquet having many colors of flowers. I extremely happy to congratulate to you and your entire team for such a webinar, and we hope we are also enjoying in future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Nadeem Alam Saab, Lahore. नदीम आलम साहब. Yes, sir.
Ji, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Yes, welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra, and good evening to all the listeners and scholars. It was a wonderful experience. Hats off to you. A great effort. Because now the world has changed into two major parts: global South and global East and global West. So, being inhabitants of the East and being inhabitants of a very special area, which is South Asia and Southeast Asia, we have an amalgamation, a very rich history, amalgamation of so many cultures, influences of so many civilizations, right from the Aryan period till the modern age. It not only has influenced our culture, our language, our ethnicities, but I am a true believer in that it has actually evolved our DNA as well. From the Dravidian blood to the Aryans, and then the Greeks, Huns, Muslims, Turks, Arabs, and lately the Anglo, you know, DNA plus Anglo Asian race we had once. But rather than taking it as in a bad sense, I think at the same time, although we have lost so many indigenized things during that colonized period or other periods, but it has also evolved a very strong kind of a knowledge. Today we have, like in India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and all the countries, we have artifacts from all these cultures. We have so many religious architectures, so many religious activities, and ultimately all religions contribute to a collective culture as well. So your effort, for the last week or so, we have listened to so many diversified lectures and presentations, and we never felt alienated to any of the topic, whether it was on temple architecture, whether it was on mosque architecture, whether it was on the botanical gardens of Ceylon. We are all tea lovers and coffee lovers. Uh, Whether it was like something from Bangladesh or from my country, Pakistan or Lahore. So it connects us all. And intellectually, I think as the European community has evolved there from Rome to Venice to Budapest to England, France, Belgium, they have taken care of each and every artifact of their history. So we also need to work collectively. I think my suggestion is, and we should go further. Like, this is a very good effort that we were part of a webinar, but on a next stage, I think we should go for the publications, for the books that we can work on, because we would contribute, and one day we would leave this world, but our effort in the written form would remain there. And today, not necessarily on the paper, as we know that there are blogs, there are video publication as well. So any of this sort of effort could help us all, and this is a collective existence, and we should take care of it. But at the end, I congratulate you, Dr. Mishra, for you have just collected all the flowers like a bouquet, as somebody else said, and it was a very well organized webinar, and we are also looking forward, and it has given us opportunity to interact with other scholars of this land, and hopefully everyone would be looking forward to organize organize other seminars or webinars or conferences in their respective areas with common interests. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity, and once again, congratulations.
थैंक यू नदीम साहब. एक्चुअली अभी प्रोसीडिंग बुक की बात हुई है, तो ये हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट बना रहा है। जो पहले के वेबिनार हैं वो 2 बुक हमने बनाया है। एक तो फर्स्ट बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व एंड बोटेनिकल गार्डन ऑफ इंडिया, जो लगभग 400 पेज की है, वो तैयार हो गई है। और सेकंड नेशनल पार्क वाइल्ड लाइफ एंड नेशनल पार्क सेंचुरी एंड वाइल्ड लाइफ, वो भी लगभग 400 है, 50 आर्टिकल है इसमें। फर्स्ट वॉल्यूम में भी 50 आर्टिकल है और सेकंड वॉल्यूम में भी 50 आर्टिकल है, और वो भी अभी चल रहा है काम, शायद 10 या 15 दिन में वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। तीसरी बुक जो है, जो आर्कियोलॉजी पर हमने लिया है, वो अभी तक हमको 35 राइटअप मिले हैं, और थर्ड वॉल्यूम हम उसको भी जल्दी से जल्दी ले आएंगे। संभवतः 2 या 3 महीने में वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगी। तो प्रोसीडिंग बुक का भी काम हमारा धीरे धीरे चल रहा है, और निश्चित रूप से ये हम जल्दी ही 3 वॉल्यूम में, जो कि लगभग 1200 पेज की होगी तीनों वॉल्यूम मिला करके, तो ये बुक जल्दी ही आपको मिलेगी। और इसके अलावा हमने जितने भी टॉक कराई है उसका तो हमारे पास जो YouTube में रिकॉर्डिंग है वो तो है ही है, वो हम इंस्टीट्यूट्स को देंगे, जो भी इंस्टीट्यूट है, और जो लोग जुड़े हैं इस ग्रुप में उपलब्ध है तो अपने संस्थान में भी उसको दिखा सकते हैं। और तो इस तरह से प्रोसीडिंग बुक का काम हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट कर रहा है। जी सर। नेक्स्ट मैं चाहूँगा, हमारे सीनियर हैं डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा साहब, दरभंगा बिहार से। झा साहब, डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा।
हाँ हाँ, ठीक है। नमस्कार। नमस्कार। ये वैलिडिक्टरी आयोजित करने के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार, धन्यवाद। करीब 22 से लेकर आज तक मैराथन जो कई लोगों ने कहा है, आपने किया है। यहाँ सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात ये है कि आजकल लोग वी गो फॉर स्पेशलाइजेशंस, और आपने स्पेशलाइजेशन के साथ साथ जनरलाइजेशन का भी काम किया है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इट इज ए टू वे ट्रैफिक, दुनिया इसी तरह से चलती है, और एकेडमिक्स भी मैं समझता हूँ इसी तरह से चलता है कि पहले हम स्पेशलाइज करें और फिर उन स्पेशलाइजेशंस को फिर जनरलाइज करें। आपने बहुत ही मेटिकुलसली सारे डिसिप्लिन्स को, खुद एक बॉटनिस्ट होकर के आप बहुत दूर दूर तक, सभी दूसरे विषयों में भी दूर दूर तक आप गए, लोगों को ले गए। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। खास करके न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी इस बात की चर्चा हुई है। ओरिएंटेशन भी इस तरह का है कि हम मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी वेंचर्स जो हैं वो जहाँ तक संभव हो हम करें। अल्टीमेटली नॉलेज का कोई एंड नहीं है, उसकी कोई बाउंड्री नहीं है, सभी की बाउंड्री एक दूसरे से मिलती है। और आपने भारत के विभिन्न राज्यों और अनेक देशों के लोगों को एक साथ मिलाया। ये रियल एकेडमिक्स है जिसके प्रति हम सब लोगों का ध्यान गया है और आगे भी जाना चाहिए। इसी तरह से आप कार्यक्रम करते रहिए, ईश्वर आपको ये ऊर्जा दे, समय दे, और आप इस तरह का कार्यक्रम करते रहें, यही हमारी कामना है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। मैडम कराबी मित्रा, प्रोफेसर कराबी मित्रा फ्रॉम कोलकाता। कराबी मैडम।
हेलो सर।
यस सर। यस मैडम।
हाँ, क्या बोले फिर। आप सभी को नमस्कार और शुभेच्छा है हमारा। आप ऐसे ही काम करते रहिए सर। और आपका मैंने कुछ लिखा था अभी भी आपको व्हाट्सएप में कि आई हैव नेवर सीन सच एन ऑर्गेनाइजर who can bring together people from almost every sides of academia, science, politics, art, architecture, everything is there. And आपको जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स है उन्होंने इतनी अच्छी तरह प्रेजेंट किया है कि उनका स्पेशलाइजेशन हम दूसरे डिसिप्लिन के लोग को भी समझ में आया। ये है उनका स्पेशल फीचर्स। सो दिस इज a very unique experience, I should admit, and I hope that you and your team continue this process. We will again come, and with us, our new generation will come. ये मेरी प्रार्थना है. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू
Thank
मैडम.
you so much.
मैडम मधु
सब
केलकर,
अच्छा रहिए.
मुंबई. मैडम मधु केलकर, प्रोफेसर मधु केलकर, मुंबई. मधु मैडम.
हाँ जी, मैं यहाँ पे हूँ और मैं आपका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करती हूँ कि आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज किया और वाकई में ये मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी था. और मैं आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्किल्स की बहुत तारीफ करना चाहूंगी. आपने पर्सनली सबको परस्यू किया, पर्सनली सबको इनविटेशंस भेजे, हर एक को ग्रुप में भी आपने अच्छे से ऐड किया. आपने जो पोस्टर बनाया उसके लिए आपने फीडबैक लिया. आई एम सो थैंकफुल टू यू फॉर giving me a chance to participate in this seminar. It's going to be one of the most well-remembered seminars in my life, and I hope you keep organizing these seminars. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Indrajit Bhattacharya, Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya from Jaipur. Unmute yourself.
अनम्यूट करिए सर.
सर्वप्रथम मिश्रा जी को और सभी आदरणीय जी को मेरा प्रणाम, सादर प्रणाम. और इसमें मतलब ये इतना सुंदर आयोजन था, एक तरह से कह सकते हैं ज्ञान का महायज्ञ, जिसमें विविध ज्ञान रूपी पुष्पों का अर्पण हुआ. और इसमें इसका जो एक्सपीरियंस कह सकते हैं वो इतना शानदार रहा, इतना अच्छा रहा कि मतलब आनंद आ गया एक तरह से. तो मतलब ज्ञान से स्नान एक तरह से करना, वही कह सकते हैं इसको. और मिश्रा जी से मैं 1 तारीख को मिला था फरवरी में जयपुर में, और बहुत प्रभावित हुआ उनके व्यक्तित्व से. इतने नेक और सज्जन व्यक्ति हैं और इतने मृदुभाषी. तो इनका ये आयोजन बहुत ही सफल रहा, बहुत सुसंगठित रहा, और आगे भी ऐसा ही रहेगा, यही कामना करता हूँ. और इसी का मैं मतलब माय गुड विशेस टू हिम. किसी तरह का कोई सहयोग अगर होता है मैं अवश्य करूँगा, और ये मेरे लिए गर्व की बात होगी. सभी आदरणीय वक्ताओं को मेरी तरफ से प्रणाम, सादर प्रणाम. धन्यवाद जी.
हाँ सर, सहयोग से ही होगा, आगे तो सब सहयोग ही चाहिए, सहयोग ही सहयोग चाहिए.
जी सर.
मैडम माधवी कोहतकर, मैडम माधवी मैडम. राजेंद्र कुमार जी, राजेंद्र कुमार जी, बीकानेर. राजेंद्र कुमार जी. हीरा अली मैडम, हीरा अली हैं ऑनलाइन आप?
Hello sir, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
First of all, sir, I would really like to congratulate you for organizing such a successful webinar. And I'm honestly, sir, I'm really impressed by the diversity of topics and all the multidisciplinary talks that the senior researchers have presented. And this is the first time I got to listen to Ma'am Rifat, although we are both from Pakistan, but I was really impressed by the effort you have put to organize this webinar. And all the talks were very informative, and for like the junior researchers like us, it was a really good platform, because we also got to talk about our research among all the senior experts of their field. And sir, I really appreciate all the researchers, but I would commend the job. I would really appreciate how you have managed all the things, because I got personally, I got every single messages about the talks related to my field. So as an organizer, I know these things are really hard to manage, but I would really congratulate you and your team for organizing such a successful webinar. And all the talks were very informative, and I really enjoyed a talk yesterday. I think it was by Dr. Poonam. That was about the dances, the rituals of various castes, and it among all the talks, I really enjoyed the diversity of topics. And congratulations again for hosting such a great webinar. Thank you, sir.
Dr. GSR, GS Ramya, sir. Andhra. Yes, yes. GS Ramaya.
Sir, namaste.
Namaskar.
Sir, you have covered almost all the 4 pillars of heritage.
Yes.
The geo-cultural and tangible and intangible, architectural, archaeological, historical. That means you covered all the 4 pillars of heritage. And of course, this is the first time that we too also participated in this webinar. And we too also got an opportunity to express about the Tobash from our area. And nearly 3,000 minutes we have spent for this one. Of course, even the behind the screen, there's a lot of work is there. You have taken lots of strains and pains to do this one. We should say wholehearted pranams and congratulations for you and your teamwork for this excellent webinar, sir. And thank you so much. And I think it should be continued.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Professor Poonam Sharma, New Delhi. Yes, madam. Welcome. नेट प्रॉब्लम है लगता है मैडम, सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा हम लोगों को। Simu from Bangladesh, Simu from Dhaka, Samima from Dhaka, और भी जो अपनी बात रखना चाहते हैं वेलकम है। यस
सर, गुड इवनिंग।
हाँ नमस्कार जी।
सर नमस्कार। just I would like to thank you, and you are a team. You have proved that you are an institution within yourself, and said perhaps this is the 4th or 5th, I don't know, whether the 6th webinar I just
yes sir
I am attending. And I'm sorry I couldn't attend much more lecture. Just I have been transferred to a new university, and that's why I just
now you are Ranchi.
Sir, Ranchi mein, but it is Gumla. It is a remote place from Ranchi, 100 kilometers away from Ranchi. So that's why every day I'm going and coming 5 hours journey to 200 kilometers every day, going and coming back. And there is a network issue. That's why. But sir, you know that you have an organizing skill, and everyone is telling, and the words are less to appreciate you. Rather, what should I say? That this is wonderful 10 days long seminar, and that's such a without hassle-free webinar, 10 days long. So really hats off, sir. Thank you. Congratulations. Best wishes.
Thank you. Actually, ये वेबिनार में जो है ये रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स जो हमारे प्रोफेसर काम कर रहे हैं, जो साइंटिस्ट काम कर रहे हैं और जो रिटायर हो गए और अभी जिनका समय पर्याप्त हमको मिल जाता है, तो इस तरह से मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि लगभग तीनों जनरेशन जो है साथ में रहें, तो सीखने को मिलेगा। सेकंड जनरेशन चूंकि व्यस्त रहती है, यानी कि जैसे प्रोफेसर्स हैं, काम रहता है, डिपार्टमेंट भी रहता है, लेकिन रिसर्च स्कॉलर और जो सीनियर पर्सन का मार्गदर्शन और रिसर्च स्कॉलर को आवश्यकता होती है इस चीज की, क्योंकि हमें तैयार करना है उनको। तो ये इसी तरह से प्लेटफॉर्म हमने देने की
एक ऑफलाइन सेमिनार करवाइए सर, ताकि सो दैट कि हम लोग सब लोग आकर के आपसे मिले पर्सनली,
हाँ,
इन पर्सन आपसे मिल सके।
पर उसमें क्या है कि कोशिश तो करते, पहले मैंने कई कराए हैं इसमें, और उसमें बुक्स भी बनी हुई हैं, लगभग 12 से करवाया है। हालांकि वो सब अपने बायोलॉजी फील्ड के ही थे, क्योंकि विषय का होने के कारण बॉटनी, जूलॉजी और जो मतलब लाइफ साइंस है उसी पर हुआ करता था, लेकिन इधर नहीं कर पाए। थोड़ा सा मेहनत भी है उसमें, कुछ संसाधन उतने नहीं है, रिसोर्सेस कम है। कोविड के बाद गवर्नमेंट फंड भी उतना नहीं मिल पा रहा है। गवर्नमेंट फंड पहले मिल जाता था, जो अपने फंडिंग एजेंसी है, CSIR है, DST है, यहाँ का बायोटेक्नोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट है, इनसे फंड मिल जाता था काफी, लेकिन अब फंड नहीं मिलता है, उतना फंड अवेलेबल नहीं है। बड़े संस्थानों को है, बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट्स को मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो एरिया है थोड़ा रिमोट एरिया है, और यहाँ पर दिल्ली से और यहाँ तक आते आते वो काफी कम हो जाता है। तो ये कोशिश करेंगे तो भी, पर
हम लोगों की शुभकामनाएं सर
जी कोशिश करेंगे कि उसको हम करें एक बार, क्योंकि 18 के बाद नहीं किया है, लास्ट था 18 जो हमने कॉन्फ्रेंस की है। तो लगभग हर साल एक कॉन्फ्रेंस होती थी, तो करीब 12 से हमने ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की हैं। इसके बाद वेबिनार तो अभी 10-12 हो गए, ये वेबिनार भी 10 कंप्लीट है, ये 10वां है। तो कोशिश है कि किसी न किसी बहाने लोगों से जुड़े, लोगों को फायदा हो, और बुक भी जल्दी बच जाएगी सर जी। और कोई रिसर्च स्कॉलर जो है, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स अपनी बात रखना चाहें, क्योंकि काफी कुछ तो ये सब उन्हीं के लिए है।
एक बात मैं बताना भूल गया था। इंद्रजीत बोल रहा हूँ मैं सर
जी।
एक विशेष बात मैं मेंशन करना पसंद करूंगा, मतलब जो अन्य कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में या वेबिनार्स में नहीं देखने को मिलता है सामान्यतः, वो ये है कि जितना टाइम यहाँ पे स्कॉलर्स को दिया जाता है बोलने के लिए, उतना मेरे ख्याल से और किसी भी दूसरे वेबिनार में इतना समय नहीं मिलता है। और ये एक अच्छा बैकग्राउंड तैयार करती है रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स के लिए, कि वो अपनी बात को आराम से रख सकें, कह सकें, बोल सकें, बता सकें। तो ये बेसिकली जो चीज़ है वो विशिष्ट है आपके वेबिनार के अंदर, और इसके लिए हम लोग आपको अनेकों धन्यवाद देते हैं दिल से। मतलब लॉट ऑफ थैंक्स फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ आवर हार्ट कि वी गेट enough time, sufficient time for keeping our ideas, our thoughts in the form of presentations. Thank you once again, Professor Mishra sir, and thanks again to the entire team of yours who conduct these conferences, virtual conferences, in such a fantastic manner. Thanks again.
थैंक यू। अभी सर्टिफिकेट्स के लिए जो हम यहाँ से फीडबैक भेजेंगे, एक फीडबैक फॉर्म, जिससे कि आप लोगों का जो कई बार स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक या कुछ पते में मिस्टेक हो जाता है, तो ये जो हमारा फीडबैक जाएगा, तो एक तो आपका उसमें हमको रिटर्न में फीडबैक मिल जाएगा। और दूसरा ये है कि नाम पता सही रहेगा तो आपके मेल में वो ऑटोमेटिक पहुंच जाएगा सर्टिफिकेट। इसमें जो चेयरपर्सन और एक्सपर्ट रहे हैं दोनों ही चीजें, तो वो 2 फॉर्म डालेंगे, एक तो एक्सपर्ट का और एक चेयरपर्सन का अलग अलग। और जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स रहे हैं उनको पार्टिसिपेंट का अलग लिंक भेजी जाएगी। और इसमें जो भी चेयरपर्सन को चेयरपर्सन या जिन्हें एक्सपर्ट टास्क दिया है तो उनके लिए वो अलग अलग फीडबैक फॉर्म उसी सेम लिंक से फिलअप कर दें, जिससे कि हम समय से 1-2 हफ्ते लग जाएंगे और सर्टिफिकेट आपको प्रोवाइड हो। दूसरी चीज, सजेशन आपका उस, हालांकि उसमें फीडबैक में है सजेशन का पॉइंट थोड़ा सा जो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमको सजेस्ट करें चीज़ें तो ज़्यादा उचित होगा। आगे के लिए हमको नए विषय मिलेंगे, क्योंकि ये जो हमने मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी और ये सब कराए, ये जो हमारे पहले के वेबिनार के जो लोगों से फीडबैक मिले हैं एक्सपर्ट से या अन्य लोगों से, उस पर हमने इसको छाट के और फिर उसको चुन करके और इस वेबिनार में रखा है। तो आगे के वेबिनार के लिए हमको एक लाइन मिलती है कि रिसर्च स्कॉलर क्या चाहता है, सीनियर टीचर्स क्या चाहते हैं, जो हमारे साथ के जो वर्क कर रहे हैं वो लोग क्या चाहते हैं। तो ये जो है ये जानकारी हमारे पास कलेक्ट हो जाएगी। और ये
सर
यस
सर
यस
सर एक बात है, हम सब में तो ऐसे बहुत है कि जो पार्टिसिपेंट है भी है, फिर चेयरपर्सन भी है, तो फिर कौन सा फॉर्म फिलअप करना है?
नहीं, आपको यदि आप चेयरपर्सन हैं और एक्सपर्ट भी हैं तो आप 2 भरेंगे, चेयरपर्सन का और एक्सपर्ट का। और यदि कोई चेयर भी है, को चेयर भी हैं और लेक्चर भी दिए हैं तो वो 3 बार उसी से भरेंगे।
ओ अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा,
लिंक
समझ में
सेम
आया।
रहेगी, लिंक
ठीक है।
सेम रहेगी। और वो 3 पार्टिसिपेंट को
थैंक
केवल
यू सर।
पार्टिसिपेंट का भरना है, तो जिससे कि समय से सर्टिफिकेट जो है वो हम दे सकें। और दूसरी चीज रही राइटअप की बात। राइटअप के लिए हम बहुत इसमें ऐसा वो नहीं है कि नहीं नेसेसरी है, कई बार होता नहीं नेसेसरी है, तो लोगों का कहीं ना कहीं निश्चित रूप से काम रहता है, उतना समय नहीं मिलता है और भी बातें रहती हैं, तो वो आपकी इच्छा पर है। आप समय से, हम तो तैयार कर ही रहे हैं, सूचना हमने दे दी है। यदि आप दे सकें तो 6-7 पेज का उसका बाकायदे हम वो भेजेंगे आपको गाइडलाइन। तो उसके अंतर्गत यदि आपका राइटअप हमें मिल जाता है, ISBN नंबर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के पास है और हम कोशिश करते हैं, हालांकि हम PDF में बनाएंगे बुक को और इसके बाद आपको PDF उपलब्ध कराएंगे। और क्योंकि हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट उसमें कोई भी फंड ना तो मतलब गवर्नमेंट से लेता और ना केवल अपने कॉलेज के फंड से हम PDF बना करके और आप तक भिजवा देंगे। और आप उसको, क्योंकि प्रिंट में काफ़ी फोटोज बहुत रहती हैं, काफ़ी वो फंड की आवश्यकता है, वो उतना हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के पास अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो हम PDF में बना करके उपलब्ध कराएंगे। तो ये आप लोग 10-15 दिन के अंदर यदि देना चाहते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से स्वागत है, क्योंकि अपना राइटअप दे दें। तो और भी कोई अपनी बात रखना चाहता है, तो कोई रिसर्च स्कॉलर या अन्य कोई? और एक बार पुनः मैं अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से, अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से, अपने MP हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से और अपने कंट्री की ओर से आप सभी को इस वेबिनार में एक्सपर्ट के रूप में, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, एक्सपर्ट और पार्टिसिपेंट के रूप में आपने जो सहयोग दिया है उसके लिए धन्यवाद है और आगे की सहयोग की अपेक्षा है। धन्यवाद
सर।
थैंक यू ऑल
हेलो
ऑफ यू सर।
उनका फॉर्म एक्सेप्ट कहाँ से करें सर? हेलो सर।
Okay, thank you.